Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Pokemon Legends ZA Draft League. Today, we're just going to be reviewing the draft. We'll get into what a draft league is just a little bit. I'm here with Jacob Alfarad, who is the creator of the ZA Draft League, brought everybody together so that we could do this. So, do you want to say anything, Jacob, about the draft league before we jump in?
Well, we have logos for all the teams. I think the first thing I want to say, this logo is not final.
Jerry West looking a little bulky.
Yeah.
I can still.
We have an actual logo in the works. Braden needed something today. I made this in Photoshop in a couple minutes. But yeah, it's the ZA Draft League.
It looks great.
We thought Zygarde Draft League, but this is fine. It gets the point across.
ZA Draft League, as I will be calling it from now on. So
it could be the only Legends ZA Draft League, so I think it stands out.
I think we hold that title. Anyways, here are the teams. Oh, you know, I forgot to remember what their names are called, what their names were. Let me see if I can look that up real fast.
Clover's the only one you're missing.
I am missing Clover's. I don't remember if they have
EP Knights. They have
the EP Knights.
The EP Knights. It's like with Dewblade. Is it like the Knights?
Oh, yeah. So, basically what a draft league is, to describe it. Luckily, Wolfie VGC posted his video about it this past Saturday, so I'm sure most people that watch this will be caught up on what it is. But basically, we have a group of 10 content creators who we went through a big draft of all the Pokemon in Legends ZA, and then one by one, we went down and drafting them. I think you can see my mouse here. So I have it in order. So it would go Siren, Smith, Maloney, Vulpixie, down the line. And then it's a snake draft format. So where once CJ makes the last pick of round 1, then CJ will make the first pick of round 2, going back to Mari, Jacob for Clover, Captain Kid. So
I love
that's
draft
how it'll work.
Of any kind.
Draft
Watched a lot of Draft League content early on in Pokemon, like before in a early Alpharad to pre-Alpharad world.
Oh, yeah. Draft League is really fun. I like the concept. So basically, every person will draft 10 Pokemon. So there's going to be 100 Pokemon drafted, and only the people that draft that Pokemon can use it. So once a Pokemon is off the board, it's done. Nobody else can use that Pokemon.
I think the interesting part, like Wolf touches on this in his video quite a bit, where it's so interesting that, he was trying to get Trevenant or Poltergeist.
Right.
Or what's the little one?
I don't know.
Yeah, see, that's what it is. Poltergeist,
right?
Okay. Yeah, it's Poltergeist. So I just thought it was cool because, like, when you see this in Draft League where you couldn't see in anything else, where suddenly when the first pick for this niche is off the board, we had Gyarados at the top, but we suddenly have like Semi-Poor like for 6 points just because it fills the niche of a water type where I think Semi-Poor should never get drafted for any other reasons. And also let it be known it didn't get drafted in this either. But it had merit.
Still didn't get drafted. Nobody believed in Semi-Poor.
Spoiler alert, still didn't. No, but it could have been, and that would have been the reason.
It could have been. Honestly, probably should have been, but
I think it should have been.
Yeah, probably should have been. So, as you can see, we only have 60 points to spend on 10 Pokemon. So, on average, your pick is going to need to be 6 points. Anybody who's probably played Draft League or is familiar with Draft Leagues will immediately notice a glaring problem with what we have here, but we'll get into that later.
Yes. And if I may say something right on the surface right here.
Yeah, go for it.
I designed the points totals for this, and we have another commissioner who, as soon as the draft started, I'm off. Braden and I both kind of helped with the rules, and as soon as the league started, we are off the committee for that entirely.
Yeah.
And there is, like, with VGC draft leagues or singles draft leagues or anything, you have over a decade of information to pull from for how strong and impactful and meta-defining certain Pokemon can be.
Right.
And even in like singles, you have separate tiers, so you even know how good the middling Pokemon are.
Right.
This is uncharted territory, and a lot of this is kind of educated guesses. I did a ton of research into ZA tournaments I've seen that, but they're all a very early meta.
Yeah.
So a lot of this is educated guesses. Some of it is information I've gotten from watching other sets. I watch other people rank mons and stuff like that. So this is probably far from the true value of a lot of the mons, but you know, again, it's on the players to determine if they think the mons are worth those points.
Right. Like I might look at a 2-point, you know, Simisage, or let's use Simipour again for an example. It's like, I think Simipour can do everything Vaporeon can do, but for 4 points less, you know? So it's like, and if that ends up being the case, then like, boom, I just scored basically what was considered a 10-point mon for 6 points. So yeah, it's a learning experience, you know? So don't be too harsh on us. We tried our best. And then, yeah, we'll get into the mistake later. So that's the draft. Those are all the points, or those are all the Pokemon that we have available to us. And then for some more rules here, we're only allowed to use these 10 Pokemon. There are 5 trades that are allowed during the season. So if you just absolutely hate your team and you want to get something better, which, another spoiler alert, there's really not anything better even left at this point. But if you think that you can make trades that will benefit your team, you can kind of use it like a waiver wire in fantasy football that will make sense to like 2 of you watching. And you can drop certain Pokemon and then pick up ones. The main thing is you just always have to stay below this 60-point threshold that we've established. And then once we have all of the teams set, which we will have after the draft, then for the next 9 weeks, we will have a round robin where we'll play every single other person in the draft league. And then at the end of the season, once everybody's played, there will be playoffs between the top 6 teams. That means that the top 2 placing teams get a bye, and then the other 4 teams will play each other into the quarterfinals, semifinals, finals, and then the eventual winner. So should be a lot of fun. And I think with that, we can just get straight into round 1.
One thing I did want to mention, if you can go back.
Yeah.
So we do amend this, as Braden said, that there is something that will be amended in the rules later.
Yes.
But we decided, we took all the final evolutions of every mon, and that is roughly 100 drafts, or exactly 100 drafts, 10 Pokemon for 10 players.
Yeah.
With 113 total mons.
Yes. So
I think that is the number.
Yes.
So it's going to be near impossible to have 100 drafts fall into the perfect point totals.
Right.
Right?
Right. Basically, everybody's draft would have to go perfectly. This is the point where if I was editing this video, there would be some element of foreshadowing that would be on screen right now. So I will just state it instead.
We do have our commissioner, Rick, is a tournament organizer who's done a lot of different tournaments over a lot of different series. First time commissioning a draft league like this, and you know, thus comes with some growing pains, and you know,
and like
it's just how it be sometimes.
Nobody in the league is like a super experienced draft league player. Like it's not a super serious league. I don't think anybody's going to be like, I mean, some people might be kind of sweaty, but I think for the most part, it's going to be casual, fun, like just trying to get content out of it more than anything. And I think it's going to fulfill that purpose for sure. So I think we can be a little bit more lenient with our missteps here in like in the draft and everything. So just one more time before we get into it, this is the draft order. So Siren got the first overall pick.
Left to right.
Yeah, left to right and then back to left. So it's Z, you know, it forms a little Z here. So with that being said, no way. With that being said, who do you think, viewer, is going to be the first overall pick between these big hitters like Gyarados?
If I may, I also want to bring this up, where in all the research, you know, go back to the draft. I think the strongest mon in this metagame by far is Metagross. Like, Gyarados is on the same point scale, but it's just because Gyarados, he's him. He's been him since what, 1999? Since
1996. He's the OG.
Yeah.
He's been Mr. Pokemon for a long, long time.
He's been Mr. Pokemon for a while, and Gyarados has that legacy, and he's good in this game. Like, he is good.
Yeah.
I think he's probably closer to the other 16 pointers.
I agree. I also think that the thing about draft is I can just counter team Gyarados way easier than I can counter team Metagross. I just run electric coverage on every single Pokemon, and then
there's a lot of other Pokemon who do what Metagross or do what Gyarados does to maybe a lesser degree, but like they can fill the same role. I don't think there's anyone who does what Metagross does.
Yeah. Well, we'll
screens
we'll
are super. Yeah.
Until later. Yeah. Screens
Okay.
Metagross. All right. With that, let's get into round one. So,
yeah, with all of that preface, what do you think the first draft pick is?
With all that preface said, who is the #1 overall pick? The pick is in, and with the first overall pick, Siren's team name that I don't remember selects
Aboba.
Glaceon for 10 points, which is Glaceon Siren's favorite Pokemon? Like, I must know.
I don't think so. I think it's also, we did post that one meme of like Glaceon with the sniper shot on Dragonite Garchomp a lot. I feel like there was some propaganda put for Glaceon out there in the general chat that might have persuaded her.
The propaganda push.
Yeah, I think Glaceon is a good pickup.
Yeah.
I do think so, but in my humble opinion, anyone not drafting Metagross first is throwing.
So what about drafting Metagross second?
You do anything more you want to say on Glaceon?
We can go back, but I just want to reveal this.
Okay. Yeah, the second
the second overall pick. Smith.
Okay. Once again, if your second draft and you do not pick Metagross, I also think you're throwing.
So at this point, I'm fifth pick. So at this point, my eyes are bulging out of my head. I'm like, there's no way. So when we randomized the draft order immediately before the draft started.
No one could have prepared for it.
So nobody knew where their draft position was until seconds before we started drafting. So I mean that may have thrown people for a loop. Like maybe Smith was thinking
mentally committed.
Yeah, Smith was thinking Excadrill. Siren might have already been thinking Glaceon, like for a later draft order or something. And it's like, I'm just gonna go with it.
Full disclosure, I was praying to the heavens prior to this draft, like what I would give for an early draft pick here.
And you got towards the end. You're one of the last picks. I think being in the middle is the worst spot to be in, and it only got worse, and you'll see why. We keep referencing. Watch the whole video, please. But Excadrill, I think, is still really good. I think Excadrill falls under the category of like the top 3 steel types, which are like Metagross, Excadrill, and Skarmory. And my draft plan was
Excadrill's great.
Yeah, my draft plan
was.
If
Siren drafted Metagross, Excadrill is a great first draft pick.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think being able to secure one of those top 3 steel types was like my personal draft priority. So the fact that one of them is already off the board is definitely already starting to influence like where I want to go with this. Yeah, I think. Do you have anything else to say about Excadrill? New Mega. So spoiler alert. Sorry if anybody didn't know.
I think we can talk about that at this point.
Yeah.
Excadrill is kind of great. Like, he is a phenomenal mon, great typing that we've always known, but he has so many dash attacks. And I think like any attack that forces you to dash is just so strong in this. Obviously, he has such good coverage.
Right.
Which I think like even Megahorn being a phenomenal move in ZA is like new territory for us that we've never seen.
I think that's what makes like this hard and why I really can't. Oh, well, spoilers.
Yeah, spoilers.
Why I can't lambast like any of these picks because I'm viewing this through like traditional Pokemon lens, and ZA is just so different that I'm not like an expert. I don't know anything. So like these might be great picks. The Glaceon might end up proving to be like worthy of a #1 overall pick.
I also, if I can go back, I have put a lot of time playing and researching into all of this, and Glaceon is a great pick in this.
Yeah.
Not only is like Ice Beam a phenomenal move in ZA, it's just that you can do so much, you threaten so much space from so far away.
Right.
And also there are a plethora of quad weak to ice types in the prominent metagame.
Right.
Garchomp is, if he's ever legal in a low power format, he's always going to overtake it.
Yeah.
And this is no exception. And then you have, in a draft league format, we have people breaking out Salamence and Dragonite. And, you know, these are 3 very meta-defining mons that Glaceon has good, obviously a good matchup with the quad effectiveness, and all of these mons are likely wanting to run Mega Stones or something like that, so they're not even gonna have like ice resist berries. Yeah,
no like defensive Terras, so like you're gonna have to commit like your item slot or something to preventing that. I think that's actually, I'll get into it more later as we go through the draft, but I think that's something really interesting to keep in mind is like, like megas are weird in this game in that like you can technically mega evolve more than once per battle, but like I don't know. I feel like if you bring 6 megas and you just slap 6 mega stones on all your Pokemon, like you're definitely throwing. So
yeah, I do agree with that. And also Garchomp isn't like a mon that really wants to run mega in this format anyways.
Well, anyways, we already spoiled it. So finally, someone will break the streak. Maloney with the 3rd overall pick, not messing around, pulling the first 20-pointer off the board. The best Pokemon in the format, Metagross.
I messaged him after this, and I was like, how do you feel? And he said he felt like a cartoon character with his eyes bugging out of his sockets, just cannot believe that Metagross fell to 3rd place.
You probably, like, first pick Glaceon, you're like, there's no way. You start licking your lips a little bit, you're like, there's a chance.
Yeah. You're like trying not to get excited, because I think when you see yourself in 3rd, you realize you've lost the Metagross pick.
Yeah, you potentially have lost the 2, what you would think would be the most meta-defining Mons, because there's only two Pokemon that were 20 points, and Maloney gets one of them. Like we said, you know, you just get this thing behind screens, heavy slam, he shoots up into the air and then comes down. Like, Metagross can just do it all. It gets a lot of really good coverage moves. You don't have to mega this Pokemon.
Anything that was known as like a 2-turn move, like Fly or, well, not heavy slam, but it's treated as one in this game, is just, it now has a defensive property where it can dodge moves for that first thing. And it's like, if you both input moves at the same time, Fly wins.
Yeah.
And it's so funny how it like, Fly can be used as a protect bait now, which is so cool.
And like also I feel like look at all the types that Metagross is weak to, right? So like fire, ground, and dark and ghost. And like if we go back and look at the like there's not really any good fire, there's not a whole lot of good fire types. There's almost like no ground types. So it's just kind of hard.
Ground is very sparse.
Yeah, it's just hard to like find good answers into Metagross, which I think makes it, which is why it's that much more threatening, right? Like,
and screens are so good in this game. So having a bulky attacker, like a bulky attacker who can also set screens, like Metagross is kind of designed for ZA's combat, simply because he can set screens. Like, he can have both. Have heavy slam and then one coverage move based on who you're fighting this week.
Yeah, he can have his cake.
Typically ice punch, but you know, it could be thunder punch.
I guess like that is 17 minutes into this is a good time to like kind of describe where our head, like what we think is good theoretically. It feels like bulky offense is like what dominates, or like just stuff that's hard to break through. Like speed doesn't seem as impactful just from what I've seen, because it only impacts like your move cooldown, right? So like
it definitely does matter. I've seen matches determined by that, especially with like Avalugg is a pretty good off-meta type thing, and he's really good in certain matchups, but then if he's just too slow to attack, like Mons can probably get like 3-4 attacks before he gets like his second out.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't get the move off, but it's like it feels like the bulk of being able to stay alive, like at least you're getting a hit off. Some of the really speedy Mons are just so frail that they just get like one tapped, and then you're left like with nothing. So
yeah. Also, keep in mind, like for those of you who aren't aware of how Pokemon battles work in this game, it's not like your 6v6 traditionally where you go through all 6 Mons. Every time you send out your Mons, you get a maximum of 3 swaps, kind of similar to Pokemon Go meta, the PvP.
Right.
And once you kill one Mon, once you make one feint, that's 1 point for you. It's almost like the speed of like soccer, right?
Yeah.
Where it's low scoring totals. Where I wouldn't be surprised in most games to determine like 2-1 or 3-2.
Right. It's so different. And I think that's why like the archetype of like a traditional like sweeper, like an offensive sweeper that you think of where it's like fast, it gets set up and then it just like sweeps through your whole team. Like that archetype is so much worse because that's how the system is designed, right? Like you're designed to reset. So like you want to have
also,
a lot of
stat buffs aren't permanent.
Yeah, exactly. Game. Yeah, like you're not
but
getting...
screens stay between switches, you know, which makes sense, right?
Right.
It's just that those do, and you need to switch often in this game. It's just so, like, that's why screens are as powerful as they are.
Right.
Like, a lot of Metagross right here, it's like, I wouldn't even be expecting the Metagrossite. Like, I've seen, obviously, you're not running AV on this because you want him to set screens.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of Rocky Helmet. That seems to be the popular one. Because again, bulk is like that extends the time where your opponent can't score a singular point.
Right.
If this just stays alive.
Like Rocky Helmet or like some form of recovery item to just like get behind the screens and just basically become unkillable. I think it could be really problematic. So we'll see. We'll see. Maloney might just win by getting Metagross. I think that's going to be the answer that we need to find out as the season goes on.
I just want to say congratulations to Maloney in advance.
Yeah, clap it up for Maloney.
So, I also want to say that him and I were discussing about like what certain mechanics do, and then he said, I learned what something does that benefits me, and I'm not going to say. And I go, great.
Well, I'm glad I don't have to play him week one.
Pick.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to play him week one. And then going on to the fourth draft pick, we have Vulpixie, who takes, as you might be able to guess from her logo, Gyarados, the other 20-point Mons. So now both 20-point Mons have been taken off the table right before my pick, which is how it goes. But
so I know I wrote the point totals and I determined them. I do think Gyarados is good enough to warrant 20, but I don't think he's worth 20. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. Like if you're like Metagross could have been in a tier of its own, then Gyarados along with like everything else. More
Gyarados has the power.
Yeah.
But I think there are a lot of other, I mentioned this before, that no one else does Metagross like Metagross, but I think there are a lot of Mons that are like, they can do 60 to 80% of what Gyarados does.
Right. Which in a draft league is kind of what you have to look out for, is like, do I want to invest? This is a fifth, 1/5 of your total amount of points into a Pokemon. It needs to be good and it needs to live up to that point total. And I think the thing is, we just see a world where Metagross does that better than Gyarados.
Yeah, full disclosure, I was never drafting the dose, no matter where I landed.
I think same. Like even if Pixie had done something differently here, I only would have taken the 20-pointer if Metagross had fallen there.
Same.
But
so what does Gyarados do well? No Intim. This is an ability-less format.
Yeah.
What Gyarados does great is Waterfall. Like, of course, he's high physical attacker. Waterfall has always been a good move, but in this game, it's great because he has a big, wide hitbox. He dashes into the opponent.
Right.
He also has Bounce, which is a physical flying stab move, which Gyarados traditionally has not had.
Yeah, Bounce doesn't really work very well in traditional Pokemon, and especially VGC, where Protect is so prevalent. But in this game, you just let that thing fly.
Bounce is exactly what a good move is in ZA.
Yeah.
And for the first time, Gyarados has like a physical flying stab move that's not terrible.
Right. Yeah, can't miss, or like can't miss in the traditional sense of move accuracy.
No HP flying or anything.
the Gen 3 Gyarados goat. But yeah, I mean, like, I think that's another thing to keep in mind. I think that's what made this draft so difficult in a way, is that I feel like you really needed to prioritize getting high value picks at the start, because without abilities, without, just being a singles format, no doubles, there's a lot of like niche tech that you can normally get at lower point values in Pokemon due to abilities, moves, stuff like that just really isn't available in a game like ZA, that I feel like lacks a lot more depth compared to traditional Pokemon. So I think the strategy of just spending all your points on the really strong Mons might prove to be very effective.
Yeah, I do think getting like a screen setter into Gyarados, I mean, I think in a draft league format, you mentioned this, where Gyarados is easier to counter. Like if I have to play Pixie, I'm just running Thunder Punch on everything.
Every Mon on my team has an electric move.
Yeah, exactly. But what's interesting is Gyarados can also Mega, and typically would run Mega, and it's more of a defensive Terra almost to prevent that quad weakness.
Right.
And because going from Water Flying to Water Dark is pretty significant, but then it suddenly opens up the threat of like, like say Heracross, for example.
Yeah.
Like suddenly these bug and fighting moves start opening Gyarados up. You're probably not running Heracross against. He still has bounce at the end of the day. Yeah, you're turning a resistance into into something that you're weak. And you're turning a resistance into a weakness, which isn't necessarily great. Like, but he's versatile. It's like it's different. Yeah, it's like different than Terra, because like you're still it's. But I still think that Gyarados can do a lot here. What's the next one?
Then on to my pick, my first pick. So like I said, I was really targeting those top 3 steel types, and thankfully one of those fell to me. I took Skarmory for only 13 points.
For the OKC outrage.
For the OKC outrage, baby, the city of champions. So I love my logo. It might be a little bit of spoiler. Yeah, the logos can be a little spoilery for what future
we
picks
did design
might be.
them after we decided on our Mons.
Right.
For a reason.
Right. But I think Skarmory is fantastic. Steel Flying is incredible typing. I have the option to Mega. I don't have to necessarily Mega because like I can keep that superior defensive bulk if I don't Mega, but then I can go like crazy offensive if I decide to Mega this Pokemon. And I think like what makes a really good draft Pokemon is having a lot of versatility. And I feel like Skarmory is a Pokemon that has a lot of versatility and like move sets and items that it can run, and then obviously like to Mega or not to Mega, because I think as I was analyzing a lot of the people's drafts when I was putting this together, it was like, wow, some people have teams that are almost exclusively built of Mega Pokemon. It's like you can't Mega all of those, so it's like finding areas where you can have Pokemon that are using items that are always getting use and not having to be Mega Evolved to make use out of them, I feel like is going to be a strength that people are going to have to develop as draft goes on.
That's a ZA moment. Because of like 113 Mons that are fully evolved.
Right.
It's taking like an educated guess, but like 80 of them
it's like a lot.
Have Megas.
Yeah.
Maybe it's probably closer to like 60 to 80, but like over half. And a lot of the good ones are the ones that have it.
With more to come even, yeah.
Yeah, and when I say, 113 Mons, like that's also including like Klefki, in the conversation.
Right. Yeah, like the ones that don't Mega Evolve are not even necessarily good. So almost like all the first picks are probably going to be Mons that could, in theory, Mega Evolve.
Yeah. Skarmory, I got to say, mild spoiler, but I think like by your second draft pick, I was like, you have a good team.
I hope so.
I thought this was a great first pick for you.
Because you are certainly way more knowledgeable about ZA in the battle mechanics in this game than I am. So I was just kind of going off of like base Pokemon knowledge and hoping that I could kind of coast by with that. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I don't really have anything else.
Skarmory's been since like Gen 3, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean,
he's very good in this format.
Yeah, with the ability to Mega. Big Skarmory fan. So then we have Clover with the placeholder, the unfortunate one that didn't get a logo. Picks Gardevoir for only 10 points. Honestly, I love this pick. I think this is like a super good budget pick to snag. Get yourself a fairy type, get yourself a good special attacker, another Mega. I mean, you don't even have to say it. Like most of these are gonna have.
I also do know, because Mari did say this. Mari drafts 3 after Clover and already made it publicly known her first draft pick was going to be Gardevoir. This is also a denial pick for Mari.
Right.
And Gardevoir, 10 points less than the Gyarados and everything. So Clover has way more econ to spend on the remainder of the Mons than someone like Pixie.
Which I'm curious if it'll even end up mattering in the end, but like you'll get punished for budgeting well, I feel like, in this format. It doesn't, because of how few like really good high point value Mons there's not. Once you get towards the end of the draft, like there's just the well dries up pretty quick, and then you kind of run out of good options. So, but yeah, I really like Gardevoir. I think just securing a good fairy type, like obviously, I feel like you wanted to look for good cores in your draft. Like I made it a big priority to get like a Dragon Fairy Steel core, and then obviously there's like the Fire Water Grass cores that you can go after, and so that was like my main priority when drafting, was to make sure I got at least one of those 2 cores. And so I don't know I don't really know what other people's draft strategies were. That would be.
That was mine in a vein, and I did eventually get my Fighter Water Grass core. I don't want to spoil my draft. I think Gardevoir is a great pick here.
Yeah, I agree.
And the thing that is questionable is like special attackers in this format. Like ZA is truly the land of physical attackers, and it's harder to connect a lot of special attacking moves,
Yeah.
like say Moonblast or something,
Right.
where you kind of have to line up your shot and it can be dodged quite easily. Not
Yeah.
easily, but more often than Waterfall will be dodged.
Yeah,
or
like you
something.
were saying with the dash attacks on Excadrill, like if your Pokemon just rams into somebody, it's a lot harder to avoid that when you got the big old alpha Pokemon just chasing you down. So
Then you have some special attacking moves like Psychic or Thunderbolt that aren't projectiles that you don't have to aim. So those just kind of appear on your enemy and they're much harder to dodge. I would say near impossible. But yeah, if you have, like, I would kind of revolve around Gardevoir to have, you know, like in normal Pokemon, how you would remove lower accuracy moves, or even
Right.
though Moonblast is his high damaging move, I might even opt to focus on like the Psychic capabilities of Gardevoir with Psychic.
yeah.
And Thunderbolt and use all the coverage moves it has. Does not have Ice Beam in this game, which it did in Legends Arceus, which is strange. Which,
no, that's
not normally.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, if this had Ice Beam, it would probably be worth more points.
Yeah, that's true.
Gleam is a decent move, but you have to be like, it's more a proximity thing. It's almost like a physical move in this game with your special attacking stat.
That's the type of stuff that I really need to learn because I don't even know like all the move animations and like how long the charge up time is and everything.
Yeah,
so
Gleam in this game is kind of like an AoE burst around you, so you want to be physically close, which kind of goes against the nature of a special attacker.
Yeah,
in
so maybe
CA.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not feeling this pick as much now. We'll see.
I think Psychic and Thunderbolt's always going to be a phenomenal move with a high special attacking mon. I think it's fine. I just think having low physical defense and also middling HP stat
in a world
makes
of
me
physical
scared.
attackers.
I think this thing just eats a heavy slam and dies.
Yeah, that's probably true. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
And then next up we have Fur with 25 of them, finally taking one of the other big 16 pointers off the board and snagging Garchomp, who
let it be known, Fur drafts one before me. This was going to be my first draft pick. This was what I was banking on.
Yeah. So yeah,
I wanted Garchomp really bad.
Just barely sniped by Fur. Yeah, we had this one, I think, in the original point totals was also in the highest point total with the other two.
Yeah,
so
I think we had him in the 20s.
Yeah. Again, kind of very similar to Gyarados in that, like, the 4x weakness in a draft format where a lot of, like, water types and, just a lot of Pokemon get ice coverage. So that's the one thing holding it back. But I do think that Garchomp could be interesting. And I think the interesting thing about draft 2 is, like, if you want to run special mega Garchomp, you could do that. Like, you could catch people off guard and just let that rock. So
yeah,
there's a lot of fun things that I think you can do with Garchomp, and like it's Garchomp. Like, I don't think we need to say a whole lot about people
Earthquake's massive in this game. And if you want to go on the special power, Earthquake is Earth Power is kind of like that Thunderbolt Psychic, where it's just kind of tracking almost. It's so difficult to dodge.
Yeah, dude, die into the freaking Pyroars in Wild Zone 17.
Yeah.
It's so annoying to catch Pokemon there.
I think you have SD Garchomp in your back pocket here. You can Mega, but I mean, it's Mega and Garchomp has also been very controversial in every format.
Low key, it's probably like Yachi Berry almost every week, I feel.
That's what I was saying. Yeah. I think you just take Ice Resist as often as you can.
Yeah, especially
when you up against like Glaceon or Avalugg or something.
Because like you probably can just kill Glaceon if you have the Resist Berry on. Like it doesn't kill you, and then you just kill it right back.
That's how is also like Gyarados in the sense that very versatile moveset. So you can find something. I mean, even if you're up against an ice type, just drop Rock Slide on it or something like that.
Yeah, I think
you can even not fully lock in the Adamant, and you can do the classic Draco Meteor Dragon Claw set.
Yeah, I honestly feel like most people are probably just gonna run super bulky mons. Like, if I'm ever calcing how much attack investment I need, I'm always calculating against max HP, because I feel like people are just going to catch alphas that's going to have max HP, and that's what I'm going to have to deal with every single week.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
And I think
Garchomp, great pick. Jealous even.
And then that leads to your pick, which is the final 16-pointer, Clefable.
I'm LA Traders. It's Lumiosis Absolute Traders. Like Braden, we're the city of champions right now. And yeah, Clefable is obviously wasn't my first pick. It's if I had an unbridled pick at the draft, I wanted Metagross into Garchomp into Clefable. But now that I've looked into it more, I think I prefer Clefable more than Garchomp.
Oh yeah.
It's this thing. Okay, so I'm actually gonna like hold back a lot of my thoughts because I don't want
you don't want to.
I don't want to give anyone watching this who's in the draft league any information to it.
Everybody's gonna watch this hoping that we delve, spill all of our tech that we want to use.
Yeah, exactly. What I will say about Clefable, what is objectively true, is Clefable is bulky. It has the option to Mega, which I think is. You can if you want to. I don't think Clefable necessarily needs to. I think you rather go on like max bulk and run some hypothetical item that could exaggerate that even more. And you should probably be expecting Clefable to be a bastard. This is a bastard mon. It sets screens. It recovers. It has the option of dealing damage, but I think in a format like this, it's kind of your anchor that just is supposed to stay alive, but still has enough special attack to hit the necessary Moonblast to finish something off, and has staying power and everything like that. I don't want to talk about Clefable anymore. Can we go to the next one?
Okay, next pick, Mari's first pick. She is also, what was her team name again? I don't have these on hand.
Well, it's in Portuguese because it's.
Oh, okay.
This is based off like a team in Lisbon.
I think I love that. Portugal. That's really cool.
Yeah, I think it's Sports Lisboa.
I thought there was something about Lumiose in there.
Well, I think she said battle. I think Shiny Little Bad Bastards, I think is her team name though. Okay. But it's based off of a Portuguese team, yeah.
That's
I think
really
it's Shiny
fun.
Little Bastards or something like that.
That's cute. And with the shiny Altaria, I like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, she starts off her round 1 pick with Ampharos. Another 13-pointer off the board. Really good electric type. I feel like there's not a ton.
No, it's Shiny Lumiose Beast. Where did I get Shiny Little Bastards from?
I thought it was something Lumiose, but I was like, oh, I guess it was Portuguese.
Yeah,
maybe I just didn't understand.
Where did I get that from? That's so funny. She might change her name now.
Yeah, it's flexible. Look, that's the issue you run into if you just throw an acronym out there. We might assign whatever we want onto it. But yeah, I think you said that Ampharos you think could be potentially meta defining. So I
actually moved Ampharos up like right before the draft.
Yeah.
The last adjustments I did, like I moved Clefable up. Clefable, like if I didn't do as much research as I did, Clefable might have been like an 8 to 10 pointer.
Yeah, Clefable would have really been
a budget. It would have been a steal. Yeah. I thought about leaving it down there for my own self-interest, but I thought it would be disingenuous.
Right.
But Ampharos is very good. Ampharos is very strong. On the ladder, I think this is as meta-defining as Gyarados. When you play on ladder, it's such a different meta, and also people are probably more likely to use the mons that they discover early on, which Magikarp and Mareep are famously earlier captures. So it's hard to know how good Ampharos truly is, but I think it has the versatility and the bulk to hit hard, especially like online. Ampharos is the obvious Gyarados counter.
Yeah, right. Like if you're gonna bring an electric type, you bring Ampharos. So
I think it's like kind of a predator and prey situation where I think Ampharos has high usage because Gyarados also has high usage.
It was like hard to. I mean, that's the thing is like we're doing a format that's so different. Like that is not what the standard play is in game. So it's like we did have to just put a lot of our own theory crafting into the point totals because some Pokemon might be really good in like the free-for-all, but then they're terrible in this 1v1 format that we're going to be doing. So I don't even know if we mentioned that. I think we did, right? 1v1 6.
Yeah, 1v1 6v6.
Yeah.
Were there better picks for Mari to have at this point? I think so, in the same point bracket.
Yeah.
I'll talk more about this in a second, but yeah, I think this is a great pick. I just think she could have gotten away with this being even like a second or third pick.
Yeah, probably, because like so many people pulled out. They pulled out the wallet for those first picks. Like you've already got a couple people dropping 20s, all the 20s and all the 16s. First 2 tiers gone. Just they've been drafted, which you know what you would expect for round 1. And then CJ rounding us out, the goated Go Goats, picking for alligator. I don't mean to laugh, but I just think like it's like CJ has a very specific style of drafting. There's like
famously in all of our drafts in the past, he's always been the wild card.
Yeah.
Who does the least research, but comes in with the most heart.
He has the comfort.
Let it be known, CJ was in the middle of completing the game during the call of the draft. And he drafted for alligator because he knew that was a mon he definitely had, it was his starter.
Smart, you know, that's smart. Like I don't even have my full team yet, so I might not be able to get my team ready for week 1. But CJ is gonna have. That's why, like, you can't necessarily calc against any specific EV spreads, because if CJ just pulls up with the playthrough for alligator, like that.
Yeah, we have no idea what that EV spread is.
That thing might have like 72 HP EVs. Like 80, like, I don't know, 127 attack EV, you know, just going to be completely out, you know, random. Like damage calcs are going to be.
I'm bringing a playthrough mon on my team just for the mystery.
Just as, that's the true wild card.
But yeah, since CJ is 10th in the draft, he also got 2 picks back to back.
So if we can do a round 1 review if you want to.
If you're ready. Yeah, sure. Sorry, I was just excited to mention what CJ got. Yeah, we can do a review
for sure. So then the round 1 recap. Look, graphic design is my passion. I made these last minute, so they don't look very good, but
they get the message across.
They get the message across. That's the important thing. So you can't see CJ's and Jacob's, but I'll move so you can see those. I think pretty standard for what you would expect for round 1. You know, Siren and Clover being able to still have 50 of their points.
Can we give a winner and a loser for every round?
Yeah, I'm down for that.
I think the winner is Maloney of round 1.
Yeah, I think that's pretty set in stone. I think if you're getting Metagross, anything below the first overall pick, you get to be crowned the winner.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. It sounds crazy to say, but I feel like the loser would be Siren, despite having It's just like I think Glaceon is such a Pokemon that you could have gotten in like the 2nd or 3rd round at the earliest, and like even probably later. And I feel like drafting an ice type first overall is just a little suspect.
It probably the first time Glaceon's been drafted first, but I think the Excadrill kind of pisses me off because it is the worst Metagross.
Yeah. When
Metagross is still on the table.
Honestly, I feel like winner is the Metagross pick, loser the 2 picks before it. I think that's how defining Metagross is.
Every pick that wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so CJ drafts for alligator, and then immediately into round 2.
Round 2
was surprised he had the 2nd pick because he was playing the game and said, "Oh, I'll do Charizard." They gave him that one for free.
The 2 starters off rip. Honestly, though, I love the Charizard pick.
Charizard's,
I think,
very good in this format.
Charizard's good, and like it's a guessing game. Like, do I prepare for Charizard X or Charizard Y? You know, I was really sad that we didn't get Charizard Z. Like, that was the one thing. Like,
I was banking on it
during
too.
the story playthrough. I don't remember which character has the Mega Charizard, but I was like, please be Mega Charizard Z. That would be the funniest thing ever. And then it didn't happen, so I was a little disappointed.
With Charizard is so interesting because in like VGC, it's like Charizard Y is so famous for having the drought ability and everything like that.
Yeah.
And in ZA, Charizard X is the more prominent Mega because one, you eliminate a quad weakness, which, you know, same thing as Gyarados.
Yeah.
But it's also physical attackers run wild in this game. Charizard X being the physical attacker that it is. You have Dragon Claw, you have Flare Blitz, another dashing move. He has a load of other moves that he can use.
Yeah, like any of the Dragon Stab moves too. I feel like those are probably pretty good.
Yeah, he gets to use the Dragon Stab moves.
Yeah.
A lot of flying moves that are now coverage.
Yeah.
But
no, I like this pick.
Yeah.
Charizard, I didn't have Charizard necessarily like super high in Pokemon. There was a fire type that I really wanted to draft, and it'll come up later, but because it got sniped for me. But I still end up.
I know which one. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think honestly, like CJ getting the Firewater Grass core going, you know, he's got the water type, he's got the fire type.
Yeah.
And as you can tell from his logo, he might have got the grass type too.
I do think Charizard is a miles better pick than his Feraligatr. It really doesn't matter because they were back to back.
Yeah,
I think Charizard is very good in this format.
Yeah. And then we go back to Mari, who picked Lucario. I like this pick a lot better than Ampharos, for what it's worth. I think this is one of the really good.
too.
Oh wait, hold on, my dad's calling me. I'm gonna pause my recording real fast. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
I think because this was one. Okay, once again, Ferd drafted one before me, took Garchomp for me. Lucario was actually going to be my pick here.
Oh no.
Yeah. Once again, but what happened here with me was I was really thrown off of my pick because I guess like for some reason I just kind of believed in my luck. I was like, I think I'm going to fall to a place where I will be able to draft Garchomp, and I just like believed in myself. Like as stupid as that sounds, I kind of put all my eggs in the Garchomp basket, and I already knew after I draft Garchomp, my second pick is going to be Meganium. That was my logic. And then I was looking down the barrel where I was like, okay, well, I drafted a fairy type first. I don't need Meganium anymore.
Right.
And then I was like, well, I need a steel type. So I looked on it and Lucario was the best steel type left. So I was like, all right, I will draft Lucario. And that didn't work out.
Did not quite pan out. Yeah. What's crazy is I think I don't know. Mari might have picked Clefable. I don't think CJ was ever picking Clefable, so you might have been able to get away with Lucario first round and then Clefable second.
No, Mari was going to pick Clefable.
Oh, Mari. Okay. So yeah, it wouldn't have. So it ended up working out then.
Yeah. I like my draft now, but in the moment I was kind of panicking because a lot of like the preparation I did kind of got thrown out the window when I had to improv.
That is like drafting is definitely a skill. You know, you have to be able to like analyze your team, see where your weaknesses are, see where your strengths are, and then like plan ahead accordingly. Especially for people that are more towards the middle. Obviously, you're like a little closer to the ends, but being able to like combo picks like that is really valuable in draft.
All in all, I like my final draft, and I'll let that one be known. But at this point in time, I was struggling, especially because your first two draft picks seemed so much more coherent, and I was scared. Anyways, to talk about Lucario, what does he do in this game? One of the megas that can actually utilize their megas, because a lot of the ones we've mentioned so far, we've pitched them without using their megas.
Yeah, right.
And Lucario doesn't even no type change, just a stat buff. Like there's really no drawback to bringing out Mega Lucario, I feel. And he's such a famous mixed attacker to where I think a versatile mon like that is super nice in Draft League. That you can switch physical to special modes for him at the switch of a hat.
Right.
That's not an expression. But yeah, I just think he can do anything. Great coverage moves on both physical and special side.
Yeah.
He has Calm Mind. He has Swords Dance. Like he can do what
you can tell that this guy's been in Smash Bros. He gets it all.
Yeah. I mean, the thing, like, you can even run special mode and he gets like Psychic and Thunderbolt and like weird moves you wouldn't expect him to.
Like higher special attack than its physical attack, which is crazy. So no, I like.
I always forget that he's more of a special guy than physical, because in my mind, Lucario is such a physical attacker.
Right. I feel like you like when it gets used on like NPCs and stuff, it feels like they're always running the physical variant. So unless you've like actually used it yourself as a special attacker, but I mean like Aura Sphere, I don't know. It just gets to do whatever it wants. I think that's what the nice thing about Lucario and like why I feel like it's such a good pick here and so valuable.
Yeah, my preferred item on him, I think I would just say Lucario. I think you just bring the Mega. I don't think you have to get fancy with him. I think his Mega is just better Lucario.
I agree. I agree. I think Lucario's like especially is like a Pokemon you don't lead with. You lead something else, like build up the Mega Meter, and then you just throw in Lucario and like whatever coverage that you have picked out for the team. Like you just Mega Evolve and then you basically win the point right there. So I think Lucario
I did look at the
stats
really good. That actually the Mega, it's interesting that it swaps. It goes from 110 attack to 115 special attack to 145 attack to 140 special attack.
Oh, interesting.
The Mega is actually a little physically better.
Okay,
but I still think it's great no matter what. No adaptability this time around. Right. But it's still a great mon.
Yeah. Anyways, that leads to your next pick.
Yes.
Which is Heracross.
I think this might catch people off guard because it's another quad weakness on a mon that people might not expect. I fully stand by this pick. Heracross is great into so many mons. All you really have to watch out for is flying type moves, and it's likely that he's not going to run like a resist barrier or anything, because I think Heracrossite is a very good held item for him. He kind of just goes sicko mode with his 185
so
base attack
much
in
attack.
Mega.
It is so much attack. Like, bro, they were not messing around. They did not waste any points when they were. He loses speed, so he can do even more damage. Which, like, in this format, is like huge. 10 speed in ZA does not really that's not really moving the needle.
It's pretty negligible. Like, you don't need to know speed brackets in this game. It's not like the difference of 85 to 87 speed might be a win-loss in VGC. It is negligible in this game.
Almost, dare I say, almost worthless.
Is the difference of 140 to 100 speed relevant? Yes. But like those individual point values where sometimes being 1 point higher is significant, it's not so much in this game.
Right.
But Heracross, great move. I mentioned dashes being very important in this game. And Megahorn is pretty much one of the best examples of that. I mean, he also has close combat if he wants. You have bulk up if you want to get crazy with it. He has EQ. He has Rock Slide. He has Rock Blast, which is also very good. Yeah,
and always hits 5 times in this game. So
what I think makes Heracross a little bit better than others in his similar niche of being a fighting type. Well, I mean, not being a fighting type, but in this high attacking move is that he also gets Brick Break in a very screens dominant meta. Yeah.
Having a Brick Break mon, I think, is going to be pretty valuable. Like, I don't know how many people actively drafted a screen setter. Like, I can see, like, looking at the full draft here, I see a few. And, like, it's one thing if people even decide to bring them, right? Like, I don't know how many
people. I think people in the league will probably watch this video.
That's true. We'll
or at least learn more about their mons.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I like the Heracross pick. Like you're saying, the only thing I'd be worried about, the good thing about being 4 times weak to flying is it's not quite as common. Like, not as many mons get flying type coverage moves as they would either electric or ice. So, it's a little.
Also, if you look at the drafts, there's really not a lot of flying types to be scared of. I'm scared of the random aerial ace.
Yeah, that's true. I guess aerial ace is one they kind of hand out for free, but.
Yeah, that's the move I'm scared of on random mons. But I kind of see Heracross as, if he can just get the attack out first, he probably wins. Because Bug and Fighting are such good offensive types in terms of how far they hit. Because even Bug being able to hit the Metagross too.
It is kind of hard for him to break through fairy types, though. That would be like the big thing. That
he's not my fairy guy, simply put. Yeah. But yeah, I'm fine to talk about Fur's next pick. Eternal
Floette. Hoo boy. This is the one that I feel like has the potential to be like, wow, we really undervalued that thing. Like, I know it doesn't get good coverage moves. I know that, like, you have to Mega Evolve it really to get the full, like, usage out of it.
Yeah, that special attack goes to 155, and it has the base 180, Light of Ruin move, which... is like special Flare Blitz because there is recoil involved.
Yeah, it's like does half, right? Well, it does. I don't know if it does
140, 140, not 180.
Yeah, this is a high investment mon, not only for the point value, but also you had to play more of the game to get this Pokemon.
That is true. You had to do the infinite Royale 15 times.
Oh man. So I hope Fur's been playing a lot of Legends Zaw. I might have to check that playtime later and see.
He got it. He did.
Oh, okay. Fur did get it. Okay, good.
I think the thing with Eternal Floette is we're in a world of physical attackers, and I think it could blow anything up with like even a Moonblast. But there are so many moves that land neutral on Fairy that I think still have a good chance to like 2-shot.
Yeah.
And if you hit it with like, this thing dies to any heavy slam by any mon ever. So that is kind of what prevented like this to be a 13-point mon and not a 20-point mon. Like if that physical defense was a little higher, maybe, but
like just looking at base stats alone, you just get terrified of this thing's mega, and you're like, wow, that needs to be a 20-point. Like that needs to be way higher. But I guess we'll see. Like you said, I mean, a lot of the steel types match up quite well into it because it's one of those fairy types that gets like just fairy grass coverage mostly. It doesn't get like a, you know, mystical fire or something like that.
Yeah.
That I think, I guess I should fact check myself real fast before I start spreading some misinformation out here. But no, I think it's definitely scary every time. When I go up against fur, I'm gonna be worried. Yeah, it's all
the next pick from
stuff.
Clover was one I actually, as soon as they drafted it, I kind of regretted not getting it myself. Where I think Dragalge is pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious how, because like my thing,
I don't wish I got this instead of Heracross. I was just kind of hoping I could sneak this in like third or fourth.
For only 8 points, I think it's really good value. I think that is true. I'm just like wondering if like the Mega's new stat distribution. I don't know. I'm curious to see how this thing does. I guess I just don't really know enough about what like Mega Dragalge is going to look like. And this is again
plus 10 attack, plus 15 defense, plus.
It gets like a lot of special stats.
Yeah,
I know.
It gets plus 40 special bolt.
Yeah, that's a lot.
But I guess special defense is a bit less of a necessity in a world of physical.
Yeah, that's because
what special attack is nice.
Right. I just think, I don't know. Maybe having a poison dragon could be really good into like the good fairy types here. I might be underselling Dragalge a little bit.
That's kind of what I thought. I mean, but I also go back and forth because it's like, oh, do you really want your fairy answer to also be part dragon type, or would you rather it resist it?
Yeah.
But I could also see some people leaving in their fairy types against Dragalge, being like, oh, at least it's neutral. So you kind of can win this like mental battle.
Maybe. I'm definitely not leaving my fairy types in against Dragalge, that's for sure.
No.
Because... do you have anything else to add to Dragalge?
No, I was gonna say no a couple more times.
Yeah, because my next pick was Meganium, which when this thing Mega Evolves becomes 4 times weak to poison. So Meganium is like like I said, I really wanted to lock down Dragon Fairy Steel Core.
I really want to compliment you. I think by the second round you had the best team.
Thank you. Yeah, I just felt like super bulky, hard to remove offensive threats would be really good. And I just felt like combining Meganium and Skarmory just seemed like so good. And then obviously like there's still a pretty serious fire weakness that I have remaining. Cause like I have Skarmory to switch into the poison type moves that would threaten Meganium, but I'll address the fire type weakness later, but I just thought like Meganium can set screens. It has like Leech Seed for recovery. I just feel like it's a mon that can sit on the field and doesn't even necessarily have to be the one to take kills, but hopefully can just support the team enough to where it can do, it can basically just create like, it can basically bolster my super bulky offensive threats even more so, and I think that's what really drew me into Meganium.
Meganium is a really good lead, in my opinion. I think this is likely like the first mon you send out just to set screens and Leech Seed if the matchup allows for it.
Right.
Leech Seed is so good in a format with limited switching because if you happen to get them to like an end game where, let's say you've only used 1 switches and they are out of switches, you can just kind of switch to Meganium and then run away.
Right.
Like you can Leech Seed and then run away.
Yeah, then you just win. That is true.
Like keeping track like a real plan that you can do.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it. Just like keeping track of their switches.
Oh, well, you're welcome.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm sure I would have figured it out at some point, but yeah, no, that's big knowledge.
I mean, when I saw your team, that's what I was so scared of the most because very rarely would you switch Skarmory into Meganium, but if you can set hazards and then even Leech Seed and just kind of run around a little bit, your team looked really nice.
Yeah. I felt very confident with my first couple of picks, so I was definitely happy. Yeah. Like I knew I wanted to get like looking at the fairy types that had been drafted. Like we had Clefable off the board, we had Flood Eternal. I was like, Meganium just feels that feels good to me. I like that a lot. Like because Skarmory's a mon, I'm like, I don't know if I would always mega it. Meganium feels like a mon I'm always gonna want to mega. Like getting the extra bulk.
I do agree with
getting
that.
The fairy
Skarmory
typing
is more versatile.
Yeah. So I think Meganium is gonna have like a very specific role that I want it to fill every week, and I believe that it's gonna do that really well. Like I knew I wanted to get a screen setter, I knew I wanted to get a fairy type, and Meganium kind of fits that. So it's like half of a fairy type basically. So
having your fairy type be conditional on mega kind of does disrupt the steel fairy dragon core a little bit, but it's still there, and I think this is a great pick. Like I do not think there is a better pick for you to do on round 2.
Yeah, I really like the Meganium pick. And then Pixie followed that up after dropping a big 20 points on Gyarados. Boom! Dropping another 13 on Imbor. So 2 rounds in.
That's the most expensive mon that was available at the time as well.
Yeah.
All the 16s were also gone.
All the 16s were gone. So Pixie is now 2 rounds in a row drafted the most expensive mon that she could. And then Imbor, we've cleared out all of the Zaw starters now, all of the new megas. So Imbor for 13 feels a little pricey to me. I don't know. I don't know what the Imbor tech is. I guess that would make it so high.
High usage, but I think that could also be a starter moment, right? The thing is, firefighting are just such good offensive types, and in a mode where you kind of want to just have coverage. I think this hits the most. He has like a lot of big other coverage moves. Well, one, he can learn Thunder Punch, which is a great coverage move to have at any point. He can also run Poison Jab. He can run Wild Charge.
Yeah.
He has Giga Impact, which is a very good move in this game.
It's so funny,
enough.
Like, just the moves that you would normally not think of running are all of a sudden, like, not only viable, they're the moves that you want to run. Like, they're the meta moves that when the drawback is only, like, longer cooldown, it just completely changes how you view
a possible combination of moves that I see being very valuable that I don't know if this is necessarily on Pixie's radar, but hi, Pixie, if you're listening. Power Up Punch, right?
Yeah.
Where with Power Up Punch, you have this really ugly combo, which I'm looking at. I'm looking at the learn set right now, and what's so interesting. Oh, it's a move tutor. I see.
Oh, what?
Okay,
move?
Yeah, he can still get Power Up Punch in this game.
Oh, okay.
And I just didn't know where. But Power Punch pretty much just gives you a plus attack for... No, I think this game's lying. I have no idea. I have Power Punch on my Imbor. I just don't... I'm just like, where did you
got it somehow.
Somewhere in the game.
Pixie can figure it out.
With Imbor, I think Power Punch into like close combat, because it pretty much just gives you a short burst of plus attack for like a temporary amount of time. Pretty much just like one move. But you can use that stab Power Up Punch into close combat, into Flare Blitz, into Head Smash, into Giga Impact, or just like pick one.
And like I think you have enough bulk to where you can make that work too. Like your 110 HP is going to be going a long distance in this game. Like we said, bulky attackers, and that's kind of the name of the game. So I think yeah.
Okay, let's just say you can't learn Power Up Punch or something like that. He can also learn Bulk Up, which you could argue is better. It lasts longer,
right?
And it also buffs your defense, which is surprisingly low for like what the mon is.
Yeah, he does look like you. Imbor looks like a Pokemon that should not have split defenses. Like
I agree.
It's a big old boar. It should be at least like 85 defense or something.
So I think if you could run Bulk Up and just, your goal is not to stay on the field, it's to fucking kill something.
Yeah.
I think Imbor does that well. And he also has Dig if he wants to.
Run a little Dig, which again, 2-turn moves are not terrible in this game.
Yeah, they're good.
All right, and then Maloney following that up, our other 20-point holder, getting the 10-point Dragonite, which I think is really good. I think, I mean, again,
it's the guy that drafted Metagross.
Yeah, like having Metagross and being able to get a ground immunity and a fire type resistance to pair with that Metagross is it's gross. It's disgusting, is what it is. Like,
yeah. Yeah, looking back, I kind of feel like maybe no. I think Loney won round 2 again because I think this matches so well into Metagross and really rounds out that. I guess it starts to round out that Fairy Steel Dragon core.
Once he gets the Fairy type, he's got that locked down, and like I feel like that was probably a priority. But
so, maybe at one point.
At one point, probably at this point it was. I don't know how long that stood for, but I just think for only 10 points, getting a pseudo legendary that like hits this hard is just really valuable. Yeah.
It definitely was. In hindsight, I think this mon is probably more valuable than Imbor.
Yeah.
Again, we kind of just looked on tournament results across random tournaments, and it's just hard. Dragonite wasn't as popular, but also you have to realize, like in a non-draft format, a lot of people might not run Dragonite if they can just run Garchomp or something.
There's
like
Garchomp, there's
it's hard to truly know where these powers reign from.
Exactly, yeah. So Dragonite might have flown under the radar, but Maloney was not letting it fly under his radar. He made sure to snag it up, and I don't even think there's a whole lot to say. Like, Dragonite's just good.
Yeah, we know what he does.
Yeah.
Also, E-Speed is a great move in this game.
Yeah, that's true.
It's because you have to think about cooldowns. I'm pretty sure E-Speed is a 3-second cooldown.
Yeah, aren't all like the priority moves 3-second cooldown?
Yeah, like I understand that on like like Aqua Jet and stuff like that, but E-Speed,
the strongest one is still being. Yep. Well, that's I guess that's a Dragonite diff right there. we might have made a mistake letting that fall to Maloney.
The Dragonite meta, what's interesting is now that I actually look at the meta, or not the meta, the mega for Dragonite, he loses 10 attack points. It all gets invested into special attacks.
Right.
So
which makes
you kind of have two modes here.
I think that's a decision you make. Like, you're not making that mid-battle, right? That's definitely a decision you make in prep. Like, okay, I'm running special Dragonite this week because it's definitely harder in a game like ZA where the megas that like change playstyle are so much worse in this game because you're not just like clicking a button and then it's active that turn. Like, you have to be able to either do stuff before or after, like, because your mega will expire. So I feel like those types of mons are really hurt in ZA, so I wouldn't be surprised if Maloney just runs this as like a physical attacker or just like as a surprise special attack, because it doesn't get a lot of special attacks. So
yeah, I'm sure if he sees a team with low special defense across the board, we're getting Mega Dragonite.
Right. And then our penultimate pick of round 2 is Smith with Jolteon. So I think that's only the second electric type that we've pulled off the board. They're not as bulky as Ampharos, kind of what we were saying earlier. Just like, I really don't know how good these super fast Pokemon are going to be, because like Jolteon's just going to die to any like random earthquake or anything like that. So
second Eon, by the way.
Is it? Oh, are we counting?
How could you forget?
Oh, I thought you meant on Smith's team. I was like, whoa, Excadrill.
Oh,
you snuck into the party.
Drafted.
Yeah, right. Well, there are a lot of them. They do make up like almost a tenth of the draft.
I think there were. So this is high point value because it's usage and it's also an electric type, which is a little uncommon in ZA. Ground and electric types both are kind of hard to find, so they're more valuable because of that.
Yeah.
And Jolteon, it does exactly what you think Jolteon does.
Yeah.
Like, there's not a lot of mystery here. It runs a lot of electric moves, as you'd expect. Thunder is not that bad in this game.
Right.
Electro Web can be significant. And then it also gets a lot of random other moves, like a lot of stab moves you'd expect. It can also set Light Screen. I don't think it can set Reflect.
I think that is that would be the thing that I would be most worried about, is Jolteon just does not have the greatest coverage in the world. Like, you really have to commit to the, like, I think a team that's very weak to, like, the teams that didn't get a good ground type, I think Jolteon's going to do better in too. But I think that I don't know. I'm curious how the electric types do. Like, getting a good electric type wasn't necessarily a priority. I think electric will be a really valuable type to have, like, if a mon gets electric type coverage
in certain weeks.
But I don't know if just like electric type Pokemon themselves are going to be necessarily amazing. So, but Smith might prove me wrong. I play Smith week 1, so if I lose to Jolteon, we can all come back to this and point and laugh at me.
I also think the name of the game is coverage. It's coverage in bulk when it comes to ZA Draft League specifically.
And Jolteon does not do that.
Doesn't have bulk, but also when it comes to coverage, like, you're not going to be caught off guard by anything because the best coverage Jolteon has is Shadow Ball, and we all know that. So Jolteon is going to run Shadow Ball likely every single week. I don't think we're ever going to be surprised by it. I would probably expect like Thunderbolt or Thunder if you feel like it's worthwhile. Thunderbolt, Thunder, or Shadow Ball. Maybe like you could even run Electro Web or Agility or Discharge or Calm Mind, and then Calm Mind is the fourth. I think you bring Calm Mind here.
Yeah, I think you have to. I think the thing that like I feel like Jolteon is not a great
Hyper
value
Voice,
pick.
by the way. Hyper Voice is actually impactful.
Because like the thing about Jolteon with a mon like Floette Eternal, that thing has so much damage output that you're like, okay, this could just kill me. But Jolteon with its measly 110 special attack over here, like it's not even really threatening that much offensively. So I think that's the thing that I'm like, I don't look at Jolteon and get scared the same way I would at like some of the other more frail mons, I guess.
I definitely do think there are better mons to draft at this point.
Yeah, I think it's tough because it's like you almost feel like you want electric type, but I just feel like the other ones outside of Ampharos just were not amazing. And like you'll see that because I don't think another electric type gets drafted for a hot minute. So
yeah, I think the next just to give a brief insight of it was Ampharos for 13 points, Jolteon for 10, Manectric for 8, and then I think Raichu for 8 as well.
Okay.
And then the next one I think was Stunfisk for 4.
I know Alolan Raichu was also 4.
Oh, Alolan Raichu also for 4, yeah. Stunfisk 3.
Stunfisk 3, yeah. So that's the thing.
And that's all the electric types in the game. Oh, and Emolga.
Which is
Emolga
crazy.
for 2.
Yeah, Emolga for 2.
Dedenne for 1.
And Dedenne for 1. Yeah, like they're just the pool was not great, and I think it's like the thing you have to ask yourself is Jolteon 6 points better than Alolan Raichu? And I don't think the answer is yes. And then rounding out, we have Tyranitar for 8 points, which, again, I feel like getting a pseudo legendary for only 8 points is kind of nice. Like, talk about survivability, bulky attackers. Tyranitar fits that bill pretty exquisitely. This is
maybe could have been 10. I think Tyranitar could have been 10.
Yeah, I don't know about Tyranitar being less expensive. Look, I mean, four times weaknesses. This thing might just blow up. I might be wrong.
I mean, that's also true for Gyarados at 20, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
For a much more common coverage move.
Choppleberry, Assault Vest. Like, I feel like Tyranitar can do a couple things, because I think the thing that makes Tyranitar especially threatening is, like, I wasn't able to get a fighting types. Like, Siren's team, while it is very weak to fighting, like she Glaceon first pick, and then you immediately double up on that fighting type weakness with Tyranitar. But like, I don't know. If I see Tyranitar for 8 points, I probably don't pass up on it either. Like if I had, if I was this late into round 2. So I
also let it be known that this is an 8-point pick. Glaceon was 10. Siren has spent 18 points.
Yeah,
like very low compared to everybody else. Like that's more than most people's first round.
Yeah. So just with that being said, let's look at the round
Clover
2 recap just to look at our point values.
Points remaining.
Yeah, points remaining. Pixie is down to 27. Siren still has 42. Everybody else, Clover still has 42 as well. Everybody else kind of hovering around that like mid 30s, a couple of low 30s, like with Maloney. You were at 31, Furz at 31.
I think like Siren and Clover both drafted very conservatively. I think I still like Clover's draft more. I think they're really good at buying like those upper middle mons first to kind of their strength level is much more average than a lot of other people's.
And that's the only thing that I like worry about, because like I was saying, the niche picks just you don't get very much value. Like your average like 3-4 pointer in this is not as good as like what your normal like VGC draft league 3-4
compare that like in like Wolf's recent VGC. I think like in semis he brought out like Hisui and Sliggoo to win the game, right?
A lot of these
That's not gonna happen here.
Yeah, a lot of these 1-pointers are pretty tough. Winners and losers. What do we think?
I think winner.
I would go. We're going with Maloney again.
I kind of want to say Maloney again, but I want to say in the vacuum of round 2, I kind of think 8-point Tyranitar might be my biggest oversight.
I think so. I think yeah. I would give it.
Yeah,
to
you can
one
be
of those
honest.
two.
I think that's correct.
I like not. It wasn't until just now that I was like, man, Tyranitar for 8 points is like.
Yeah.
Like, so while Siren's team, like, she wasn't using the high point values, I think Tyranitar kind of slipped through the cracks. I think Tyranitar could be a Pokemon that, like, was deserving of a high point value.
Yeah.
For it to be the second lowest.
If we're saying bulk is name of the game,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Like, especially for my team.
I guess my mindset, I might have ranked him low because I didn't see high usage of him, but he's still a pseudo.
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, you can't even run a sand team in this game. Therefore.
Yeah. He does get hurt
no
by
abilities
not
maybe
having his
bump
ability.
him down. I think that's where
it might be okay. Like, well, it's one of those things. We just have to see how it plays out, you know?
Yeah.
Loser. Oh, I just realized I put the wrong CJ Pokemon. I didn't get his Charizard on there.
He got Charizard right there.
Should be Charizard.
Just pretend.
Pretend. I'm covering it up anyways. So you can't see.
Actually, I really like the Charizard pick. I could even say, I think Charizard's a great pick, but for the value.
Yeah. I think the value picks like Dragonite 10. It's the two pseudo legendaries that got picked. Like they're just low point values. I feel like they really did a good job there.
Yeah, it wasn't Garchomp, therefore I lowered.
This one, oh, I also forgot to change Smiths. Smith should be Jolteon. I would say if we're doing losers, I think I have to go Smith with Jolteon, probably. It's either Smith
I think I agree.
Smith or it's either Jolteon or Emboar. I feel like those are the two weakest picks in this one, personally.
I think Emboar's decent, but I do agree Jolteon is probably like, could even be like a 3rd or 4th round pick. 3rd, I mean, absolutely.
Yeah,
but 4th,
I think just the point value versus the amount of value you actually get, like low key, I think I would rather have Stunfisk than Jolteon. Like, I'm not joking. Like, I think just
that was my logic too.
Yeah, the small little hitbox on that guy, and I just don't think that. It's weird. Like, you feel like electric types should be better because there aren't a ton of good ground types, but I just don't. I don't know. I think also, like you were saying, some of the electric type moves. Well, I guess Thunderbolt's good. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe again, Smith could prove me wrong. If I lose week 1, then I'll look like a fool. But
yeah, okay. And for week 3, we have Siren drafting first.
Round 3.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This was your snipe.
Yeah. This is what got sniped for me. Was
this your round 3 draft?
This was I was gonna draft this next. Yeah, this was round 3. I was gonna get Delphox next. I felt like Delphox was a super good value for 6 points. I think Mega Delphox could have been really, really good. I wanted a fire type. I needed a fire resist, so I was like, well, might as well get a fire type while I'm at it too. And then I think having like the additional psychic typing just for some extra coverage. I just really liked Delphox. I was sad that I couldn't get it because I felt like
Delphox too.
I felt like the other fire types that I was interested in were just like a little too pricey for me. Like Charizard, especially at 13, is a lot. So I just felt like Delphox was in such a cozy spot for only 6 points. So I think Siren got a really good Pokemon here.
I was considering it for my next draft. I kind of had an idea with it where I just thought Delphox is just a value mon, especially it's Mega, which is kind of unexplored. And I will be honest, if I actively looked at these stats, I might have reconsidered the 6, at least 8, just because special attack goes to 159, special defense 125, speed 134. It does kind of run into that like Eternal Floette thing where it's still weak enough to any physical move, which is a primary bulk of the cast.
Right. Does it get, let's see.
Great mon, great coverage.
I guess it doesn't get any ground. It doesn't, like, it gets some ground type TMs in Scarlet Violet. Like, it gets Scorching Sands in Scarlet Violet. It doesn't get that. That's not in ZA.
No,
so.
in ZA, we have Shadow Ball, we have Dazzling Gleam, we have Focus Blast, which is not a bad move.
Right.
We have Hyper Voice, we have Solar Beam, which is not a bad move.
Right.
Not a long move. We have Heat Wave, which is a great move in this game. We have Calm Mind if you want to obviously protect. Agility, Psychic, Will-O-Wisp, as valued as it's ever been. Flamethrower. And then it can set Light Screen like a lot of the special attackers. And it even has Charm if you really want to incorporate that in your moveset. I don't think it's a bad idea. Heal Block is also pretty valued for Delphox.
I think Heal Block could be super interesting. I feel like there's some teams that really want to focus on like bulky healing, and I think Heal Block could be some decent tech. That I'm
Full transparency, that's my team.
That's
just so everyone knows.
That might just be
I have
team.
a bulky recovery team.
I feel like
I think Heal Block, it's pretty good value if you know who to use it on.
Right. Yeah, if it pulled out at the right time, I think it could be very solid.
You definitely don't bring it every week, but if you feel like there's a threat you can get rid of, being able to chip it down with Heal Block is great.
Yeah, good pick by Siren.
Great pick from Siren. Honestly, I think Siren's back-to-back picks were phenomenal.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like getting Tyranitar and then straight into Delphox.
They complement each other well. Really good switch-ins both ways.
Finally covering her crippling fighting type weakness by picking up a psychic type.
But now we're scared of water.
Now we're scared. Now we got to address the water type, which is an issue I had with Siren's full draft. But all right, Smith with Sylveon for only 6 points. This just feels like a budget Floette to me, honestly.
I agree. And I think Sylveon is, I did not see a lot of usage for it, but I've always believed in Sylveon from every low power, like any low power VGC regulation, you always expect Sylveon, especially early on, like in SV, you saw like Terrafire Sylveon a lot, right? I think Sylveon, despite being lower point total and having less data on it, I think it's more valuable than Jolteon. Just fills a better niche.
Yeah, I was just about to say I like the Sylveon pick for Smith for the same reasons that I disliked the Jolteon pick for Smith. It's like it's just the exact opposite, where it's like I think fairy types are just better, and then you're trading a lot of speed for more bulk, which I think is good in this. I mean that is a lot of speed, so I don't know, maybe. I'm probably undervaluing speed quite a bit in this.
I think you are, respectfully.
Yeah.
But I think it's more of like, I look at speed in like tiers of like 10, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think the 60 to 69 really changes much, but I think like 60 speed and 70 is like impactful, but not like I would rather have a 10-point gap in speed than like attack, right?
Yeah. No, I think.
But also I'm sorry.
No, I was just go ahead. I was just gonna say like fairy types are good. So
I think Jolteon and Ampharos are just kind of inflated usage because Gyarados is at large. But like in draft format, there's only going to be one Gyarados, so I think the need for electricity kind of goes down a little bit. But I think that is the logic behind the electric types being so expensive.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I'm not one of the people who drafted an electric type for high point value then. I don't necessarily have anything more to say about Sylveon. I think it's a good pick for Smith.
Yeah.
All right, and then let's see. Can Maloney follow up another good pick with Starmie for 10 points? Another new Mega. But again, very, very similar to Dragonite, where its playstyle changes when it megas. It gains a lot of attack. It wants to become a physical attacker. So it's like, I think this is just another Pokemon that maybe, I don't know. That's kind of why I like Maloney's draft, is there's a lot of like surprise. It's a hard team to prep for. It's like I prep for special Starmie, and then he pulls out the Mega Starmie, and now I'm getting hit with liquidation. My Pokemon are dying.
It's very versatile, and also like, even if you play for special Starmie, like I know that it goes from 75 to 140 base attack, but it also goes from 100 to 130 special attack. So just because it megas doesn't even necessarily means it's now a physical attacker.
Right, yeah. It doesn't have to lose that special attacking prowess that it has.
The obnoxious part about this, I'm kind of a Mega Starmie hater just because I don't think it has the learn set for it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That of the physical moves it has liquidation, which makes sense, but Then it has Liquidation and Waterfall, Zen Headbutt. That's the stab moves. And then for coverage, it has Giga Impact, I guess. And that is it. It does not get good physical moves besides the stab ones.
But then you look at it's special coverage, and it gets a lot. It gets Ice Beam,
special coverage,
Thunderbolt. It gets Bolt Beam.
It has
coverage,
Gleam.
So.
It has Thunderbolt. It has Icy Wind. It has Ice Beam. It has Thunder Wave. If you really want to play
Cannon.
that as Power Gem.
Yeah, it gets a lot.
Yeah.
Starmie can do a lot.
This game is ridiculous. Yeah,
but I mean, honestly, that's why I like it. I think Starmie for 10 points, a little pricey for what I would want from a water type, I think. I think some of the other water types are really strong too as well, and they're not quite as expensive. So that would be like the only real downside I see to Starmie is that it's like expensive, but
I don't really know what his idea is in his drafting, but now that you bring it up, I think it is so hard to prepare for.
Yeah.
Because you could also ignore the screens. You could just run physical attacking Metagross and it would not be the wrong play ever.
Yeah, you could just
there's a lot here. Like his team could change. Like he could go into the same team with 30 different combinations.
Right, yeah. There's a lot that you have to think about when you're fighting Maloney's team. So Pixie with a 20-pointer, a 13-pointer. What else would you draft in round 3 besides another 13-pointer? Down to we are going for the score. We have 7 Pokemon we need to draft after this, but Pixie's like, I only need like 2 points for each of those.
God, we are almost. Yeah, this is 46.
This is one where it's like. This is where it makes me question the Emboar pick even more, because like Emboar is so expensive. Like if you wanted a Dragon Flying type, I feel like going Dragonite round 2 and then like budget Fire type round 3 would have been like a smarter allocation of points rather than just like dumping everything into this. But I mean,
I do welcome it though, because I think it's an interesting philosophy. Because in this format, you don't necessarily need to use all 10 Pokemon.
Yeah.
Hell, you don't even have to use all 6 Pokemon. And if you really do feel like you have a good enough core in these 3, it's interesting.
It might work.
I don't think Pixie. Yeah, I think she. It goes against what we know, but it's not necessarily wrong.
Right. Salamence and Emboar cover each other's weaknesses quite well too. So that's a really important thing to note. Like. It might work out. Like I think that just going all in on these super high point value mons, it might just be the only thing I think is that maybe if we had overvalued Gyarados, like that probably hurts. But you still have 3 really strong Pokemon.
Could have been a 16, but I don't feel bad at Gyarados at 20 just because the popularity of them on.
I think the thing about Pixie's team is hers will be the easiest to counter team because you're like, I really only have to worry about 3 Pokemon. So it's like I invest all my resources into taking down those 3 Pokemon, and then I'm not like worried about anything that in the back that could hurt me.
With my mindset where it's just if I'm gonna put Thunder Punch on every mon, to take care of the Gyarados, I can throw Ice Fang on things, the same mons, if I really want to.
Right.
Ice Fang, Ice Punch, and Emboar, it's just like Fire and Fighting is such a good offensive type, but there's a plethora of things you can do to pack it up, especially with those split defenses that it has.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it is a bold strategy. You just come out swinging, just like I don't need these points. I'm just gonna blow them all right here. So, not the last of the 13 pointers, but then we will go to my pick. Actually, I was also considering drafting Salamence. So all of that to say, I did have a similar mindset in wanting to. I was definitely curious about Salamence. I still wanted my Dragon type, but it was going to have to wait because my next pick was Chandelure for 10 points. I didn't get Delphox, so I was like, well, I want to get my Fire type. So I drafted Chandelure.
I like it.
And I think I'm pretty happy with it. I like Chandelure a lot.
This caught me off guard. Looking at your draft so far, I really expected a Dragon next. Because I kind of picked up on your steel fairy core like very early on.
Yeah. I think I just saw like we were starting to run out of the fire types. Like the other option would have been like camera up for 10 points. Which I think if camera up had been like 6 or 8 points, I probably would have gone camera up because then I also get a good ground type. But Chandelier for 10, like I'm willing to splurge a little bit on this guy. Insane special attack stat. Another mon that like, I don't feel like I have to mega this Pokemon to use it. I think that was like kind of my
175 special attack on Mega, by the way.
It's insane. But yeah, I think like my idea for this was like I wanted to commit to Pokemon that I didn't feel like I had to run a specific way. Like if I could get away with not necessarily like being like, oh, he's bringing like this mega Pokemon this week. So that was kind of my theory there. And I think Chandelure is a cool Pokemon. Hits super duper hard. And sometimes that's all you need in this. So I was like, yeah, sign me up.
It also has really good bulk for what it is.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like something that's likely to die in one hit, especially on Mega, because it has split defense of 110.
Right.
Like, I think a lot of like the Megas, like for me with like Mega Heracross, right, or Mega Beedrill on the extreme example, are mons that are kind of, they're megaing as like, if I do not boost, I do not stall, I do not, like, it's if I do not sweep, I do not win.
Right. Also, I think I have it wrong on the graphic here. Chandelure was only 8 points.
Yeah, great pick for 8.
So yeah, this is an 8-pointer, not a 10-pointer. So yeah, even more valuable there for you know what we're getting with Chandelure. And then Clover was next, who got Hippowdon for 13, which it's crazy that this thing is as meta as it is, because like I would not expect Hippowdon to be, you know, one of the top tier picks, but I guess just like the power of Sand, like the trapping moves are so good in this game. And obviously there's just not a whole lot of ground types. So once you get past Garchomp, like, you know, it's kind of slim pickings. So snagging.
One thing I will say, shout out to Clover for this pick of EQ. I don't think they can make a Pokemon game where EQ is not good.
Yeah.
Like Earthquake is always going to be the ground type move, the ground type coverage move. It's phenomenal for what it is. And then we also have Dig. And in this game, there's like some merit in having stacking up on stab moves just because their cooldowns exist. So you want to like use Earthquake whilst Dig is recharging. So you can do that. But the most important thing on this is, of course, it gets all the coverage of like Fire Fang, Ice Fang, Thunder Fang. But it has Heavy Slam, which is one of the best moves in ZA by far, especially on heavy bastards like this. And then if you really want, you can run Stealth Rock, which I think is also pretty good in this game.
Right. Yeah, it's just annoying to deal with. I think Hippowdon just an annoying to deal with Pokemon. So
yeah,
solid.
I wish
there.
Whirlwind or Roar were funnier in this game, but they're just like AoE. They just shove you back, which isn't really impactful, but it's pretty funny.
Yeah. It's funny that there's the option there. Then Fur, speaking of big boys that can heavy slam, picking up Aggron for 8 points.
Yeah, the first on the draft to round out and finalize their Dragon Fairy Steel core.
Yeah, just got it right off the bat. Garchomp, Floette into Aggron. So I don't know if that was intentional or unintentional, but they got it.
I believe in Fur. I think it was intentional. I think pretty much one of the best, offensively speaking, the best dragon and fairy you could possibly have.
Yeah, certainly.
I think Clefable is a better fairy type, but not offensively.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Aggron having that much special bulk, like you were saying, in a game that's filled with a lot of, or not special bulk, that much defensive bulk in a game that's filled with a lot of defensive Pokemon, you could mega boost it up even higher, remove your 4 times weakness to fighting and ground. Like, this thing might just live forever. I don't know.
Type entirely.
Yeah, screw that rock typing. I don't know. I think Aggron could be pretty solid. I think, especially if it megas, like I feel like it's gonna be hard to get rid of. Because it just threatens a lot of the like fire types that would come in to try and like melt it on the special side. You know, like if I throw in Chandelure, I might just die to like, you know, freaking Stone Edge or something.
Definitely a possibility. So I'm, you know, because while you have this pulled up, obviously it gets Iron Head, but you're more likely to run Heavy Slam than anything else. It gets Head Smash. It gets Dragon Claw, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Fire Punch, of course, Dig, Body Slam, Stealth Rock. It gets Earth Power if you want to get crazy. It gets Giga Impact. It gets Shadow Claw. It gets Stone Edge, EQ, Bulldoze, Outrage. Like, honestly, Aggron gets way more covers than I ever would have guessed.
Yeah, pretty deep.
Even has some weird special attacking moves like Solar Beam and Flamethrower.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd pull those out.
Yeah, probably not.
If you want to run Focus Blast, Blizzard, Thunder, Hydro Pump, Dragon, like why can he learn these?
That's a good question.
But he does have Brick Break. I think that's important too.
Yeah, smash through the screens. That's definitely going to be valuable in like a few matchups, I feel like. Probably a lot of matchups. I don't know. It didn't seem like, based on people's drafting, it did not seem like screens were necessarily a priority for everybody as much as they were for like you and me.
Yeah, you and I definitely talk about this. I mean, that's how the draft league came to be, of us talking about ZA meta. And CJ, I don't think he knows it, but we can talk about that later. He has a great screen setter.
Let's see. We got to get there first, but then we had your next pick with Slowbro for
I am
2 points.
very happy with this pick. Slowbro, 95 HP, 110 defense. I didn't really want a lot of special attackers, but Slowbro is, as I said before, a bastard, which as soon as I drafted Clefable, my idea was to have a bastard team with like a few heavy hitters that just can blow things up.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of safe switches, which is kind of my philosophy on it. Surf is massive in this game.
That's why all the water types got buffed just because Surf is so good. Like they all got a few extra points. Like, yeah. All the traditional water type HMs are just. I mean, they've always been good moves, no matter what.
I don't love special attackers in this game, but there are certain moves that I think are great. Like Surf and Psychic are pretty much just not going to miss. I just hate like the little projectile ball special attackings from like Aura Sphere, which misses quite a bit in this game.
Right.
Which is
the move
very
that's
funny.
not supposed to miss.
Yeah. We can also be running Focus Blast, Blizzard, Ice Beam. He can have Nasty Plot. He can have Calm Mind. He can, like, he has a lot of big moves that deal damage, that nice coverage that I can switch out interchangeably from week to week.
Right.
And, I mean, I don't think I'm going to run, like, a lot of, like, the other attack buffs. I don't think I need to run, like, Nasty Plot. I don't know. Amnesia is a possibility.
Yeah. Yeah, if you really just want to stick around, never die.
Yeah, Substitute isn't very good in this game. That is an option. But one thing that I think is very obnoxious with my team is I have Wish Clefable if I really want to.
Oh, yeah.
And I can send anything into that.
Right.
That if I think is going to be good. Clefable is such a thing to switch into when I still have one switch left, from screens to Wish to Moonlight, I think is what it has. I don't remember if it's Moonlight Recover. But yeah, it's my team. I kind of focus on bulk, and I got it. I didn't need a full bulk team, but like between Clefable and this,
right,
they cover each other well too.
Yeah, it's gonna be scary. Yeah, Slowbro is just gonna be tough to take down. Super annoying Mon, like you said. You're loading up on annoying Mons here. Clefable, Slowbro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the poison and steel types that want to go into Clefable, so Slowbro does really well into both of those.
Yeah, you can swap into both those and threaten, especially the poison types. Let's see. Then we have Mari with Greninja for 10 points. Another fast special attacker, like kind of a mixed attacker. Do we have Mega Greninja, right? Like she can use that.
Yeah. We even have Mega Chestnut allowed.
Okay, but he's just not out yet.
No, not out yet. But it felt weird excluding Chestnut. Everything in the DLC is going to be banned. But
gotcha.
Greninja is fair game, and Water Shuriken is very good. Like Rock Blast or Pin Missile, it hits a lot, and I think it's like a 3-second recovery move. Like you can spam that.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah,
maybe not 3. It might be 3. It's very good though.
3, yeah. let's see. Maybe it'll show. ZA. Water Shuriken. Yep, 3.
Yeah.
That's pretty dang good.
Oh, okay. I see. When it says move tutor moves, I'm looking on DB. I think they interpret that as Evo moves.
Oh, they definitely do.
So I think Imbor gets Power Up Punch on Evo. That makes sense.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Or I think Pignite gets it on Evo.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Greninja's very good. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think another solid pick. A lot of water types. This I mean 3. Yeah, I guess not. I was thinking more. I was already thinking. Yeah. One of my picks. I thought my pick was a water type. But yeah, I mean. A lot of the good waters going off. Like you see this a lot in like fantasy football where you'll start to see runs on like quarterbacks start getting taken. You're like, well, I need to get a quarterback. So I don't know how much of that plays in here. It's like Starmie goes and then you're like, well, I need to make sure I get my water type. So you pick Slowbro and then Mari's like, well, I need to make sure I get my water type. And then you get Greninja. So
I think Mari kind of stayed around like Clover kind of picked a lot of like same tier Pokemon for the first few rounds. I think great draft strategy. I really like how Mari's team starts to round out around like draft 4 or 5.
Yeah.
But I think with Greninja, just great special attacker, but it's a starter, so it has great coverage. That's just kind of what every starter has. And this guy, I think the thing with Greninja, it gets a lot of strange coverage moves, like Gunk Shot, for example.
Right.
It gets Blizzard. It gets U-Turn, which is okay in this guy. I think it can dodge attacks with U-Turn, definitely.
It's a mon where it's like, dang, it'd be nice to have Protean. I wish I could still use that.
Protean would definitely be good in this game. But yeah, moves like U-Turn where like hits and then would normally return and swap. In this format, they attack and then return to their trainer. But there's also like an additional strategy as send it off to attack and then you, the trainer, run away from the battle.
Right.
And it will usually dodge whatever they're going to send at you.
That's probably where like, I feel like the high speed mons that have those switching moves, that's probably where they get their most value. Like they just run in, they hit you with U-turn, Volt Switch, whatever, and then they just come right back to you. So maybe I'm just gonna be chasing around stupid Jolteon like all week.
Yeah, maybe. I think one thing with Mari's team, or specifically Greninja that we mentioned with Maloney's team, is Greninja can definitely run mixed sets if you really want it to.
Yeah.
You could make it a physical attacker. You can make it a special attacker. You can make it a sword stance sweeper. You can run Brick Break. You can make it a special attacker with Brick Break to get through screens if you really want to.
Yeah. A lot of different options for Greninja. And it's cool.
Or you could be annoying. You could just spam U-turn spikes, toxic spikes.
Yeah. Honestly, the runaway strat, that might work. I'm down to see some runaround strats.
Yeah, if Mari wants to be really annoying, I think the set you could run is spikes, toxic spikes, U-turn. I'm trying to think of the funniest fourth move to bring out.
They take a bajillion
it could be
damage.
protect. It could be double team.
Yeah. Just become if you get really good at like timing your protects. That could be the four slots you run.
Or the funny fourth move might be taunt. Just prevent them from counter stalling you out.
Right.
You could make this an all status Greninja and it wouldn't even be the worst thing.
Yeah. Well, now I'm running taunt against Mari's Greninja.
Yeah, just whoever gets it off first.
The taunt wars. I'm gonna pause. Okay, and then CJ rounding out round 3 with Alakazam for 8 points.
Look, I know we always say CJ is like the wild card drafter, and I promise you, like when CJ talked to me about this, he was like, "Yeah, I'll do it, even though I'll probably get last." Like CJ finish draft, like we can see at the finish draft. I think CJ had a pretty good draft. All things considered.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think CJ had a very strong like middle of the draft, just looking at it, which we haven't even gotten into yet. But like, I really like the Charizard pick. I think for Alligator's good. Like, you know, I just think having like a good water type is something that I would value a lot.
When you mega for Alligator, you're essentially giving him huge power and the dragon typing. Right. Is how I see it.
Yeah. That's like the only thing that I see about this like Alakazam pick, because I just don't know. Like, I feel like Alakazam seems like a Pokemon that kind of wants to Mega Evolve. And like you've already drafted two Pokemon that really Mega Evolved. Really?
So, I think Alakazam is a supportmon in this format.
Oh, okay.
I think CJ, if you're listening, I think you lead with Alakazam. It's very risky. It's like it is more risky than me and Braden's screen setters, or Maloney for God knows. Alakazam, you want to take the stage and set Reflect first. Because screens are so powerful. We haven't fully explained why, but just they add resistances to physical and special moves, Reflect and Light Screen respectively, and they just like mitigate damage on a macro scale, and it even transfers on any switches for an X amount of time. If you use a plus move variant of it, it lasts for longer. And just the fact that you can transfer your screens just makes your opening so strong. Maybe not every single time, but I definitely think people pick up on a nice comfort pick.
Right.
But with Alakazam, obviously, the thing that sucks about him is he is famously frail. Low HP, pitiful defense. This is Gen 1 when everything is min-maxed.
I guess if you're running it as like a screen setting lead, you'd probably just slap like Focus Sash on it, throw up Reflect, then get Light Screen as your... Well, but then I guess you do want to be able to like switch out to... I don't know. I guess it just seems hard it seems hard for me to imagine like a screen, like even through Reflect with only 55 HP, 45 defense, I feel like it's just gonna die. Like if people are...
or maybe you do just want to mega it and just like Imbor, just try to kill something.
Yeah,
because you could run Focus Blast, Gleam, Shadow Ball,
right?
Energy Ball even.
Yeah.
And Psychic is going to hit like I don't know. You could run Alakazam a number of ways. I like it as a support mon or like a support attacker.
I'll be curious to see how
probably throw screens and Psychic maybe.
CJ's team, I think the thing that makes me think CJ's team is so funny, it comes across as like such a Gen 1er Pokemon team, like Feraligatr, Charizard, Alakazam. Yeah, it's like I don't know, but he'll buck the trend. I promise.
Yeah,
I believe in the goated Go-Goats. I mean, you with a name like that, you have to believe.
I think CJ has a very good draft.
And then to wrap up round 3, you can see the point totals. Some are starting to get very low. Pixie's already down to 14. Everybody else, 21. I mean, Maloney's only at 20. You're at 21. I think the thing that surprised me is because Pixie got so low so quickly, I didn't realize how low that you and Maloney got as well. Like, rather quickly.
I noticed this as we were drafting, and I was feeling a little bad, but I really liked my core where I didn't feel bad. But you can see this next draft wave is where I start consciously drafting.
Pulling back. It sucks for Siren that like saving all of those points just... There's like not really anything good left to use them on. Like you have all these points saved up, but then you're not really rewarded, unfortunately, for saving.
Yeah, ZA just doesn't have enough great Pokemon that can't be purchased in like wave 1, 2, or 3.
Not enough great Pokemon, and there aren't the tools to make Pokemon great. There's no abilities, moves function completely differently.
Sure.
We're playing
like, now imagine if I had Regenerator on my Slowbro,
Yeah, oh my god. I would just quit. Like at that point, Slowbro would be in the 20-point tier. Like,
yeah.
It would just be so unfair.
Give me abilities and my team becomes infinitely more obnoxious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Winner and loser.
Oh yeah. Let's see.
I kind of like Delphox.
I was gonna say Delphox. Yeah, I really like Delphox. Clover,
I personally really like my Slowbro pick here.
Yeah, I like my pick too.
It was the right time to grab him because I thought about getting something else here, but I didn't want to risk losing Slowbro to like pick 4.
This one, I feel like it's hard for me to pick a loser in this one. I feel like this was like the strongest overall round that anybody had.
I agree. I'm fine to say no loser. Just be nice.
I would only say like Pixies just for the reason of like going that low that early. It feels like bad draft strategy, but again, like it might be the correct
I'm fine
strategy.
to say that. I'm fine to say Salamence is a loser, not because the mon is bad, but just because
I don't
think she
had
the points to invest in that. Like, keep in mind, she just bought Salamence for 13. That was half of her remaining points.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like it kind of like with what we picked Jolteon last round. It's not necessarily like it's the value of the Mon that
it's the wrong time to draft Salamence.
Yeah. Like especially when there are other options available. Like if you wanted a Dragon type, you didn't have to splurge on the 13 point.
You could have gotten Tyrantrum.
You could have gotten Tyrantrum. Anyways, moving on to round 4. I wonder if that'll be relevant. We start off with Crocodile. Look at this guy. No, CJ dropping the Gen 1er label, getting a Pokemon from Gen 5.
Which is essentially Gen 1 2.
Which is Gen 1 2.0. But
CJ has a great draft.
Like following up the Psychic type, getting a probably, in my opinion, the best like budget ground type that was out there.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
I think
because Garchomp is a massive 16 points.
Garchomp and Excadrill.
To think that this is a budget Garchomp for half the value is kind of incredible.
Exactly. So I think this was like the right time to snag this. I would have been very interested in Crocodile. Like this is where I think Crocodile is such a pick that like it was just such a good time to draft it, because had this fallen, like someone like me, Clover, or Siren, like the people that save their points, this is something we could have gotten like round 7, 6, 7, 8, you know, somewhere around there. But so I think CJ getting this now is really valuable.
I agree. This was on my radar for this round.
Yeah.
I was tempted to take Crocodile here. It was between Crocodile or Scizor for me. And this one, I don't know. We don't need to explain what Crocodile does because we kind of explained what Garchomp does earlier.
Yeah, exactly. It's
less versatile with no Mega, no Dragon typing, but the Dark type can be relevant, especially against like a Metagross. Like this thing kind of hard counters a threat like Metagross.
Really good into Metagross. Like if this is if you're getting your Metagross answer for 8 points, I think that's super valuable. And that is something.
I don't
like
think
when there is
60 points, I don't think I got a point pick as good. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I was just gonna say that like when you have a Mon that is so dominant and that is harder to just like find, like with Gyarados you can just find like random electric coverage. Garchomp you can probably find like random. Metagross is a Pokemon that you almost have to dedicate an entire slot to, and I think getting a really good Dark type, like in this case Crocodile, I think that is something that you can kind of use against the Metagross player, especially like even if Crocodile only comes 1 week and you're using it to beat Metagross and it fills that role, like I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know what I actually just noticed? I was gonna say, because CJ finishes his Fire Water Grass core and he nearly finishes his Fairy Dragon Steel core, because we'll get to that later. This pick, I think it's great. I think CJ comes in a wild card every single time, and by round 4 I think he has one of the most coherent teams.
Like if you just look at the point breakdown, 10 points for Feraligatr first round, 13 Charizard, 8 Alakazam, and then 8 Crocodile, really benefited from not splurging on one of the super expensive Mons. So this is like the flexibility you're afforded when you have when you did that, which is CJ? Another reason. So just to like really take it back to round 1 and like some of the draft strategy, like Siren going the 10-pointer round 1, by the time it like snakes back to you in round 4, like if you look at CJ able to draft 10, 13, 8, 8, Siren, a little bit of spoilers here, only gets 10, 8, 6, 3. So the value, like you just don't, like when you're that high in the draft order, you almost need to draft something that's like high value to feel like you're getting the same kind of breakdown of Pokemon here.
Yeah, I was late in the draft and I drafted like I was early in the draft by that logic.
We'll see how it goes.
Big points. Yeah.
All right, then Mari pulls up with the Gallade, another fighting type. No wonder I was like, man, there's no good fighting types, because Mari just hoarded them all.
Yeah, Mari got Gallade, which I think Gallade is kind of great into Draft League simply because this famously has like, 4-move syndrome to the X degree where I don't know, Gallade can really learn pretty much
it just gets everything,
every physical move in the game.
Like just upon I mean, you get You get your fighting and your psychic stab. You get grass type moves with leaf blade. You get that aerial ace that she's probably going to bring in the matchup you're weak.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, just it gets a lot. Let's see, guy, all the
it gets coverage you just look against types that would normally beat it as well.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if you necessarily want to bring Gallade into like flying types or anything like that, or you know.
Yeah.
Or I'm trying to think of like any other types, but
yeah, you're probably not, but
yeah, it is weird to be weak against Fairy as Gallade. That's something I always forget about just because of Gardevoir.
Right.
But I think one thing Mari needs to know is I spot this like when I was drafting for this game. I think Brick Break is such an incredibly important move that I would make sure to bring Brick Break on nearly every team, especially like me, Brayden, and CJ. Just or Maloney just too, yeah. Being able to break through screens is so important.
Right. Yeah, that like once, and I think that screens are something that maybe you don't see it as much week 1, and then by like week 3, everybody's trying to run screens. I could honestly see people like dropping some of their 1-pointers and being like, okay, I need to get a screen setter, and then just trying to get some like unevolved Pokemon that they can just slap an Eviolite onto. And, yeah. Just try and get screens up.
I thought about drafting Kadabra at the end of it.
Yeah. I mean, like we're saying, if you're just slapping a focus sash onto Alakazam and throwing it on screens, maybe you do the same with Kadabra.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do here. Gallade's just so versatile.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another just a good draft mon that has versatility that it's gonna be hard to prep for. Like I will just assume that Mari has the perfect Gallade set to counter whatever I want to do that given week.
Yeah, you just be scared on whatever you swap into. Like it's hard to swap into because I'm sure like any counter you have that offensively counters Gallade's defenses probably has some random coverage move for you.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, and then you follow that up with the very red Scizor.
Yeah. Oh, so this was something I was scared of because at this point I drafted 2 bugs with Heracross.
Yeah, you're putting a lot on Slowbro's shoulders. Like you're basically tempting all the fire types to come in your matchup.
This was a mon that I was like, I'm running out of steel types, and I try to like look at because again my draft just got so tossed out of order of what I expected, and at this point I think this is like the first draft pick where I don't even feel like great about it. I don't like having quad weaknesses ever. Like in VGC, in Nuzlocke, I love avoiding quad weaknesses because they scare me. And with this, fire is a pretty common type that random mons can learn flamethrower or something like that.
Yeah.
And
especially like the Gen 1
I think this is a fire resist for me, very. And I think with Scizor, I like the threat that he can do to a lot of the fairy types. So I think Scizor is more of like a niche matchup pick for me. I think like I'd bring this into like Floette Eternal.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you bring this into like Floette Eternal, you just slap Bullet Punch on it. You're like Bullet Punch Metal Claw or something. And, I feel like you're doing. Yeah. You're sitting kind of pretty. Like the low cooldown, like physical moves probably do super well on
SD Bullet types. Punch if you really want to.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I think
I don't.
It's just a matchup check.
I don't want like.
Oh,
you go.
Yeah, sorry, but yeah, no, I think which is what you want for 6 points, right? Like you want to be able to have mons that are like feel super good into some matchups, but like into some of these you're probably never bringing them. I guess anybody that like locked down some of the really good fire types, you're probably.
Scizor, I think for 6 points is a great pick. Like I'm happy with what I drafted. I just wonder if Scizor could have been a mon I drafted 1 turn later, maybe.
Yeah.
I just kind of had a feeling I wouldn't be able to. Because what's funny was another mon I was looking at was Tyrantrum for 4 points. He was pretty low, right?
Very, very low, I think.
It's so funny because I wanted Scizor here or Tyrantrum, and I thought Scizor was more likely to not go under the radar than Tyrantrum. So I was kind of gonna see if I could sneak that in round 5. That was my plan.
Yeah, the danger of draft. See it if you can sneak past it.
Yeah. So, anyways, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe it'll fall to you. I don't know. We don't know these things yet.
Yeah. We can take a look at the OKC Outrage logo and see if I get Tyrantrum.
Look, maybe I just really like Tyrantrum. Okay, I just wanted to use it in my logo. Fur, might as well call it 2580s because holy moly, it's Glalie.
Yeah.
6 points
First
for Glalie.
Questionable draft pick from Fleur Fur.
Yeah, like this is another one that just feels too high. Glalie for 6 feels too high to me.
I think Glalie doesn't excel in anything, obviously, given the stats.
Right.
I don't think its Mega fixes that problem either.
Right.
And the other thing about Glalie is that when you look at first team, if someone else had Garchomp and you want to draft Glalie, I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't think Glalie gets a lot of value against sure, Dragonite, Salamence, but it's just so different. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just one of those Pokemon where it's like if you're trying to be good at everything, you can't be good at anything, and that's kind of what Glalie showing off right here. It just doesn't.
Yeah, you can't even have it as an Explosion Mon in this format because I can see how Explosion could be valuable, but in a format like this, if you use Explosion, you give them a point.
Also, just coming off base 80 attack, we're not in Gen 3 no more. These booms aren't going off the way they used to.
Also, I could be wrong. I assume that's how it works. I've not seen Explosion on ladder. What if you die to Recoil or Explosion? Does that count as a point for your opponent? If it doesn't, Glalie suddenly goes up in value.
If it doesn't, then maybe just a last-ditch Hail Mary.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Fur definitely does not know the answer to that when drafting, though. But maybe there's something there.
Fur knows something we don't with Glalie.
Actually, one thing I will say about Glalie that I just learned it gets freeze dry.
Maybe it's the freeze dry. It's the freeze dry Mon. Freeze dry is very good.
It's a great move.
Yeah. I'm trying to think about the other ice types that were left that maybe you could have gotten it. Frostlass for 3. Is Glalie really 3 points better than Frostlass? I don't know.
I mean, Avalugg for 8 points is still on the board.
Avalugg for 8. I feel like would have been a good pick here. Yeah, if you really wanted an ice type, ice isn't necessarily a type that I feel like you need. Just because like I said earlier, a lot of mons get ice type coverage, and then ice type itself is just not very valuable to have on your Pokemon.
Also, it's different in 1v1s than FFA, which is kind of what the ladder regulation is.
Right.
Because sniping 3 mons with an ice beam is just not going, that same amount of impact and effectiveness is not going to happen.
I'm only targeting down 1v1. The ice type. The ice type doesn't get to run away like a little coward and fire off ice beams from super far away. So yeah, probably I think all ice types just got a little nerfed in this.
Yeah.
I already Clover spoiled it. Yep, Clover doubling up on ground types to pick up Camerupt here. I found that a little surprising. I wonder if it was just there's no more fire types left. I feel like I need to do this type of thing.
I mean, I also drafted 2 bugs.
Yeah.
Wait, actually, no, you're wrong. This Camerupt is Clover's 5th draft pick, right?
This is round.
This is 4th.
I'm looking at it on the draft sheet from. It was 4th.
Oh, okay. Then I messed up on my tools. Never mind. Okay, you're right.
Yeah. Camerupt was 4th overall for Clover.
Okay, gotcha. I messed up.
Pick. Gotcha. Yeah, it is surprising to see the ground types go back to back, because I feel like once you
quite literally back to back.
Yeah, once you secure Hippowdon, I'm like, you're kind of good there. I guess it's I don't want Flareon, right? I mean, I think that's the only fire type.
There's a lot of power in denial, you could say.
Yeah. You realize
we have such limited ground types, and Clover owns 2 of them. It also gives them great trading power as well.
Mm-hmm. I wonder. I feel like this would have been a better pick if you were. I'm trying to think. I don't know. This is one that made me go, I don't really know. I don't really see. I think Camerupt is good in a vacuum, but it's just that it was like the back-to-back 2 ground types. Like you're all of a sudden making your team very weak to water now. Like, and I don't know if Dragalge is going to be able to, because like I was saying, all the water types just get ice type coverage. So it's like I'm just gonna bring ice type coverage on my water type and then feel fine in that.
Now that
matchup.
I've looked at the rest of Clover's draft, mild spoilers, they never really get an answer to water.
Yeah, Clover's team. I remember as I was building this, I was like, man, a grass type would have gone a long ways here.
Yeah,
but I guess that
Clover
like
right
an
now,
electric type
I would look
or
at the
something.
wire.
Yeah.
I would.
That's the
Bailey's
problem, though.
looking kind of nice suddenly.
There's really.
Also, Clover at this point could have drafted Roserade for I think 8 points, and I think that probably would have been the best thing they could have done.
Roserade's only 4.
4? Oh my god!
Yeah,
I think you take Roserade right
Could have
here.
gotten Roserade for 4. Because yeah, like Stunfisk 3, another ground type. Alolan Raichu for 4. I think I would have liked an Alolan Raichu pick here. Just something that's maybe a little bit more punishing into all the water types. Because just doubling down on a weakness. I mean, maybe that's just a lot of faith in Dragalge. That might be like, okay, I believe in Dragalge to deal with this for me. But yeah, like, I don't know. This one's hard. It could have been a deny. It could have been a total denial pick, but 10 points for a denial pick is just very pricey.
Yeah.
So,
it is a fire type. Like, there are slightly different niches that they fill.
Yeah.
Like, Camerupt does something that Camerupt can't do, or Camerupt does something Hippowdon can't do.
Right.
But Hippowdon doesn't do anything that Camerupt can't do. I don't know. Just draft Camerupt at that point.
Yeah,
I think.
that's my thing. It's like I would have preferred to see round 3 Camerupt, round 4, like you have the 3 extra points to win
Anything. Yeah.
All right, enough foreplay. Here he is. The big boy finally comes home. Tyrantrum for only 4 points. The man, the myth, the legend, the logo, as they call him. Tyrantrum finally comes home.
Yeah.
I love this pick. This is my favorite.
Tyrantrum is great. I also, I wanted Tyrantrum. I thought it was a sneaky pick.
Yeah.
Pixie gasped when you drafted this because she had like a shiny Tyrant. She had an alpha Tyrant. She loved that mon so much. It made ZA made Tyrant become one of her favorite mons of all time. So
well, now
you took this from her, and it wasn't just like one of her favorites. It's a new favorite. So she's very attached to it.
Well, my goal is to make it one of her least favorites by demolishing her team with it. Because this was like, so peek behind the curtain, Pixie wanted to just straight up trade Salamence for Tyrantrum at the end of the draft, which doesn't work because of point values. And 2, I don't even think I'd want to, because Tyrantrum is a 4 times fire resist to both Skarmory and Meganium, who are weak to fire. I think Rock Dragon typing is actually quite decent. I really like the offensive coverage that it gives me. I just really like Tyrantrum, and for only 4 points, like, there was no way that I was getting rid of it, and I just think it looks cool, and so I made
You
an
grinded
awesome
out
logo.
for the shiny Tyrant fossil.
I did grind out. I got shiny Tyrant to match the logo, so like I'm ready to go. Me and my boy Tyrantrum, we're going for it. So
I also want to preface this heavily that Pixie wanted Tyrantrum so badly, and to the point of offering her 13-point mon for your 4-point mon, which just is such a drafting disaster.
Right.
If we would have allowed that to happen,
right.
or if Commissioner Rick would have allowed that to happen. And you said no on principle, but also I think Tyrantrum fits your team better.
I really
However,
like
Pixie, I think in this mindset was so married to the idea of like, I want Tyrantrum. I can't have them. What's the next fossil mon I can draft?
Oh no.
Next slide, please.
It hurts my eyes. Oh god.
Pixie, I love you, but I think this is the worst draft pick so far.
Gun to my head, I'm not picking Aurora.
If I have 2 points left and they say you can get an 11th mon, I say I'm good.
Yeah. It's rough out there for poor Auroras.
Yeah.
This Pokemon is not it. I'm sorry. But
Like,
this is also...
let me rephrase that. I think if you have this niche and you have 2 points remaining and you want Auroras, I understand drafting it. but we are still in the middle of the draft where there's a lot of strength, even at this point value, that is still a rock unturned.
That is this is the big issue with Pixie's drafting strategy is this is now 2 points is your average. Like there's 7 picks left. You only have 14 points. Like this is the average Pokemon for you to be available to you. So it's like, it is just, it's going to be slim pickings. So like, this is kind of, you made your bed, now lay in it, right? Like,
you could have grabbed like a 3 or 4 at this point and then drafted cheaper going on.
Well, also,
getting a 2-point round 4.
Yeah, I'm just gonna spoil the round 8 pick here. Pixie picked Frostlass round 8. Like, if you're gonna pick an ice type, do Frostlass here, and then just leave Aurorus behind, because that is that is not doing anything for you.
Yeah, Frostlass is frail, but Aurorus is just bad.
Aurorus is frail too with that typing. Like, my God. Like,
well, that's what I mean. Like, it's frail by stats. This thing is frail by the typing.
Yeah.
And
yeah, it's a rough one.
Like, because you could even argue that like Ice Ghost is like a good typing in a vacuum.
Yeah, like,
or a powerful offensive typing.
Well, yeah, it is, and like I think that's why Frostlass works and Aurorus doesn't. Like, Rock Ice is a very offensive typing on a Mon that's built to be like bulk. It's 123 HP, 92 special defense. Like, this is not a Pokemon that stat distribution wants to be a Rock Ice type, right? So, it's sad. It's sad to look at. My eyes are hurting. So let's move on. Speaking of Mons that can actually take some hits. Maloney with the 4-point Steelix.
Great pick.
One that I would have loved to get if I hadn't gotten Skarmory pick 1, I'd probably pick Steelix later on in the draft. Like, it's a really good steel type. It's another ground type, like we were saying. And for only 4 points, like, I love this pick.
I also think for Maloney, he also has Metagross at this point. But when he drafted Steelix, that made me regret my Scizor pick. I think Steelix would have really helped my team in place of Scizor.
Yeah.
I think this made me realize, like, I just got so flustered with my improv draft where I was like, I wish I got Steelix instead of Scizor.
That Steelix is one that I feel like kind of slipped through the cracks and fell to Maloney. Yeah. Like, I think this is... Because Maloney's used a lot of points at this point, so to be able to find Steelix for only 4 points is, I feel like, very, very strong. This is a Mon where, I'm going to say it, unironically, Quick Claw Steelix might have some sauce.
It's very funny, but we've come around where, like, this 30 speed, putting Quick Claw on Steelix is genuinely, and I mean this with no sarcasm or irony, very strong. I was really hoping it fell to you just so you could bring it up. Just so we could use it.
It would have been a good full circle moment, but it didn't happen. I'm very happy with my 4-point Mon though in this round, so I can live with not getting this. I'm glad we can move on from this. And then Smith with the 4-point Gengar. I like this pick. I think Gengar for only 4 points. Again, it's just like it's the value proposition of everything. Like, this is kind of what, like, I feel like Gengar feels similarly to Jolteon, where it's just like frail, fast, but it hits a lot harder, and I feel like it matches up better into a lot of things, and it's 6 points less. So I think Gengar is cool.
Deadass, I'm sorry, I'm still pondering. I might ask Loney to trade Scizor for Steelix. I don't think he would, but Scizor is 2 more points. Right? We'll see. We'll
see what happens.
Yeah.
Got any thoughts on Gengar though?
I think I'll say the same thing I said about a lot of Mons, where I think having low physical defense is just scary in this game. Again, Gen 1, min-maxed and everything like that, where he's a special attacker who's fast, and Gengar famously gets a lot of coverage moves. I just feel like a lot of Gen 1 gets good coverage moves.
They just were given, like, they're like, yeah, you can learn all the TMs.
Yeah.
That's kind of what they did in Gen 1.
I think Focus Blast being a good move in this game, or better move. And I think Giga Drain, a lot of random coverage moves that Gengar can get that I think are pretty good.
Yeah.
I think Toxic is worth running.
Yeah.
I think something funny that I don't know if this is necessarily the right idea, but in a format like this, Perish Song does have some strength if you can count how many times your opponent switches.
Yeah, no, for sure.
If you bring out Perish Song, you can just stall them out and run away. You can even switch if you have a remainder switch, and that one guarantee, like, you obviously slow the pace of the match down greatly by doing that.
Yeah.
So as a result, if a game finishes on average of like 2-4 or 3-5 or 4-4 or something like that,
right?
If you play the speed of the game like that, it's probably going to slow the game down to a 1-0 or 2-1 kind of match, and that's not a bad thing,
right?
But Perish Song in this game, it takes 30 seconds, which I think the time for these matches are 3 minutes. And if you're dedicating 30 seconds to running around, you're wasting 1/6 of the total match time. So you slow these games down to a halt, and all it requires you to do is count, and then you can use even protect and detact or whatever, or substitute if you want to get crazy with this. But it's really, I think Perish Song has a lot of value in it. Absol can learn it, as a heads up. And with Gengar, the hard part is that I just don't think he has the physical bulk to be a Perish Trap, because Perish Trapping is different in this game than VGC.
Yeah, you can still Perish Trap. I feel like this is a Pokemon. This is like a pick where I feel like on a bulkier team that forces switches would be really good. Like you force you have these like unbreakable walls. Your opponent feels like they need to switch. You bait out all of their switches, then you throw in Gengar, and then you Perish Song. So maybe that would have been, because like Smith's team is pretty frail up to this point. Like you have you have Jolteon, Sylveon, who are more frail on the physical side, and then like obviously Excadrill.
Like imagine how much easier it would be to switch in VGC if there was like a 2 swap minimum.
Right. Yeah, you really have to commit to your swaps in this game. Yeah, which is just so different than, I mean, obviously like swapping is very impactful and committal anyways, but even more so when you have a limited amount of them. All right, and then rounding out round 4, Siren goes with Machamp, which for only 3 points feels like pretty good value, but
I agree.
This is where I think Siren's draft is probably banking on these low point total mons being worth more than their point totals would suggest.
Yeah,
because
I think
10, 8, 6, 3 is like low point.
There were a lot of high point mons at this point that I think still could have gone to Siren. I don't think we were at a point where we had to start drafting 3-pointers, especially with the person who's been the most conservative so far. Right. I think Manectric, Holucha, Avalugg,
Scrafty's here. Like if you're gonna pick a fighting type,
Scrafty over Machamp would make a massive difference.
Yeah. I think that could have changed a lot. I guess
fills
maybe
a similar role.
Yeah, you're thinking like dark type. You probably start worrying about like your fairy matchup. I mean, you have one like at this point, like Delphox is the glue that's holding your whole team together. Because you're like, I've got a lot. If you were to draft Scrafty, it's like, okay, I've got a lot of fighting type weaknesses. I've got a lot of fairy type weaknesses. Like, this is asking a lot of Delphox at that point. So
also Gleam is kind of like, I think the distribution for Gleam is like too large at this point. I feel like every mon with even like if you have at least 70 special attack, you get Gleam.
Yeah, I think I like it's a good budget pick, but Siren's team has just been so budget at this point. It's like, I want to see you spend all your points. I want go all in on something. But now we're at the point in the draft where there really isn't anything to go all in on. So,
I mean, I still think there are mons here that we can grab. I think like Umbreon, for example, is like a good defensive mon that could. I mean, we already have Dark type Tyranitar, sure, but I think like I'm looking at like there's Pidgeot, there's Scolipede, there's Electros, there's Galarian Slowbro, there's Plotzer. Like there's a lot of good bulk still on the board that we could grab, especially like the higher point. I think Avalugg, just went under a lot of people's radar.
I agree. You know what?
Barbanicle even gets the fighting type on Mega.
That's true. Yeah, that is a fighting type. I see the vision for Siren's pick. Her team was so weak to fighting, she was like, let me just take this off the board.
Just mono imano.
Yeah, I'm not letting anybody punch my Tyranitar in the face. Not with those 4 big arms.
Wouldn't it be really funny if she drafted Tyranitar in 9 fighting types just so no one else can?
Genius draft strategy. I want to see it. I want to see it. Well, that wraps up round 4. You can see the point totals here. Siren still has 33 points.
Yeah.
Almost halfway through the draft. Everybody else, we're starting to get some like low point values, low teens. Pixie with only 12 points. And then you and Maloney are kind of creeping it for very low, and then some like low 20s here. So Smith's still pretty good with 24.
we criticize Pixie, but I am also at 15.
Yeah.
I think my draft picks are still better than Pixie's, but I am very low in point total. Also, like even if I drafted Steelix here, I would have been at 17 instead of 15.
Yeah.
Which I think that's my biggest regret. If we're going winner and loser here, I don't want to give me loser, but I think I have probably like one of the second or third worst picks here, just because no one can beat Auroras.
Yeah, I think outside of that. So I said round 3. Was it round 3? Yeah, last round, it was really hard to find loser, or like it felt like a very strong round. This round is the complete opposite. I feel like this round is way worse. I don't like the Camerupt pick. I don't like the Aurora's pick. I don't like the Glalie pick. The Scizor pick is like situational. I don't
there
love
is some niche for Scizor. I don't think it's like awful. It's just I think there was a better option for me to fill a similar niche.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like I don't think yours even cracks like the bottom 5 picks on this round. Like I think you get more. Winner... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I want to give winner to you, I think.
I do love the Tyrantrum pick for my draft, personally.
You were Loney.
Yeah, I also like CJ. CJ's pick was really good, the Crocodile. I know it's been a while since we talked about it. But...
I think you, Loney, CJ, and Mari are like the good picks, and everything else is questionable.
The thing about Tyrantrum is it so perfectly completes my Dragon Fairy Steel Core, because it's like... It's a 4 times fire resist. My team was like both of those other 2 are so weak to fire. I just think
I don't want to give it to Loney because he has Metagross.
I also feel like Steelix you might have been able to wait a little bit on Steelix, but
yeah.
And again, it might just be like, well, Clover's snagging all the ground types. Maybe I just want to grab myself a ground type here and get the Steelix.
Yeah, I think I almost want to give it to CJ. You're right. I think Crocodile's a great pick, especially CJ has just a very solid draft at this point, more so than most.
CJ's draft feels like it towed that midline the best. Like no super high value picks, but just a lot of solid like mid picks, which which is a strategy I didn't think was going to work, but CJ's doing a pretty good job.
There are a few drafters who do that, but I think CJ did it the best. I agree.
Yeah. And now
I think Crocodile could be the winner here, or Tyrantrum. I think those are the 2 winners for me.
I would say, it's unfortunately slim pickings. This was not a strong round. I think at this point, people are starting the drafting fatigue might be setting in. Like it's hard to see the whole picture now as we're starting to get.
Aurora is definitely the worst of this league.
Definitely the worst. Yeah, definitely the worst.
If you drafted Aurora's like round 9 or 10, it's like always still in contention for worst. This is so early.
I'm looking at a bunch of the ones that get picked later on. I would rather have almost all of the ones than the Aurora's pick. And that leads us into round 5, where we have Mawile as the first pick. Again, Siren just allergic to spending points. This is such a hard one for me because like I love Mega Mawile so much. I feel like this should be a really good Pokemon, but giving it a little bit extra attack is not the same as having huge power.
I'm Mega Mawile aesthetically might be my favorite Mega of all time. Yeah. So I was kind of wanting to pick Mawile for a mascot mon later on. Just for the vibes. And it's kind of like the term we use in like just normal Pokemon is just like the Terra Hog, where you only get 1 Terra, or like Mega Hog, like, you're so limited to it. In this format, you're not necessarily limited to it, but that 3 points Mawile has is attributed to Mega Mawile, not Mawile.
And that's the thing that sucks. It's like I was saying earlier, you kind of want you want to feel like your Mega can do something outside of its Mega form, and Mawile just can't do that. Like at least in, you know, traditional VGC, you still have Intimidate on Switch. Like Mawile does have, you have like a good defensive profile in Steel Fairy. So like Mawile can still do things for you when it's not Mega Evolved, and then you could just Mega Evolve immediately. There's no, like, you don't ever have to worry about fighting as normal Mawile versus in like Zaw, that might come up. So it just loses a lot of value there. And like it's not like we're judging this on like a 10 point, you know, it wasn't a 10-point pick or anything like that. It was valued, I think, appropriately given that. So I think,
because you can bring up the value of Mawile and talk about how the only way you can make a Pokemon with a stat spread like this even remotely viable is by giving it huge power.
Yeah.
Because Megas just give you plus 100 stat points. And in this game, to circumnavigate, because Pokemon is aware of that balance decision, that any Mon with huge power, which is also how we found out Mega Starmie is supposed to have huge power, which once that has huge power, that's a different conversation.
Whoa, yeah.
Yeah. Did you not know that?
No.
Yeah.
That's really funny. Oh my God.
Yeah, because people noticed that Starmie got 140 stats on Mega Evolution, and then so did Mawile, which made people go, oh, that means Starmie has huge power on Mega, which that's terrifying whenever that comes to actualization.
I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, that's a different Mon at that point. You know, like everything we said about Mega Starmie is different once we see that a huge power on it. Anyways, but Mawile has, well, it's supposed to have like, I think it has 140 in this game. So I think that means it's supposed to have 100 attack with huge power.
Yeah, 147 in Zaw, 105 normally in Mega Mawile. Yeah. And like that, it's just not like adding extra 42 points. That's not the same as doubling the attack stat. It's not the same. Course. Like if you, even if you just look at the attack stats of some of the other, like freaking Heracross has 185. Like it's not even close, you know? Obviously not as good of a typing, but yeah, it's... Yeah,
Mawile is... I love Mega Mawile, but it's hard to pilot. That's all I can really say. It's just not that good without being... You're forced to Mega it. Is like, when you ask us what item do you want to use with like Salamence, Metagross, you know, Garchomp, we were like, you know, there's merit to not bringing the Mega or anything. But with Mawile, there is quite literally zero purpose to not using the Mega.
Yeah, if you see Mawile in Team Preview, you know what it's going to be. You know what it's going to be using. So, all right. And then Smith coming in with the hot 10-point Vaporeon here. I'm starting to notice a little trend. We are getting all the Eons.
At this point, you can tell Smith is committing to the Eon team the best they can.
Right. I respect it. I don't know how well it's going to work out, but I do respect it. Bulky Water.
I think they draft. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's just, I mean, this is like 10 points for a water. Like I know that Smith was doing it because they were committing to the Eon bit, but I'm like, you could probably get something very similar for not as many points. And I think that's what I would have liked to see.
Of the remaining ones, it becomes relevant later, but I think like even Blastoise or Clawitzer both kind of fill the Vaporeon niche if we're not like balling out right now.
Right. Blastoise, Clawitzer, Simipour, perhaps, you know, a little Simipour.
Yeah, Simipour, I think, even now went under the radar. Yeah. Because spoilers, that did not get drafted.
Was Simipour 6 or 8?
No water absorb, also.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, like I do think of all the evolutions Smith drafted, I probably still like the Sylveon pick the most just in terms of like the value. I think like getting a 6
Sylveon is just the best one. Yeah. With Umbreon in second, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just, you know, mono water type.
Coming to an Eon, I like Espeon here. I think that does something that I think there are fewer Mons like Espeon than there are Mons like Vaporeon.
Yeah, certainly in terms of like the Zaw decks, there's a lot. There's just a lot more water types to choose from than the psychic types that you get access to.
I mean, every Pokédex is always primarily water. Like that's always the most popular type because it's the most.
It is the most populous.
You
type.
have to fill the water.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of water in the world, so we got to put some Pokemon. We got to put some guys in there. But yeah, I don't think there's really anything else we can say about Vaporeon. Probably a little too expensive for my taste. And Maloney finally gets their goat, the logo,
the mascot,
Galarian Slowbro, for only 6 points. And this is Maloney's guy. This is who Maloney was running up ladder with. The poison type to counter all the...
It was very well known that Loney was going to be drafting this mon. It was just a matter of when.
Yeah, this one was like, sometimes you have the Pokemon that's like hands off. You're like, oh, somebody's going to get really mad if you draft this. I think I don't think Maloney would have gotten mad if somebody else had drafted. They would have been disappointed though.
Their game plan would change.
Definitely. But so, I mean, being able to get your mascot in the 5th round for a mon that you have like I would think that Galarian Slowbro is coming every single week for Maloney. I think that Maloney's going to make sure that there's always a set for Galarian Slowbro that he can bring it to from week to week. So,
yeah, I mean, this is pretty similar. It's more of an attacker than base Slowbro is. And the main difference is obviously the poison type instead of the water type, but he still gets all the water moves that Slowbro normally gets. So if you're locking in on physical attacker, he still gets waterfall. If you're locking in on special, he still gets surf. But now he gets new moves like sludge bomb and poison jab and gunk shot. And what's the
sidearm shell or whatever? I don't remember.
Yeah. But yeah, he gets a ton of coverage like normal Slowbro does, but this is a very hard mon to prepare for. Very versatile and strange typing, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think this is like, he was using it as the anti-fairy pick, so I think he's just licking his lips.
Anti-Gardevoir pick for ladder.
Yeah. I think he's just licking his lips, ready to fight all the fairy types in draft with this thing. So I'm excited to see it come out. I'm like excited to watch everybody's sets from week to week. I hope everybody like posts them so that we can watch, because I'm curious to like analyze people's play styles and stuff like that. See what sets they're
that's
fond
the scariest part.
Yeah.
Thunder Punch on this mon, I think, is very valuable. I think if you bring this to Pixie, you pretty much just lock in all your poison psychic moves, pick another coverage, and Thunder Punch. But also gets heal block and can set hazards if you really want to.
Yeah, it can do a lot. For a 6-point mon, it can do quite a bit.
Yeah.
And then speaking of Pixie, her next pick was Electros, which I'm much more of a fan of this than the Aurora's pick.
This is kind of what you would have expected last round for like 3 or 4 points.
I do think you're right. I think it was maybe just like a panic option. It's like, oh, I really wanted to get a fossil, so
I think Tyrantrum was in her mind, and Aurora's is so closely related to it, where that's just what we pick, even if it was not the right call.
This is like the reset button. This is like, okay, we're back to trying to draft with our limited pool of points.
Given what Pixie's wallet was, I think Electros is an excellent pick.
Yeah, like what we were saying with Jolteon, like I could have had Electros. We didn't even bring up Electros when we were talking about other electric types, because I didn't even see it. But 3 points for an electric type of this caliber, like I would much rather have this than Jolteon, especially for the 7-point difference.
I mean, if Smith drafted Electros in round 2, I think everyone else would have been like, oh goddamn, like they looked over it.
Yeah, right. I think that is a power. If you're drafting a 3-point mon in round 2, everybody else is like, what did I miss? You might be able to throw people's drafts off, like, oh, maybe I need to draft like a low budget mon to try and see what's going on here.
By like round 6 or 7, there were a good amount of like 10-point, 8-point mons that no one drafted and then no one could afford that you could just get for free. And yeah, in hindsight, I guess I think people, including me, kind of ignored Electros entirely, despite getting a Mega.
Yeah,
we just ignored it because it lost Levitate, and that's kind of the gimmick of this mon.
It lost
its being
gimmick.
The electric type with no weaknesses.
Right. Like it's always hard to be a mixed attacker, but the mixed attackers in draft, I like which one are they bringing? So I don't know. I think
it gets good moves.
Yeah, this to me is just a much better draft Pokemon than Aurora's. Aurora's just really not a good Pokemon in general, but definitely not a good draft Pokemon. And like Electros gets coverage, gets some setup, like it can just do more. It can just do more.
Dude, this thing gets close combat.
Yeah. No, Tyranitar, you better watch out. Electros is coming.
It does get Super Fang, which I feel like it also adds to how bulk is king in this format, because Super Fang does not do 50% in this game.
Oh, really? What does it do?
I don't even know.
Let's look it up.
I don't know. Because I've seen Super Fang happen, and it felt like 25 to 30% of my health went away.
I feel like they don't have... Let's see.
I actually don't know what it does in this game. But it looks about 25 to 30. I just don't know if it's a current or max.
All it says on Bulbapedia, the user attacks by chomping down on targets with its sharpened scissors or front fangs. The damage dealt by this move depends on target's HP. Like all the other descriptions
I think it is
say,
a percentage. It is not 50. I'll just tell you that.
Yeah, because literally every other description in all of Pokemon says that it cuts it in half, and this one does not.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know.
This is like, I think my guess is 25 to 30, like in that range.
Yeah, we got a lot to learn. There's a lot of mechanics that we need to learn about.
Yeah, we're missing out on a decade of meta research. It's so interesting how this draft league is deep for a lot of us.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, no, I like the. I like
the better coverage than Jolteon.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, I think Electros, if that's going to be your electric type, great value at 3 points.
Probably similar to Tyrantrum and Tyranitar for me, and just mons that I should have valued higher.
Yeah. No, I think this is Pixie's best pick, low key. Like, yeah, it's like I feel like it's like you don't get points for drafting Gyarados because like that's just a good Pokemon. Like, oh, I'm not giving the Spurs credit for drafting Victor Wembanyama. Like, oh, your scouting department, great job, you got the 6'6", 7'6" guy. But this one, I like this one. I like the Electros pick. Then my next pick, Scolipede for only 2 points. So to give a little insight into this pick. At this point in the draft, we were under the assumption, we had made a rule that when you drafted a Pokemon, you got the entire line of Pokemon. So I assumed that I was going to be able to use Eviolite Whirlipede or also potentially bring Scolipede, Mega Scolipede. So I thought for 2 points, this was incredible value. I could play like super lame Infestation Toxic set with, I guess I still could, with this Scolipede, like Agility, just do some like really weird tech with this thing. And then the Whirlipede especially. And for 10 points, I was like, that is a steal. I will take that. Obviously like another poison resist for Meganium. So I think Scolipede adds some pretty good synergy to my team, and it's only 2 points. Like getting a Mega for 2 points felt very strong in my opinion. So that's kind of
I mean, I was gonna let you talk about this because this is your mom.
Yeah, that's all I got to say about it.
I think it's a good
Scolipede.
pick. It did surprise me. Your round 4 and 5 pick surprised me, and in a good way. I think it's very, very strong, like Electros, where I just don't think the Mega was valued true enough.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely curious to see what the Scolipede Mega can do. Because again, like what I was saying is this is probably my most obvious Mega. You know, I feel like if people see me bring this, it's very like, it's such an interesting Pokemon because it loses 50 points of speed whenever it Mega evolves. So like that's a huge decrease, and it just like goes straight into its bulk and its offense. So it's like it gets super bulky whenever, and you know, we were talking bulky offense is like the name of the game. So I think Mega Scolipede might be, I think for only 2 points seems very, very good. I felt like I needed a slightly better way of like hitting fairy types. I didn't love my fairy type matchup at this point. I felt like I was asking a lot of Skarmory, and like that would be sort of forcing myself to commit to a Skarmory Mega if I really wanted to like threaten the fairy types in a meaningful way. And I feel like so many of the fairy types also get like electric or fire type coverage outside of like Floette Eternal. So I wanted to have something like this thing completely walls Floette, I feel like. Yeah,
it's great.
So yeah, I'm pretty happy with, for only 2 points. You know, I'm satisfied with it. Then we got Clover's pick next with the 2-point Banette. Pure ghost type.
I think like this 2-point budget pick is strange as the person who's kind of drafted more conservatively than most, where we're not at a point where we have to draft 2. And I don't really feel the need to talk about this mon longer because spoilers, Clover does trade this away. So
yeah, stuff happens. So I'm down to skip past it because then we have Absol by Fur for only 4 points. Another cheap mega option. Good dark type. Good physical attack. So adding to the list of powerful physical attackers that exist in Zaw. Again, like, do you have any? This is your favorite Pokemon, so you have anything else to say?
This is my favorite Pokemon, and one I was very married to having on my team.
Yeah.
And once again, if we go through draft history, I was going to draft Garchomp, Fur takes it. I was going to draft Lucario, Mari takes it. And then like it just keeps happening. And here we are, where I was going to draft Absol literally this round. Like I was staring at it, I was married to it. And I know Fur is also a fan of Absol, like not even competitively, just likes the mon a lot.
Yeah.
So I was pretty scared of Fur taking Absol from me once again. And it was exactly, that's entirely what happened. Absol is good in this game. I think obviously Mega Absol hits like a truck. Dark Stab is pretty good. And like, let me look at these stats. Like it goes from 130 to 150 attack. And then it's mainly just becomes hits harder and it's faster. Its defensive stayed pretty unchanged. Special attack does go up if you want to get wild with it, which I don't think you will. I think Absol just hits hard, and that's what I needed to do, hypothetically. If I were to have this.
So instead of Absol, you ended up with Sharpedo for 6 points. Talk about a real glass cannon guy.
Yeah, so let's talk about this real quick. In this draft, I immediately typed to Fur, and I say, is there anything you trade Absol for? And he said a dark type of higher point value. That is what he told me.
Okay, interesting.
And this is 2 points more than Absol, and in Fur's mind, he's getting a trade up.
Right.
So Fur entertains it, and I'm just going to confirm this right now. We traded.
Yeah.
Fur now has Sharpedo. I have Absol. So these two mons got swapped, and I effectively traded a 4-point mon for a 6-point mon. And the reason I did this, or you go?
I was just kidding. Which did break the draft. We'll get into it later. We'll talk about it at the trade section probably.
Yeah. The rules were.
There were some mid-draft rule changes that we will address at the time of.
Braden and I have a couple of complaints with how things got handled, but I think it's fine. You can't change the cards dealt.
Yep,
right?
Exactly.
What Absol does is, again, it's a Perish Trap mon. In a format, let's say you have a lot of bulky, obnoxious bastards, and you drop Perish Song. Suddenly, your team synergizes pretty well, huh? Absol also has Taunt, if you want to go that way. And then it has the power of Mega to hit hard with a plethora of coverage moves, from Night Slash to Play Rough. I mean, you can do Shadow Claw, but there's really no point in running Shadow Claw and Night Slash. I mean, Giga Impact. I think Willow is really effective in this. You have Stone Edge, Close Combat, X Scissor. Absol has so many good coverage moves. Just water typing is really good, so that's kind of the reason for the Sharpedo points. But water typing is good, but I already had Slowbro, so
yeah. So I mean, it makes this pick makes a lot more sense with the context of you already had messaged, like this was like the GM's getting on the phone like, hey, I'm trading back to pick Sharpedo. It's like, who do you want? I'll pick him here, and then you're gonna send it. So yeah, this was the draft day trade that happened.
So this was from my initial draft. I am down 2 points.
Yeah. So essentially, you were basically at 60. So there was like a 60-point allotment, and you basically went over to 62, which because we were told that we could only use the 60 points for draft, and then we didn't know like beyond that if it was still capped. So we'll address it when the time comes. So Mari,
it's almost relevant.
Yes, it's almost relevant, I promise, if you're still watching 3 hours into the video. So we finally get Mari's mascot, Altaria, coming off the board. 6 points for her dragon type. I think this was her first dragon, right? Yep. So I guess Ampharos kind of counts, but
oh yeah.
But yeah,
also her first fairy type. If you want to,
exactly.
If Ampharos counts as dragon, this counts as fairy.
Exactly. So we'll say her first fairy type. But yeah, Altaria. She's got so many mixed attackers. Oh my god! Like I'm just now realizing that Mari's team is going to be
pretty much everything she has is a mixed attacker.
It is, yeah. Oh wow, that is interesting. I don't know. I don't have a ton to say about Altaria. I feel like I'm not necessarily an Altaria believer. I think it's a mon that you really want to mega because this is a mon that's like, I'm dealing with a 4 times weakness to ice, and unlike Garchomp, I am not threatening very much offense in the process. So
update to another thing. I did ask Loney if he would ever entertain Scizor for Steelix, and he said no because he needs a ground type. But he did want Scizor, and he also told me Skarmory was going to be his second draft pick. He was going to try to get all the steel types, actually.
That's really funny. This dude he's the steel type gym leader.
Yeah, so he said that was his next pick, and you sniped it immediately.
Oh my god, that's really funny.
I then told Maloney, I was like, I'm sure Braden would trade it for Metagross if you want.
Yeah, I have points to spare. I have. Yeah, I don't have 7, but I could make it work.
Anyways, yeah. So Altaria.
Yeah. I said I don't have a ton to say. Not getting access to Pixelate on Mega Evolution makes this even worse in my opinion, but I don't know. It just feels like it in the same vein that like Mawile feels hard to use because it's hard to know when a Mega. That's kind of how Altaria feels to me. I guess this is another Perish Song user, so I guess it does have that going for it.
Yeah. And also upon Mega, it does have like better stats, of course, as you would expect. It gets 110 in attack, defense, and special attack, and 105 it stays in special defense. So it kind of just brings all the other stats up to special defense. So the HP stays the same, which sucks, but you can Perish Song. A Dragon Rush is actually the best dragon move in this game.
Yeah, I've heard the horror stories of Dragon Rush.
Yeah, that move's pretty good, and Altaria gets it. I think in this format, you're probably stronger as a physical attacker. I think you could even entertain like the classic Dragon Claw Draco combo of just use Draco to lower your special attack, and then just like, who cares? I'm not going to use it anymore.
Right.
But in this game, if you happen to stay alive longer, those special attack debuffs will go away, and you can use Draco again.
Altaria might be able to do that. Altaria might be able to make it work. It's just
on Mega, it could have the bulk to do that.
It could have the bulk, but it's like, man, you're not. It's coming off of 110 special attack. Like it's still not that threatening, I guess. But Dragon Fairy is just cool typing.
Bird. I think there's a lot of really good physical moves Altaria gets.
I feel like you'd run
what they normally go for.
That's what I was thinking. I feel like you run. Maybe you could just bring Draco Meteor and then like three physical moves, like not even run special Altaria.
That's what I think.
I think the physical move pool seems better to me in this. You might be able to catch people off guard too. Like if they for some reason bring an Altaria answer, they train it in special bulk and then you just pull out the physical Altaria on them. They won't be ready for it. And we are not done with dragon types in this round, because CJ is going to finish it off with the Drampa pick.
Really good draft so far.
Yeah, another new Mega. I think Drampa's really cool. Drampa is another one that I had in mind for like some of the lower value dragon type Pokemon, because I mean obviously the super high value dragon types went off the board really quickly. So I was like, given my draft position, I was like, okay, which ones do I need to target here? And so I was looking at some of the lower ones. Drampa is very interesting. What is its exact new special attack stat given with its Mega?
160.
160, yeah, very high.
I'm gonna be so honest, CJ, run Hyper Beam on this thing.
That's true. Holy moly!
I think base 160 special attack with Hyper Beam, because like the drawback in a normal Pokemon, it's a full turn, full additional attack.
Right.
But in this, you just kind of sit still for like a whole second. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, this thing gets Bolt Beam coverage, Focus Blast, Hyper Beam, like you were saying, whatever Dragon type move you would want to run.
Yeah. I mean, even Hyper Voice if you just want normal stat, which normal is so good, right?
Yeah, it gets a lot. Gets the advantage of being a normal type, so it gets to learn, like, it gets all this cool coverage. So, honestly, I think Drampa's a great draft mon, low-key. I like this pick. I like this pick a lot.
So far, as of round 5, I kind of do think CJ has the best draft. Like, I kind of neglected it looking back. Of course, Maloney has Metagross, right?
Yeah.
But when you kind of look at average power level, like CJ looks like an actual team that wasn't even made in draft. Like it looks like it just balances each other's weaknesses very well.
Yeah, I think that is the thing that I would worry about both with CJ and Siren's team, which is kind of interesting that they're both at both ends of the snake here. Is like they don't have the high highs that every other team has, basically. Which I wonder about, and I will only be proven correct or incorrect after we see like the league play itself out, because it's just such a different
Charizard
format.
X is his star.
Charizard X, I think, could just single-handedly prove me wrong.
Yeah, I think Charizard X is the star of CJ's team. Yeah, and it was his first is his second pick, but it's just funny that it was his second pick.
Yeah, he knew he could get them both there.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, this is where it like Siren has 30 points still going into round 6, which is crazy.
Also, looking at point totals, I'm at 9. Yeah, I'm actually tied with Pixie, which I don't think enough people paid attention to.
Yeah, I think because you just didn't bust out. Pixie busted out the gate and then started having to draft small, and then yours was you didn't quite bust out the gate, but you the three of you, Volpixie, Alfred, Maloney, big spenders for sure.
Yeah, I do like my draft, all things considered. Like, even though Scizor is kind of like this more niche pick, I do wish I grabbed Steelix.
Yeah.
I think my final draft is rounded out pretty well, because I also get this Absol over the Sharpedo. I trade that. And Scizor, I think, can be a niche matchup mon. I just think my next draft is the last ground type remaining. Yeah. And I just wish I got Steelix, because I would have covered both.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think in terms of winners and losers, this is a tough one for me. I
think the loser is Mawile.
Yeah, I think Siren just had too many points to... I think this is just a result of Siren's draft, like maybe not splurging enough early on, because like there just weren't the great splurge options.
There were definitely better splurge
options.
Probably
stuff better than Mawile
is the thing. Like at this point, Siren is the only person who could have gotten anything off the board.
Yeah.
Well, no, there were a couple other people who could have done that, but just like, and not be out of points.
Yeah, exactly. Like still be able to have stuff to spend. I like, in terms of like the other steals and fairies that were left, I don't even know what would have been left at that point.
Yeah.
So like if you wanted Frost, or if you wanted Mawile to fill that gap, but Siren's got some bigger picks coming up in the next couple rounds. So
I just think it's a bad pick given her remaining points, and I think the best pick, I honestly do. I'm gonna give it to Pixie.
Yeah, I think Electros for 3 is good. I think CJ's Drampa is a good pick.
Yeah, I'd give it to Drampa as well. I think the reason I say Pixie is just because Pixie's remaining pool was very limited of what she could possibly get. And I think she found the best answer. It's like the brilliant chess.com icon where it's just like, that was your best possible move.
Yeah, honestly. Well, let's see. How did CJ follow it up in round 6?
He killed it again.
Some big spending.
Dude,
the drop of the 10 points on Hawlucha. This is another one where
no one else was really
on the board
able to get the 10-pointer.
What's that?
Being able to get a 10-pointer this late is also pretty budget.
Yeah, definitely. Which I mean, that speaks to his draft of being able to like have kind of toe the midline. This is the thing where Siren obviously could have had this instead of the 3-point Machamp. I feel like you'd probably... I now that I think about it, I don't know if Hawlucha is 7 points better than Machamp. Because like there's no Unburden, there's no... You have a much weaker attack stat. I don't know how much the extra flying stab is doing for you, but yeah, I think CJ getting this here, adding both a fighting and a flying type, which he did not have
Mega
previously.
Halucha 137 attack.
Oh, that's true. I forgot Halucha had a Mega. That's right.
Base 100 defense, 93 special defense. That's actually pretty significant.
That's a big jump.
Wait, his stats on Mega, it's so competitive because his speed stayed the same, which was already great.
Right.
And then it increased his attack, defense, and special defense. His special attack goes unchanged.
Yeah, no, that is great allocation of stats. Like, I guess maybe for a Mega, you might want a little bit more than 118 speed, but I think in this, I feel like it's going to be... like, for this format, I think that's actually an incredible investment of... Because, like, if you're getting, like, 20 extra speed points in ZA, it's not like... And you already have 118. Like, at some point, it's going to cap, right? Like, your cooldown does have a minimum threshold that it can be. So it's like... Yeah, just putting the rest into offense and bulk. I love that Mega.
Yeah, no, I mean, and CJ doesn't need a Mega every mon on his team. I think his Mega so far are, I mean, it's really between, I don't think he needs Mega for Alligator. I don't think he needs Mega Alakazam. Charizard X for sure.
Right.
Drampa with Hyper Beam now that we realize.
Yeah.
And Halucha, like, he has 3 really good Megas and 3 mons that don't need it.
That is probably the biggest downside, though, is that there are, like, he only has one Pokemon that does not have a Mega. Like, it's just a lot of Megas. I mean, I guess that's true for, like, most of these teams, actually.
I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because he doesn't have to use it.
Yeah, you don't have to use it. I guess it's just, are you drafting the ones that really feel like they need it, is the thing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. You could even say it as a strength, because maybe one week he does need Mega for Alligator, and another week he doesn't. He has more options.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, getting a 10-pointer in round 6, like this is the highest point total mon that gets drafted for the rest of the tournament, or the rest of the draft.
Yeah.
So that basically completely cleans out CJ's remaining points.
Perhaps the draft, actually.
Yeah. It'll be.
I think this might be the last 10-pointer.
I think we can safely say that's basically the last good pick that CJ is going to make this draft.
Yes.
It's going to be slim pickings the rest of the way. Then Mari followed that up with Trevenant.
I like Trevenant, but this gets traded. Spoilers.
Okay, yeah, so we don't have to talk about it then. Goodbye, Trevenant.
Yeah.
Then we have the Stunfisk pick for 3 points. Drew saying,
you can see that I'm consciously thinking about that Steelix decision. I just, for some reason, when I was looking at the remaining draft, I just overlooked Steelix because I was like, I need a Steel type. So I saw Scizor and my eyes did not deviate from it in the slightest.
Right.
And then when I saw this, I was like, oh, I need it.
I need the ground type.
I need a ground type.
Let me take the only one remaining.
Yeah. It was the only one remaining, and Steelix would have fulfilled my steel and ground type needs.
Yeah.
But what can you do? So Stunfisk is here for extremely niche purposes. It's not in every week mon, but it's here when I need it. And I think Stunfisk for 3 points is pretty value.
I agree. This is... I didn't get sniped very many times. This is one that got sniped for me. I was so ready to draft Stunfisk, and then you pulled it. I was like, dang it. That was going to be mine. But
I can see how that's a tilter, because this is like kind of a left field pick.
Yeah, it was literally the... Okay, not literally, but it was like the last ground type remain. It was a ground and an electric type, which I was like, oh, that's perfect. I definitely want that. And then yeah, you got it from me, so I was a little, I was tilted, but I think it ended up being for the best for me.
I'm happy with this pick because I think it rounds out my team. I think I have 2 bug types, which is a little annoying in hindsight, but I needed Stunfisk. I needed this.
Yeah. Still, you are asking Slowbro to do a lot because you also traded your other water type for Absol. So like, you're only fire resistant Slowbro.
I do have a fire problem. Even at the end of the draft, I do have a fire problem. But I have the answers to your Chandelure, so don't even think about it, buddy.
He's sitting on the bench that week. Yeah, I mean, this is a good spot for Stunfisk, I think. And then Espeon for 3 points feels like one of the better Eons to me. They all kind of have similar problems, in my opinion, where they're like all have like some frailty in one regard, like outside of like Vaporeon, which I mean makes sense that Vaporeon would be one of the, I think the highest outside of Glaceon. It's the highest point value.
I think Glaceon was as much as Vaporeon and Jolteon.
Yeah.
I think they were all
10. Yeah. Oh yeah, Jolteon was 10. I can't believe that.
Well, I think this is like the problem, right? Like I think because if we look at data, like Jolteon gets used way more than Espeon,
right?
Because there are more psychic types who do what Espeon does better.
Oh, exactly.
But there aren't as many electric types that do what Jolteon does better.
Yeah.
So it's more of just a distribution thing.
Definitely.
To where I think Espeon for 3 points is pretty budget.
Yeah.
It's just that there are more psychic types.
No, I agree. I think
it's a draft league moment.
Yeah, and like we just didn't have enough information to work off of, like where I'm sure if we thought like a lot more about it, we could have been like, this is probably, some of these are a little too much. But that's like the fun of it. The fun of it is that we don't know, and so like it rewards the people who went out and drafted the budget picks. So that was just part of it. We were all playing with the same draft, so you can't reward one person or like say one person got an advantage or anything like that, because we were all.
If we truly wanted a fair draft, I think we remove Metagross from it entirely. If I can be totally honest, because I think he is so much better than the rest of the cast.
Yeah.
Like deadass, this is Brawl Meta Knight I'm talking about.
It is. It really is. I don't really have anything else to say about Espeon.
No, good pick.
Yep, solid pick. And then
it does what a Psychic Mon would do.
Maybe the most shocking fall from grace we've ever seen. Poor Aegislash, only so 2 points. So washed. So more context. Again, this was still at a point where we thought that we had the full line available to us. So Clover picked Aegislash, and as picking it, literally said, does this mean that I get to use Doughblade? So this was a pick that was made not even to use Aegislash, but just to get its pre-evolution Doughblade for 2 points.
By the end of this, Clover does trade Aegislash for Doughblade.
Yeah.
And the purpose why Aegislash just has a fall from grace, of course, he still has like a pseudo stance change where his attack and defense stats swap upon, I guess, unshielding.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to say. And in a format where one death means that like you lose a point, you're down a point, it's a very low scoring system. It's not like Aegislash sweeps one thing and then dies and that was net neutral. That's not how it works in this game.
Right.
And the fact that you have 50 defense as admittedly pretty slow Mon with no Mega, I thought they were getting Mega, and there's also an animation that's pretty slow from switching your stats from attack to defense mode or defense to attack mode. And that kind of really sucks. So Aegislash is now frail and having to do an animation before they can attack. And despite this being one of the stronger Mons throughout history, just the gimmick does not work in ZA. So Clover drafted this to have like a bite-sized version of it with Eviolite Doughblade, and that is ultimately what they were going for. And later in the draft, we revise it because Doughblade has base 150 defense.
Yeah, Doughblade has insane defense. It's actually wild. They're like, yep, just give the pre-Evo the same defense stat as the final Evo. That'll
actually
work.
More.
Well, yeah, at the time before they nerfed Aegislash. At the time, it was 150, 150. Yeah. Yeah, that.
I mean, more right now, and it's 110 attack, which is pretty.
That's, incredible. Really good stats for a middle stage evolution. Like it. So I think Doughblade, if we had fully Doughblade, would have been worth more points than Aegislash had we put pre-evolutions on the board. So we'll get. We're almost there. I promise. We'll stop teasing you all soon. But then following up, I think hot take. I think Aegislash might be better in draft than I'm expecting it to be. Like, because at the end of the day, getting 140 in both, like if you catch them on with freaking Aegislash Blade for me, you might just blow something up and get yourself a point. Like,
I've thought about that. Thought about that.
Yeah, I think that we might have really overcorrected. Like its downfall might have been over exaggerated, I'm afraid.
I do think 2 points for Aegislash is a little too low, even despite the weaknesses that we described exclusive to this game.
Right.
I think we're being a little dramatic more than anything, if I can be so honest.
Yeah.
But Steel and Ghost is just so strong, and it resists so many things. Like it has a few weaknesses, but it resists so many things. I think it's an overcorrection. I think Aegislash can still blow things up. I don't know. I don't think it should be worth as high as peak Aegislash.
Yeah, right. Like, I think when you see Aegislash, you just expect that you're getting this unbelievable Pokemon, and it's a good Pokemon. I think even for 2 points, like I think it's still a good pick.
I agree.
I think this would have been a good pick regardless. Like even Doughblade for 2 points, I think would have been good. Clover gets it for 1 point, which we'll talk about later. And then my pick, my GOAT, Clawitzer for 6 points. This is one of my favorite picks of the draft. I think that getting like Clawitzer gets really. I mean, obviously we don't have Mega Launcher, which sucks. But still, 120 base special attack is not bad. Gets a lot of good coverage, pure water typing. So you know it's good typing. And it gets Focus Blast, Dark Pulse. Like it just gets so many good coverage moves that I think Clawitzer is going to be really, really strong in draft. Like I already started looking over people's teams. Gets Ice Beam, which is a big deal. But just like looking over teams, I'm like, oh, Clawitzer, you're going to be my guy. You're going to be my best friend for this. So I really like Clawitzer. I think of all the water types remaining, and even like of all the water types on the board, I would have had Clawitzer pretty high, and I only got it for 6 points. So I'm really happy with Clawitzer for 6.
I think this is, I agree with what you say, one of the stronger picks of the whole draft, especially like, I don't think anyone else got a team-defining Mon in round 6.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I guess maybe like
so
Hawlucha,
I think that is big for you.
Yeah. And like I still have points to spin.
Yeah.
Because it was
and
only
something
6.
else here is 120 special attack is great. There are a lot of Mons with similar special attack stats, but a lot of them are more physically frail.
Right.
And I think, again, World of Physical Attackers, where you have a pretty decent amount of bulk on a special attacker, like physical bulk, that not a lot of others have. And I think that's really good in your favor of Clawitzer here. I think this is a phenomenal pick.
I agree. I think like you just run like max HP, max special attack, and like you're just chilling.
Yeah.
Because like the defenses are pretty, like it's respectable bulk. It's not like anything insane, but it's good for a Mon that has 120 base special attack. And in a world where speed doesn't matter quite as much, like I feel like this is a Mon that can just like fire off all of its moves. You know, I don't necessarily need to be like relying solely on my water stab the entire time. So
yeah,
I really like this pick for 6 points. Sandwiched in between 1 pointers essentially, because we have Diggersby next. Diggersby really probably one of the biggest losers in Legends ZA, because it just doesn't get huge power. And it doesn't, unlike the other huge power Mons, because it's a hidden ability, it didn't get an attack boost. So Diggersby is really it's a ground type. That's really all I can say about it.
I don't even feel like I don't even want to give like Pixie the biggest loser award this round, because she really doesn't have the points to draft many things better.
Yeah, I think this was like this is the last ground type available. Like of the Mons that we were allowed to pick at this point, this finally was the last ground type. So I think this was just like I want a ground type, I want an electric community. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked that it wasn't a bigger priority at the start of the draft, given that you picked Gyarados. But like you finally got your ground type, so I don't know what Diggersby is doing once it switches in, but he's there. It is really unfortunate, because like I also don't think Diggersby would have been 1 point if it had access to huge power. It probably would have been like 2 or 3 of that still. But yeah, definitely one of the biggest losers of ZA is poor Diggersby.
God, pitiful stats across the board.
Very
My God.
like no
I actually didn't know
offenses.
they were that bad.
Yeah, I mean because it's kind of like it's fine bulk, and then like obviously the attack stat gets bolstered up a lot by huge power, so it's like it's a respectable Pokemon whenever it has huge power, but without huge power.
I understand. I just didn't know it was that bad, man.
Yeah, it's rough. Like it's not a good one. Even for 1 point, this is sad. I really like this. I really like the Chestnut pick. This is kind of a stash and cash pick for Maloney here, picking up Chestnut right now with the ability to Mega Evolve it later. I think Chestnut, one of the better grass types on the board.
Can I say a huge oversight?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Mid-draft, Loney said, am I allowed to use Mega Chestnut despite not being out at the time of the draft? And this is the only Kalos starter that did not have their Mega Stone out at the time. So it was kind of like, yeah, I guess. And I think this was made without me ever looking at the point totals for Mega, or the stat totals for Mega Chestnut. On Mega, this dude gets 172 base defense, physically.
Yeah,
and he gets 115 special defense.
Yeah,
he loses 20 speed points.
Yeah,
which means his bulk is only that higher.
Yep. Yeah,
he gains no special attack and gains 30 physical attack. This like min-max beyond belief. He loses
super min-max,
puts it into his defenses.
Yeah, it basically like this Mega. I feel like this is exactly what you want. Like. Even just like not even thinking about it in Legends Zaw, like losing 20 speed points to get like now you're better under Trick Room and like VGC. I feel like this Chestnut Mega might be like that is pure like you are getting all the stats.
You got to keep your
right
eyes
there.
out for this guy.
Yeah,
that's kind of great.
I think it's an awesome Mega. I like the design. I like everything about it. I mean, I guess it is a grass fighting type at the end of the day, but that's the thing that would be holding it back, but yeah, I think
Mega Terra Chestnut would go crazy.
I'm curious what the ability will end up being too. Probably something stupid like Shell.
Oh, I don't know. I know Smogan has been having like what assumed abilities. And I wonder what they gave. I know with like Mega Imbor, they gave it Supreme Overlord.
Holy moly.
And they gave Mega Clefable Serene Grace, and I'm like, Clefable's dead in a ditch.
It's
suddenly.
just Togekiss. They're like, do you want Togekiss but again?
Do you want Togekiss with more stats?
And having to use
Chestnut,
your Mega Stone.
Great value pick. It also... Again, this is a victim of another rule change mid-draft.
Because allowing the
first
Mega
of many.
Yeah.
Because I look at usage, right? And there's no usage for Chestnut because it's not playable.
Yeah,
yet.
because it doesn't have its Mega. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's Chestnut might end up being the winner of this round just by default, just because it's like you're getting 630 BST Mon for 4 points.
Yeah, because then I'm ranking Delphox and Greninja based on their Mega.
Yeah, Delphox at 6, Greninja at 10, and then Chestnut for only 4 is pretty crazy.
Looking back, I think Chestnut is probably like 8 to 10. You know?
I think Chestnut is a Pokemon I would have been way more interested in had I not drafted Meganium.
That's fair.
I think I would have been very interested in Chestnut. Then Smith with the Flareon. We are trying to collect all the Infinity Stones now. I feel like Flareon is not. This might be copium, but I feel like Flareon's not as bad as like for only 2 points, getting a Fire type with 130 attack. It's not the worst thing in the world. There's worse picks that could have been made.
I think in the context of this, Flareon is better than it normally. Better than 2 points.
Yeah.
Fire types are limited. We also have it as a mixed attacker. If we not really, but you know, you can run special attacks on it if you want to.
Right.
its physical defense leaves a lot to be desired with so many physical attackers, but special defense is pretty respectable.
Yeah.
I just don't know with non-guts Flareon, I just don't know what it does. Like, I feel like it can kill something, maybe, which, you know, it could sneak in like a cheeky Flare Blitz or something.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm thinking.
It just doesn't have any of the HP or defense to like stay on the field.
Right. That's why I just think like for 2 points, like I'd rather have this than Jolteon for the value. Like Jolteon has like similar issues, but it's 8 points more.
Dude, I don't know. I think if you're running this, just click Swords Dance, Flare Blitz, and see if you can get a kill.
Just see what happens. That's what. That's
just see what happens. And then if it doesn't die yet, click Giga Impact. And if it doesn't kill by then, you're probably dead anyways.
Yeah, then you probably just lose and you don't bring Flareon ever again. That's what happens. All right, Siren finally pulling out the wallet. Finally some spending, and we use it on Raichu, which
Mega Raichu not legal.
Mega Raichu not legal. Mega Chestnut legal. So yeah, this is
you
the one.
Draw the line somewhere.
This is the one where I think you look at Electros and you're like, oh, Electros for 3, Raichu for 8. I think I got scammed. You know, it's like
I'm looking back, and again, as the person who made these, I'm not perfect. I never claimed to be.
Yeah, it's over 100 Pokemon to try and like properly evaluate. You know.
Yeah, it's also like let me compare Mega Electros. 145 physical attack, 135 special attack.
Yeah.
80 defense versus Raichu's 50 defense, 85 HP. Like, again, this is the Mega, but even if we look at, actually, even looking at the stats, Electros is kind of better than Raichu in literally every single stat besides speed.
Uh-oh.
And then it gets a Mega.
That might have been an oopsie. Also,
I think that was an oopsie.
Yeah.
I don't think...
For 5 points
I wonder what
more.
the sauce of Raichu. I think maybe just because it sets screens. Maybe it's...
Yeah, maybe it sets
It's also
screens.
famously a support mon.
Yeah. A bunch of people must have been using Raichu. So maybe Siren will figure it out. I feel like Siren
definitely were using it, but I wonder what made, like, why people were using it to the point where I ranked it 4 points more than Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, than Alolan Raichu. That's the one that shocked me. Yeah, both Alolan Raichu and Electros being that much lower than Raichu is kind of crazy. I just feel bad that this is like what Siren finally decided to splurge on, because it's like,
hey, we all had the same draft at the end of the day. So
we did all have the same
anything that was misvalued is up to everyone else to find it.
Yep. That's why we have winners and losers.
I think the biggest thing with Raichu is just that I did not realize how low its physical defense was.
Yeah.
But we do get a good amount of moves on Raichu, I think. Also, I would give it up for Brick Break Raichu. I think being able to hit through screens as an electric type is probably very, very valuable.
That's the secret sauce.
I think being able to set screens yourself and having Brick Break and then a very strong electric move is, in my mind, the best way to use Raichu.
Right. That might be the sauce. Like, it's people who want screens and a way to break screens, and you just have like...
I think Raichu, actually, now that I'm looking at even just those 3 moves, I think that's the value of Raichu. And then you can even give it one additional move that's probably going to be like Thunderbolt, Discharge, you know, something like that.
Right.
Volt Tackle, maybe if you just want to spec all into attack. Also, it gets Volt Tackle in this game.
Oh, yeah. Volt Tackle's probably good. Volt Tackle's probably really good.
Yeah. I haven't seen it, but I assume it's a dashing move, but... Yeah.
Let's see. For winners and
winners Maloney, I think we underestimated Mega Chestnut.
Yeah, I think you have to for only 4 points getting Mega Chestnut. Pretty dang good. Losers. This is a pretty good round.
Yeah.
I think
we just all fell apart in like round 4 or 5.
Yeah, given
like something just went wrong.
Given the points that people had, I feel like I want to say Siren just because like Raichu for 8 feels so expensive. Like it's hard. It's hard to say winners and losers because like I'm not necessarily just judging the picks in a vacuum. Like if I'm judging the picks in a vacuum,
I'm back on the Raichu belief train. I think it might be a little more expensive than it needs to be, but I think
It's still
having
good.
electric type with brick break and screens, I think that's the sauce.
Yeah.
I think if Siren isn't running Raichu with that in mind, maybe Raichu was the wrong choice, but I think Raichu is a great pick now that I've reminded myself on why to have it. Because screens are just so valuable in CA, and then being able to break screens is even more valuable.
Right.
And one of the few mons that I think can do both.
Yeah. Here, wait.
Yeah, so sorry if Discord is glitchy. I just think Raichu is... can you screen share for me again?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I think
let's see.
Raichu is one of the only mons that can break and set screens. I honestly don't think... Off the top of my head, I can't think of a single other one that can do both.
Yeah, I would love to be able to see the learn sets for both of the... I don't have Showdown open. I can't...
yeah. I'm sure there's going to be a random mon who can in the ZA.
Probably.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised like Alakazam randomly has Brick Break. But, you know.
yeah, again, the Gen 1 mons getting all the TMs.
Yeah.
It feels like, I don't know, it's hard to say just like, oh, the loser's the person that drafted the 1 point mon because like, well, they kind of had to draft the 1 point
It's in the
mons.
context, like in the macro scheme of things. I think Mega Chestnut is the winner.
Yeah.
And the worst, like, I actually have the least points here, by the way.
Yeah, no, I think it's the interesting thing to note is you and Maloney have passed Pixie for lowest point totals now. And so actually, no, it's CJ only has 5.
Yeah,
CJ has the lowest.
Pixie. Yeah.
The 2-pointer into the 1-pointer kind of brought her back into the pack.
I think the worst pick here is... Honestly, I don't know. I can't immediately think of one.
I think it's just we're at a point in the draft where it's like a lot of people are pulling out just by necessity taking low points. So
actually, I'm still going to say, I know I said I wasn't going to, but I am still going to say Diggersby just because I think there are still better 1 and 2 points on the table.
It feels mean to say the only 1-pointer is the worst pick, but it's also like even for a 1-pointer, Diggersby is bad just because it doesn't have
I also
power.
feel better in saying that, knowing that Pixie actually now has the 4th least points remaining.
Yeah, like there was still wiggle room to...
She started this round with the lowest, which of course, like she's kind of still obligated to spend fewer points, but I think there were just other mons. Like I think she even could have gotten... No, I don't think she could have gotten Stunfisk. I think I got that before her, but yeah, you get it.
Yeah. All right, moving into round 7, we have Blastoise on Siren's team. Another 8-pointer. We're starting to pull out the big bucks now.
Yeah, I guess here's my question: is Raichu and Blastoise are fine picks. I just don't get why we had to draft Machamp Mawile before them.
Yeah. Like, the only thing I can think is that Siren just like had a really like a plan for Machamp and Mawile. It's like, I need these 2 Pokemon to execute my game plan. Like that's
who knows?
Like I feel like if you're drafting such low value mons that early, like I was the first one to take a really low value mon with Tyrantrum in round 4, but that was like I really wanted a fire resistance. This was a 4 times fire resist. It was a dragon type. Like it fit everything that I needed, right? So I don't maybe Siren was thinking the same. But yeah, I mean Blastoise again, it's like, would I rather have Clawitzer or would I rather have Blastoise? Like Blastoise doesn't have that, like, you get the Mega with Blastoise obviously. But just like base Blastoise is not doing a ton. This is a sad mon to look at the stats spread and be like, wow, that dude, they were not min-maxing Blastoise. Yeah, it's decent bulk. But like, what are you doing with it? Are you just like sitting there spamming Surf? I guess you could.
Mega Blastoise, I mean, gets 135 special attack, which is pretty substantial suddenly.
That's huge. Yeah, that's a big change.
Its defense goes to 120 and special defense goes to 115. Every other stat remains mostly the same. Attack goes up, but who cares? I think Mega Blastoise spamming Surf is pretty strong. You can even run Iron Defense on it just to have more lasting power. And when it comes to special moves, he gets Aura Sphere, he gets Blizzard, he gets Focus Blast, he gets Dark Pulse, he He gets Dragon Pulse, which I think Dragon Pulse on Blastoise is going to be... I guess you could just run an Ice move if you really want to. It's the same thing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'd rather run Ice Beam, actually. He also gets Brick Break, which I think it is very important to mark the Brick Break Mons in this format because screens are so, I would say, meta-defining.
Yeah.
And the fact that Siren, honestly, you might not be able to ever have screens up against her.
Yeah, she is making sure that screens never go up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think there's so many water types. It's like when you're picking which one you'd want. I'm trying to think like what are the highest value water types? Like just given her draft position and when the other ones went. You know, Greninja Slowbro went before she could draft. Yeah, I don't know. For where we were at and for which ones were off the board, I think Blastoise is probably a good water type to snag here.
Yeah,
because like it's not, you can't even make the budget pick. It's like, oh, you wouldn't want to draft Simipour because like you already have so many points. Like you've made your budget picks. Like it's time to invest now. Speaking of investing, Smith grabbing the Phalanx, leaving themselves with only 3 points left. So this was their final big investment. The final Eon, the Phalanx for 8 points. Even though Umbreon was still on the board for 8 points. Smith apparently loves Phalanx too much.
I'm kind of shocked they didn't draft Umbreon here, actually.
I am too. Yeah, I would have expected that to be like an instant pickup.
I think in a world of bulk, I mean, you know this, but Umbreon's a pretty mean pick here. I think it would have matched the theme of Smith's team, and it would have given them a lot of staying power in a format where you want a lot of staying power.
Yeah. That would have been like pairing Umbreon and Gengar, like stalling stuff out with Umbreon, then having Gengar to finish up with Perish. I feel like that could have been a decently strong core. Like a decently strong, like,
also having Moonlight on Umbreon.
Yeah, Moonlight, Toxic. Like I've thought about this a lot.
Knockoff could actually get a decent amount of value in this as well.
Knockoff is interesting because I feel like so much stuff is gonna have Mega Stones. I don't know if Knockoff is really worth it.
Yeah, that's fair. But Umbreon also a screen setter if you want to play that. Like Umbreon has a lot that they could have done. I would say way more versatile. Like all the Eons are kind of like special attackers or physical attackers in their own right, where they're all attackers. But I feel like Umbreon is kind of the only Eon kind of built differently than all of them. And it's a great supporting Mon that I think would have been a phenomenal glue of the rest of the team.
For sure, yeah. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that Umbreon was not picked here. When you had the 8 points to spare, like Smith could have gone Umbreon, Leafeon, potentially. Yeah, they were both still on the board, so.
Yeah. Would not have had the chance to draft Leafeon, actually, but Umbreon,
well, when Smith made the pick, I mean.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess Phalanx, let's see. They didn't have a fighting type yet, so I think Phalanx is good, I think it's a cool Pokemon.
I think No Retreat is bad in a format like this.
Yeah, you're probably not even bringing it. You're probably running Bulk Up over No Retreat, if anything.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like an Anchormon, especially because, it's temporary. I don't know. I don't even know if it does the same thing it did before. I wonder if you can switch, but yeah.
You can after a while.
I think Phalanx is fine.
Yeah, it does lock you out of switching, but obviously, like, once the buffs run out, then you can switch, so.
Oh, we are actively forgetting about Mega Phalanx.
Yeah, it is a Mega for 8 points.
It is 135 and 135 in attack and defense, and then its speed goes up 25.
I feel like if you are getting this in a position, like maybe if you're combining Mega with No Retreat, then it does do something. Like if you're just trying to kill something, like if the goal is to get 1 point on the board, I think it actually works pretty well. Yeah. So maybe in that regard, the thing is,
I learn a ton of moves, but when it comes to coverage, it has Brick Break, and then it has Mega Horn, which is kind of great in this game. It gets Iron Head, it gets Knockoff, it gets Giga Impact, it gets in Headbutt, Poison Jab.
Yeah.
Rock Slide, like Body Slam, like pretty decent moves.
Smith's team is just so offensive that I feel like a supportive Umbreon would have been really good here. But
yeah, I think that's why this is such a questionable pick, because we have no bulk on this team.
Yeah, we have bulk. It's on the special side.
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess Phalanx is the one that's gonna come in and save the day.
That is the bulkiest mon we've drafted so far.
Yep. Lopunny, 3-pointer, normal fighting type when it evolves. This one does get traded, so I feel like we don't need to talk too much about this.
I don't feel the need to talk about it if it gets traded. We know what gets traded.
We know it gets traded later. Malamar for only 3 points. Again, this is Pixie after Diggersby. I'm not a big fan of Malamar. I don't know. I just feel like, again, it's another, you're adding another 4x weakness, and Pixie's got a lot of 4x weaknesses. Gyarados, Salamence, Aurorus, Malamar, like half of her team.
Like a pretty common coverage move from like U-turn to X Scissor.
And it's like, if you're in Draft League, it's even worse, because like, well, I'll just bring the bug. You know, if I think Malamar is coming, I'm just going to bring the bug type move.
I mean, on most of my mons with Pixie's team, I'm going to bring an electric move for Gyarados, an ice move for Salamence, a fighting move for Aurorus, and a bug type move for Malamar. And suddenly, like, there's a lot of holes that, if I can be honest, I think one mon can have an answer for multiple mons you might switch one out of.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem. Like if let's say you're up against Absol, right? And just picking a random mon, and let's say she has Aurorus out. I'm just picking one. Like I can have Break ready for Aurorus. She sees that. She switches a Malamar. I have X Scissor. She switches some Gyarados. I think she got. I don't think I have an electric move for Gyarados. But
I switch into my electric type.
Yeah, then I switch. And then if she switches out of that into Salamence, she's done with switches, and my electric type also has a nice move, you know?
Yeah, it's tough. That's Stunfisk gonna come in and be a hero. Yeah, it's just because like 2 of your big high point mons have 4x weaknesses. I feel like for the low point mons, you can't be getting more 4x weaknesses. That's kind of how I feel.
I think the low point mons are supposed to be niche picks to help your big points.
Like I think after round 3, Pixie's draft needed to be, what can I do to support these 3? Like when you spend all your points on 3 mons like that, you basically have to say, okay, the rest of my picks are going to be like, I need to pick like a single Pokemon that can help one of, if not 2 or 3 of this Pokemon to help them be the one that like gets me the point. I don't think Malamar really does that, so I don't really have any more to say about that. Alolan Raichu. For only 4 points, I mean, we kind of just talked... Basically, everything we said about Raichu, I felt like I could get with Alolan Raichu. For only 4 points. It was like the last good electric type that I could afford at this point. Manectric, I could not really... I felt like Manectric was too expensive for what I wanted it to do. Plus, I did like the psychic secondary typing that Alolan Raichu gave me.
Why Alolan? I guess just usage. No one was using this.
Yeah.
And I don't know why it was never at least the same value as normal Raichu.
Right.
Because this also gets break and shield and screens. And I
know think it's because it's too hard for people to unlock this. Like not enough people had unlocked it or had
there was only one in the game.
Yeah.
Like I know you probably run, even if you don't have this as a screen setter, because you have a lot of screen setters at this point.
Right.
I think even having 3 special moves and break is like pretty decent value on this thing.
Yeah. I mean, you could just like it's flexible. Like it's so. I mean, it falls into the same problem that it's like so frail. Alolan Raichu is definitely not a mon that I bring every week. But I think if there are any teams that I feel like are especially weak to like electric, or if I feel like maybe there's a matchup where I kind of need some like psychic type coverage, then I consider bringing Raichu. I think
this
that's
also
kind of
gets Volt Switch, which is very good in this
format. Yeah, that could be good. I do think Raichu pairs well with a lot of the team that I have. Because like my team with like Skarmory and Meganium, I'm kind of like scaring off a lot of ground types anyways with those 2, and then Clawitzer as well to an extent. So Yeah, I feel like more comfort in bringing Raichu. I don't want to spend too much time on it because there's not a whole lot to say. Clover picks Goodra for only 4 points again.
Very good mon for 4 points, I think.
Yeah, for only 4 points, like it doesn't have necessarily the threatening capabilities that some of the other like super bulky mons do, but
definitely one of the weakest pseudos ever.
Yeah, it just if it leaned more into its like special attack, then I think it would be better. Like if you just like drop.
I mean, if we had Hisuian Goodra, a different story.
I was thinking that when I saw Goodra get picked, I was like, wait, is Hisuian Goodra in this game? I literally looked it up. I was on a road trip doing this draft, and I had to. I opened up another tab. I was like.
It is in the game's files, and like Galarian Stunfisk and Hisuian Avalugg, they're in the game, and I think once it has Pokemon Home connectivity, you should be able to put them in the game. Maybe they're gonna in the DLC they're gonna have, because I don't think you can put mons into it. I don't know. Either way, they are in the game, but they are not playable or catchable as of now.
I feel like Goodra's got to get a Mega in the DLC. Like it's got to. No way Goodra,
I mean, it has Hisuian Goodra, which doesn't help Goodra, but Hisuian Goodra is pretty damn good.
Yeah, no, Dragon Steel, sign me up. I was thinking, I was like, oh man, if Goodra can be Hisuian, I want that thing, but not the game. So yeah, I mean, pretty good pickup here for 4 points. Like we can start moving through some of these probably faster because we're at a point where we are running low on points. For picking up Venusaur for 6 this late, I think something interesting happens here. This is like the start of a crazy grass type run. Like you'll be able to see it as we go through, but I don't know why. Like it's like Fur drafting a grass type like hit everybody's brains. They're like, oh my god, I need to get a grass type right now.
I had my draft before this already locked just because my points were running out. But yeah, Venusaur, it's fine. Like, I mean, everything that we can say about Blastoise is kind of applied to this one just because Gen 1 mons are kind of all built the same unless you're Charizard. Right.
Yeah, I think I think Venusaur will be pretty solid. Let's see. They needed
Mega Stats as a heads up. Mega Stats is actually more substantial than I thought. It's very nice that we get 40 points allotted to defense. So we have 123 defense. And then we get 20 in special defense. Attack goes up and special attack both go up by around 20. Special attack goes up 22 for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And defense, I don't know. It's whatever. Oh, it's because we went up by 18 for attack to make it a nice round 100. So we got 2 extra for special attack.
Yeah, no, I mean Venusaur for 6, not terrible.
Yeah, we can make it a mixed attacker. I mean, like we can just give it Earthquake if we want to and give it random other moves. I think you're probably better off making a special attacker with moves like.
Right.
I mean, this also sets screens. Which,
screens, Leech Seed. Like I think this could be like almost like a budget Meganium in a way. I think this could be pretty solid.
I don't think this gets Reflect, but it does get Light Screen.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, let's see. Fur has
Toxic Leech Seed, though. I think you should lean into.
Yeah, I think this could just be an annoying mon to deal with.
Yeah,
you are. I think we run Toxic Leech Seed on it, but
yeah, I think Giga Drain too.
I think it's worth it. Just try and turn it into a boss battle. I think that's what you do with Venusaur.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a fourth move because I think it's Giga Drain, Toxic, Leech
probably
Seed.
Just like some coverage.
Sure. Yeah,
probably some coverage thing.
Maybe some coverage, maybe Earth Power, because that's such a good move. You could just run Sludge Bomb and give it 2 stabs, or you could give it Protect just to stall a little bit better.
Right. Yeah, honestly, just run the Protect.
Yeah.
But yeah, then because I said that because then you end up very next picking up Victory Bell, another grass poison type.
Let's talk about this one. It's late, right? But I want some kind of I wanted some kind additional bulk, right? That's what I'm after with this one. And I know you see those stats and everything like that, but then we get Mega Victory Bell, and it actually does not really go up.
It actually does not get very much extra bulk.
It's in my mind. I mean, you see Mega Victory Bell. It's a big rotund bastard.
Yeah, no.
I do not have mega, like, of course, at this point, any relevant mon, I kind of have the rough stat spread in my mind, even if it's not specifics. So I kind of guessed for Mega Victory Belt, thinking it had more bulk than it does. It gets 20, it has 85 defense and 95 special defense, which is nice, but it's not as substantial as I wanted. It mainly becomes a huge special attacker, which it's not a problem. I'm not against that because, I mean, this is obviously nice against fairy types, right? Of having this big poison threat on my team. It is weak to psychic, of course. So that's always the downside of any poison type is that fairies also
it makes the Gardevoir matchup really hard. I think that's why I like Gardevoir a lot because like a lot of the poison types are weak to or a lot of the I mean that's just Gardevoir. Like a lot of the poison types I feel like are really threatened by Gardevoir.
Yeah, this does not get Leech Seed, so it cannot be as annoying. This runs Toxic every single week I bring it. No question about it. It does get a lot of Strong's moves.
It definitely feels like a Mon where if they added HP on Mega Evolution, it would have like doubled. I feel like design wise, if it was like some like regional variant or something, it would have like 160 HP. but
I agree.
It has to stick
it would
with
have
that
been
80
bigger.
HP. Yeah, it looks like it should have way more.
I like Leaf Storm. I like Sludge Wave. It doesn't get insane coverage. I think like some other thing I do on top of Toxic, this also gets Infestation.
Oh yeah, Infestation Toxic could be really interesting actually. Like that's kind of what I was thinking with Scolipede, which was another 2-pointer. So I think like the 2-point
does get Reflect and not Light Screen, but you could argue in this format Reflect is more valuable than Light Screen anyways.
Yeah, I don't know. It'll be curious to see because not to spoil your next pick, but another bulky grass type coming down the pipeline.
I'm happy
soon.
with this. I think Victory Bell for 2 points was, in my opinion, the best mon I could find on the board. Like, I think I'm very happy with this pick.
So what's better than 2 grass poison types in a row? How about 3 of them? Mari drafting Roserade for 4 points. I don't know why all 3 of you decided we needed to grab all the grass poison types right now, but I think this. I mean, like, they all do different things.
Think it's. I think they're more of isolated incidents because I think grass poison is kind of the typing that's like it's nice to have, but you don't need it early. So I think like, for Mari though, obviously Roserade. I think I would have picked Roserade over Venusaur, but I just didn't have the points for Roserade here, so I took
right.
Yeah,
you were.
Yeah,
you were super strapped at this point. We're all about to be super strapped. But yeah, I mean, Roserade's pretty decent. Like I understand it less because Mari trades Trevenant, so I guess it makes more sense now with that in mind. But so yeah, another special attacker. She does have a lot of special attackers on this team.
It's either mix. Like, I mean, she has a lot of mixed attackers. This is kind of the first dominant special attacker on her team.
Right. But we're not done with poison types just yet. CJ, his last one that won't be a 1-pointer is Garbodor.
I feel like CJ get traded.
Right. Yeah. A lot of trades, so we won't focus on that at all. So round 7 recap here. You can see things are getting dire. Point totals are getting very, very low. We have multiple people who have 3, 4, 5. Siren finally down to 14. I still have 10. Yeah. Clover with 11. So it's starting to pile up now.
If I can be so honest, I think I have the best draft this round. I think
with the Victory Bell
for 2 points, given what I need on my team and how many points I have left, was great. Like, I think this solved a lot of issues I have. Like, total value, I could give it up to a Alolan Raichu. I think that was the best mon for 4 points. I think an oversight in my opinion, but it's between those two in my opinion.
Yeah, I really like Alolan Raichu here. This one's a hard round to judge just because like a lot of these get traded. So
I hate to really dog on Pixie though, but I do think Malamar is probably the worst one here, just because we have so many quad weaknesses.
It's just too, you're getting another quad weakness, and it's like not really adding any, and it's 3 points too. Like for 3 points, adding another quad weakness feels like, it's just a lot. Yeah, no, I would probably agree with the. I do like the Venusaur pick, actually. I like the Venusaur pick quite a lot. I think I'm starting to see the vision. In context of first team, though, I mean, Fur does have a lot of megas, but I feel like Venusaur is one that would be like one that I would really think of seeing the mega. So yeah, I like my pick. I like your pick. I like Fur's pick. Those are probably my favorite ones. And then a lot of these get traded, so it's kind of hard to say. But that leads us into round 8, where things are getting small.
Yeah.
We're getting the 1 point Dedenes. I do love Dedenne. I think I would have loved to draft a 1 point Dedenne. This thing saved my casual playthrough. Soloed the final boss for me because it just couldn't get hit. So I will always have a little special connection with Dedenne. But I had just picked Alolan Raichu, so I don't think I was ever gonna pick this. You got anything else to say about Dedenne?
Yeah, there's not much to say. I think with a lot of these budget mons, they just kind of exist. There's probably like some, in VGC draft where it's like, it's hard to use these budget mons because if they die, it's the equivalent to CJ as if Charizard died on the scoreboard.
It's so much. The 1 points are just so much worse in this. It's not anybody's fault. It's just a fault of the game itself.
It's just like, I don't think there's any other format we could have done in the context of ZA if it wasn't like a full 6v6 Pokemon battle, which it's just not a format in the game.
Exactly. Yeah. So, it's just these 1 pointers are gonna have a tough time. Mario getting a 6 pointer though. This is another one of the last big ones. This is probably the last one she can afford. It's 1 pointers from here on out. So splurging on a little Sableye.
We do have Mega Sableye, but not really. Like, it does get a lot of physical bulk and a decent amount of special bulk once it megas. But I think what Sableye does best is being an annoying little status bastard.
Yeah.
I can see you running the mega just to have more staying power.
Right. I think it can. I think it will do its role. I just don't know how valuable that role is compared to like you were saying. Like if Sableye just dies, like I lost the point, So it's like, can he be enough of a annoying little gremlin for it to make it worth it?
When I was saying that there's not a lot of mons who can set screens and break them, Sableye is one of the other ones. Fun fact.
So I mean, for only 6 points, like that's value. So.
Here's the problem, though. Oh, you go.
I was just gonna say Sableye screen setter, screen breaker, and then you just switch it out, maybe. So I don't know.
Yeah, if you are to mega it, I think it gets a lot of staying power because the defensive stats are pretty good on both. It does get recover. It does get parting shot, which some bastard moves. It gets protect and detect, where in this game you can run both.
Yeah, that's just really funny.
Yeah. You're probably not using this as an attacker. I think you run Will-O-Wisp on this. You can have Taunt. You can have Heal Block. If you want it to be an attacker, there are probably like a couple random coverage moves you could give it. I think the true brilliance of this, it's probably not getting you kills, but it's like a good switch in between mons. Yeah. I think with a screen setter, you kind of want it to be your opening more times than not. But unfortunately, if I see Mari open with Sableye, and I have the ability to set screens, and I have, like, let's say Clefable out, I'm just going to try to hit with Moonblast. I'm going to try and kill it before she sets screens.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is a lot of...
Because you can't mega.
Yeah, a lot of people's screen setters are fairy types, too. So, like, there's a lot of the screen setters are also fairy types. It's like, well... Yeah.
Yours is not technically, because by the time you're setting screens, you do not have the mega on.
Well, not the one that I have right now.
Sure. But like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah. Like, I wouldn't
the strength of your screen setter being contended or being tied to mega is unfortunate.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't even talking about Meganium. I was talking about.
I'm talking about Sableye.
Yeah, no. I'm saying like my fairy type that has not been revealed yet that we'll get to eventually. I'm talking about different Pokemon.
I was saying Sableye doesn't have bulk without Mega, so it makes it a bad screen set.
Okay. I thought you were talking about Meganium not having fairy type.
No, I mean, Meganium has bulk before Mega. Yeah. The fairy type isn't important to its setting screens.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how Mari uses Sableye. Because then your next pick was Leafeon for 1 point. So lots of defensive bulk here. I more so than than our boy Victory Bell gets you.
Yeah, I think once again, you could say it's questionable having 2 bugs and 2 grass types. One, I think fire is more rare in this game, and especially in the draft. I think Leafeon fills a niche that is similar to the Victory Bell one, but not necessarily the same one. And I think they kind of can be 2 sides of the same coin. I'd likely never take both of them, but I take one or the other, where I think Leafeon is one of the few 1 points that could see playtime.
Yeah, I mean, getting this much of a stat check for like 1 point, that in itself is impressive. That's why I was like, I felt like you could have just gotten Leafeon and left Victory Bell behind, honestly. Like, I felt like, I mean, it's the difference of 1 point, so it's like not like it's saving you anything really. Yeah. But I just didn't know why you needed both.
Well, it's more so that I wanted a poison type.
Oh, okay. So that was filling more
I wanted
of a
the poison type.
role.
I wanted Victory Bell more than Leafeon. And then when I looked at the board, I felt like my team was kind of fine. And I thought Leafeon was the strongest 1 point Mon remaining, and I just took it so no one else could.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like at this point, getting a denial in round 8 when all you can really afford are 1 point Mons, I think is totally justifiable.
Yeah, like I know people are going to start drafting the 1 point Mons coming up, and I was kind of in like a nice place in the draft when I could tell that was coming. Right. And I don't need Victory Bell and Leafeon, but I do think they do slightly different things that I personally, of all their 1 point Mons, I know people are going to start drafting 1 point Mons, and I thought Leafeon was the best 1 point Mon by far. Right.
Then we have Emolga for 2 points, which gets traded, right? No. This one doesn't get traded. It was almost traded, but it did not get traded. This for Emolga for 2 versus Dedenne at 1. I think I'd rather have Dedenne for 1, honestly. Obviously, it was off the board, but
yeah. I think in my mind, I value the flying type coverage more than the fairy type. And I think sometimes I look at Dedenne and I don't think dragon immunity. You know, maybe that's
right. Yeah, it's ground immunity or dragon immunity, which I feel like they both have merit. They honestly both probably could have been like 2 points or 1 or 2 points. About the same. I don't think there's much we can say about Emolga. Then Clover dropping the 8 points on Pidgeot, likely for its access to Mega here. Huge special attacker. Her team was
135, going from 70 special attack to 135.
Yeah, no,
speed.
It's massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Pidgeot, it falls into that same category of like Mawile for me, where I struggle to see what it could possibly do outside of Mega.
I'm looking at the moveset, and it's pretty unfortunate that outside of Air Slash, we really don't get any good special moves on Pidgeot. Its learn set is actually shockingly small compared to any Gen 1 Mon.
Yeah.
Even TMs.
Like, it's very, very sad. It's like Hurricane Heat Wave. Yeah, Hurricane Heat Wave Hyper Beam, I guess. And then maybe like Feather Dance, probably.
That is actually the only 3 special moves. If you're running Mega, which I like Mawile, I think you kind of have to.
Yeah.
There's even merit in running U-turn, I think.
I feel like you're not spending 8 points on this if you don't plan to Mega it, though.
That's fair. I think Brave Bird is normally such a good move, but again, if you're running a special attacker, I think Reflect is also decent on it. I can't think of like all the screen settings we have, but having Reflect in a physical world, I think, is better than Light Screen.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like an investment.
Yeah,
I would have probably stayed away. But we have something coming up. The controversy.
Yes.
So this is where I had. So let me pull up. So this was my draft pick. So I have 10 points left, right? So I say I want to draft an 8-point Pokemon. The problem is, at this point in the draft, there are not going to be enough 1-point Pokemon remaining for everybody to draft 1-point Pokemon, because everybody is getting into a position, like we see, everybody's so low on points. We need a ton of like 1-point Pokemon, and this is where not having the pre-evolutions was a really major oversight and a very bad idea, because now we're at a point where it's like, okay, what do we do? It's like, what's gonna happen? So this was the major rule change that happened in between rounds. Do you have anything to say, Jacob?
Yeah, I can take it from here.
Okay. Yeah.
Normally in draft leagues, we have unevolved mons with varying points. Never usually going in this context. It probably would never go over like 2 or 3. Like even Doublade would have been like 2 or 3, maybe 3.
Right.
But for us, we had 113 mons, and Rick kind of did a lot of mock drafts himself. And it was like, it all comes out nicely. But he did it with the mindset of everyone trying to get to 0 in like a respectful way where he controls all 10 people drafting. And in not that world, everyone's going to try to get to 3 points with 7 picks, and they all have to pick 1.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
It was an oversight, and Braden brought it to attention, and then spontaneously Rick decided, all right, every unevolved mon is worth 1 point. And Clover was like, wait, I drafted Aegislash so I could get Doublade. Can I just have Doublade? So then they retroactively changed Clover's draft from Aegislash to Doublade. Aegislash is back on the wire. And now it's also a rule that changes, not just in the middle of the draft, but in the middle of the draft order.
Right.
So
right.
This matters. This does matter.
It does matter.
Okay.
Big time.
So, okay, we're going to just show the next one. It's...
Yeah, so I draft Umbreon for 8 points. We already talked about Umbreon. Great Pokemon. Yeah. Pixie drafts Frostlass. We've talked about
this one in some other way.
Melody drafts Delibird. Nothing need to say about that. Klefki 1 point. No Prankster. Washed. Siren's Noivern is actually a little bit interesting. We can come back to it though, because I feel like we need to address the point.
I want to move on to the controversy.
So here is why it was an issue. Look at everybody's point totals. Basically everybody except for Siren. A lot of people can only draft 1-pointers. So this is why it actually wasn't even until I think it was there. Yeah, it was there that it was decided that all pre-evolutions are worth 1 point, and not all pre-evolutions are created equal.
No, that is definitely true. Doublade being already drafted before the rule even happened.
Right. So so we retroactively gave Clover the additional point, and I think I don't remember if I just for it on this one or the round 9 recap, but it doesn't matter. Yeah,
I think the winner of this draft, just say it, I think it's probably Umbreon. Getting this valued of a pick this late, huge for you. I think you budgeted very well. I give it to Umbreon. Like, not only is it like it's clearly the strongest mon here, but even in the context of being able to budget and still having value things on the board, pretty fortunate.
Right. I think that's kind of like how I like to do my drafts in these like 10 picks, is basically 8 good mons and then 2 1-pointers, which I wish I had thought to let Rick know, because then I feel like it would have been like, oh, we're not going to have enough 1 point. We should have simulated it to where everybody's just picking 1-pointers, like the last 3 rounds, basically.
Yeah.
Because then we would have had the proper amount. So round 9, we start, and now we have unevolved Pokemon on the table.
I want to say, like, how this league is funded is like, I am paying Rick, and I told him we have no influence over rule changes at all. So, like, you know, I don't want to influence anything. I don't want to be on the rule committee. Once I'm a player, I'm a competitor, nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah.
And as a competitor, I can complain about the rules, which I think is an important thing. And as a competitor, I complained that I think after a draft starts, there should be 0 rule changes ever at all for any reason whatsoever. I think it compromises the integrity of it. And what kind of pissed me off here was being bottom draft pick. It's like if I knew I could have drafted something like Gabite instead of Stunfisk, save 2 points, I would have done that multiple rounds ago. You know, like I would have done that, and it would have changed how I draft from that moment
draft
forward.
Strategy. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of other unevolved mons that would get some decent value.
Because I definitely think stuff like Doughblade, Matang would have been worth more than 1 point. Pikachu would have been worth more than 1 point.
For sure. Like, I probably would have drafted both Gabite and
Scyther
Pikachu before Stunfisk, maybe.
Yeah, Light Ball Pikachu would have definitely been worth more.
So I brought it up that I think it sucks as a change in the middle of a draft turn where it's a surprise rule that favors the top draft order again.
So, and we're going to see that. Said. Yeah, and it will play out very quickly. Siren was still with a lot of points to spare, decides to go Audino, getting Mega Audino, getting Noivern Audino here at the end of the draft, kind of finishing out that, I guess, does she have a Steel type? No. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like Audino, so I'm just going to move on.
I think it's a Mega Hog like Mawile.
Yeah. Vivian,
we're out of points.
1
There's
point.
Nothing to say.
Yeah, we're out of points. There's nothing to say. Oh, okay. Then this is all pre-evos are now 1 point. And who goes first?
So this is like, okay, if we decided in this exact turn, all pre-evos on 1 point, just because we're running out of 1 points. Yeah, I think Braden brought it up with his draft, and then we cemented the rule. And the first person who is allowed to draft pre-evos is the same guy who got Metagross in third. So
right.
I think if we're going to introduce a new rule like this, well, one, I don't think we should at all.
Yeah.
But if we have to, I think it's fair to reveal it at the bottom of the draft. So then it's like inverse order of people who got to start. You got the big picks.
Yeah.
I don't think drafting Pikachu is as impactful as Metagross by any means, but you know, like it feels better.
I guess the solution probably should have been just add 2 points no, I don't know. Because I don't remember how many of the 1 pointers were even left, but
I don't think there was a good solution, if I can be honest. I think even if we've seen this before, like if we were like, all right, we're going to add 10 points, then that just punishes the people who budgeted well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like there's not a great solution. Trust me, I would have loved 10 points in that, but I don't think you would have loved 10 points.
Yeah, exactly. Because then Scrafty would have gotten drafted and that would have sucked.
Yeah.
Yep. So for context, in the last 2 rounds, so in the last 20 picks, only 4 of them were not 1 point picks. So 80% of the picks were 1 point picks from this point forward, which is insane. So obviously, Light Ball Pikachu goes first. Insane Pokemon. We talked earlier about how there's not really a substitute for Metagross. Well, Eviolite Matang might be kind of close, you know. That's kind of for 1 point. That's pretty dang good. Pixie got absolutely saved. Point. Pixie got 1,000% saved by this decision because Matang, 1 point Matang is like miles better than Auroras or Diggersby or anything else.
I would gladly take 2 Matangs over 1 Auroras.
Yeah,
I think you could even argue Matang being worth like 4 or 5 points.
No, because so here's the thing. So my next pick was Gabite. If you're thinking about Eviolite value, Gabite does not really get the same Eviolite value that Eviolite this thing does.
Actually, crazy.
I don't even think I've run Eviolite on this necessarily. Like there might be other items that I would consider on Gabite before Eviolite because
I think you're right. I think you utilize that 90 base attack.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like I just got this because it was a ground type. It was 1 point. I figured I could kind of like shore up some of the electric weakness that I have. Just getting an electric immunity was kind of nice.
And here's what, if we can go back a little bit. I just want to say, like, in the 8th draft pick, it just upset me because I'm like, okay, the 3rd draft pick, it doesn't even start on first. The 3rd draft pick now gets to draft unevolved Pokemon, and the 3 best ones get drafted immediately. So it falls at a weird time. It's such a strange addition. Like something had to be done, and I just I don't know. I think what we could have done is maybe go backwards in the draft. I don't think it's the best. I don't know.
It was just really unfortunate. Yeah, I don't think there was a good solution because the draft would not have continued to function if we ran out of there were just once I made the pick for Umbreon, the draft was essentially broken at that point.
It was forfeit, yeah.
Yeah, and so I don't know. And like the thing is, not everybody was even on. Like I wasn't even on call. I was in text chat. Like multiple people were in text chat, so it wasn't a thing that could like easily be resolved either. It was just really unfortunate, and I put a lot of blame on myself for not recognizing the oversight prior to the draft.
Have grabbed it.
Yeah, it was
on both
it's
of
not
us.
Rickles'
Rickles
fault.
was more inexperienced with Draft League. You and I both have experience with it as both competitors and watchers, and we should have caught it.
I was just kind of like, oh yeah, they can include all pre-overs. That's probably fine. And then now
we're putting the
realize,
blame on Rick and how we're describing it, but I think it does fall on us ultimately.
Yeah, no, definitely does, because I think that was an easy oversight that I could have. I should have known that the drafting strategy was going to go this way. So I put a lot of blame on myself because I think it was mostly my fault.
All in all, the resolution to this benefits me greatly, so I'm now fine.
Okay, so you were talking about how you got the short end of the stick by being at the end of the draft. I'm going to talk about how I got the worst of both worlds.
Okay. Let's keep going through the draft for now.
Yeah, goodbye is whatever. We'll get to that when we get there because it'll be a whole nother section. Then Medicham for 3 points. I like this pick. Obviously, not having pure power hurts it a lot, but I think getting
one of the best
Medicham,
last couple round picks.
Yeah, like this is the last like good high value pick basically. Scyther for 1 point is insane. Scyther for 1 point is also very, very good. 500 BST mon for 1 point.
Best 4 mons you can get.
Yeah, definitely. So then you come up and you now that H/Slash is back.
Let's go back. Do you know how many what Scissor's base stat total is?
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah, it's 500. You know what Scyther's base stat total is? It's 500. Scyther only is worth 1 point because we never put it on the screen. It was kind of implied that if you get Scizor, you also have access to Scyther.
You also get Scyther, yeah.
Was I going to break out Scyther? Probably not ever, but I always had that option.
Yeah. Yeah, the different stat distribution, different typing, obviously, but Scyther, when released, was still a fully functional 500 BST Pokemon. So I guess it wasn't.
That now gets Eviolite if you really want to run that.
That now gets Eviolite and won a Pokemon Regional Championship. So pretty dang good 1 pointer to grab in draft. Gotta say.
I would say 1 point Scyther so much better than 6 point Scizor.
Yeah, 1 point Scyther better than 1 point Gabite, that's for sure. I didn't need Scyther, so
sure.
But yeah, then Aegislash.
Okay, so we get to me, and like the 4 mons worth drafting that are unevolved are all gone.
Yeah.
So Aegislash is back on. I'm like, honestly, whatever. Who cares? I'll take Aegislash. I'm not accepting defeat with this, but I am kind of unhappy with my draft because I'm just missing some cores that I was going into it wanting.
Well, I think the thing that really sucks about... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying... And like, I didn't necessarily need Aegislash, but I was like, Scizor's my only steel type. I'm scared to fire. I'll at least take something that's not like quad weak to it. Scizor, I just thought, like you said, Aegislash could blow something up, but I do end up trading this away. So we can see.
So the thing that I think sucks about the rule change the most is we were at a point where people had accepted I'm not getting any more value out of my draft. I have gotten to the point where I'm at a point where I'm just picking 1 pointers that are basically useless. Like I have my team, and because of the rule changes, because of the rule changes, people got immense value. This was not the change that gave people the most value, by the way. Getting Light Ball Pikachu and Eviolite Metang is child's play for what's to come. So this is obviously Clover didn't draft next, but this is just to show that Clover got Doublade for 1 point.
Yeah, retroactively.
That was rectifying. Yeah. And then Mari picks up Slurpuff. Honestly,
decent
pretty good
1
value.
point, Mon.
Yeah. Getting a fairy type for 1 point, I like it. I like Aromatisse better, which you'll see later. Getting Go-Goat, I think Go-Goat is such a Pokemon that shows that base stat total is not everything. This thing has 531 BST, and it's not a good Pokemon. It just does not use them very, like, look at that distribution. It's just all over the place.
Yeah.
But
it's also random numbers, which pisses me off.
Yeah, I know. It's so messy, and I don't like it. But
I think he can be a Horn Leech spammer.
Yeah. And obviously getting like the cool, your mascot Pokemon this late is obviously fun.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he had a mascot in mind. He just lucked into it.
Right. Like, oh, I got to for my whole draft to get Go-Goat in the 9th round. But yeah, you can see round 9 recap, same old song and dance. This one, winners and losers. What do we think?
Winner, I think, is Light Ball Pikachu or Scyther. It's hard to say which, honestly.
Yeah. They're all really good.
I think Matang. I think Gabite is like the 4th best one.
Yeah, I think Gabite is the worst of the 4 unevolved
I agree.
ones.
I think Matang. I guess I just never realized how high that base defense is even on Matang.
No. Yeah, it's really high. Like that thing's gonna be really hard to kill. It's gonna be such a good like budget Metagross basically.
I think I'm gonna say the losers with Vion. I just don't think it's very good.
I would say Vivian or Audino.
Yeah,
probably. Audino. I feel like Audino for 4. It's like, and I don't know. I'm just not a believer. But now we make it to round 10, and we can just kind of rapid fire through this because like Kakuna not coming.
I also want to say CJ almost drafted Weedle, and I was like, why not just get Kakuna? And he was like, oh yeah, I'll take Kakuna.
The GOAT. Getting hard on him. Furfro, Haunter. This was,
I think
this can't compare.
That's like the 5th best unevolved Mon.
Yeah,
either that or Kadabra.
It has very good offensive stats, but so frail, and I think that makes it really hard in this. Like it doesn't have the offensive
Eviolite
stats
doesn't do much for it.
Yeah, Eviolite does basically nothing for it. You'd probably have to just run like Focus Sash, and you already have like. I feel like a couple Focus Sash guys. Actually, no, you don't really. But I mean,
there's just not a reason to bring Haunter, really.
Yeah, there's not really a reason to bring it. It just it can't do enough. Then we get Gumi, which won't last long.
This is a heart pick.
yeah, this is. They get Eevee. Then here, okay, I love this 1-point pick. I think Aromatisse could be okay. I'm curious to use it. I haven't traded it yet because I really want to see. I want to see it in action first. Like I have a theory of what it can do in my mind.
Like in Mox or in week 1.
What's that? Oh,
like in Mox or week 1.
I would bring it to an actual match. I think I do think I could see myself bringing this. Like
good HP stat.
Yeah, decent bulk and like pretty good special attack. Like nearly 100 special attack for a 1-point Mon. Like I'll take it. That's pretty solid for me. And then Pixie got Tyrunt.
Because you took Tyrantrum.
1 point. Hey, I needed it. It was a core member of my team. Melody takes Charmeleon for 1 point. Awesome guy. Smith with the cute Clefairy. And then the final pick of the draft was Pinsir for 6 points, which...
Yeah, just trying to dump all the points.
Yeah, Siren finishes it out. Clears that, wipes all the points off the board, getting Pinsir, getting the final Mega. Honestly, I like this better than Audino. I would take the Pinsir.
I do forget that Mega Pinsir is bug flying, actually.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that it doesn't get Aerialate, though. I do think that's something that's really going to hold it back. But yeah,
155 attack, though, pretty good.
Yeah.
120 defense.
Yeah, potential Mega. So it can probably do some, like, for a last round, not a bad pick. Certainly better than, like, I think we just have to give Siren the winner because, like...
I agree.
I think that's the most... It's just the best pick.
Everyone's drafting scraps at this point.
I will say, though, I think of the value... I think I got the most value out of my 1 point. Like, Aromatisse here compared to all this other stuff, I think is much better. Getting, like, an actual
I'd prefer Pinsir, maybe. But,
well, I mean, I'm not saying like compare. I'm saying compared to the other value picks. Like
yeah. You're second on this draft round for sure.
Yeah. I'm not giving anybody a loser because it's nobody.
Yeah, I think there's like a 5-way tie for loser. I think Haunter is better than all the others. I'd like to give. I think Furfrou is probably 3rd. I'd say Haunter 4th, and then everything is kind of
a 6-way
Nobody
tie.
else cared. Yeah, nobody else cared.
Yeah.
But it didn't even matter because we got ourselves a bonus round. So, to rectify what happened in the middle of round 8 when I drafted Umbreon and then all of the pre-evolutions became 1-pointers, Rickles decided to bump our cap from 60 points to 66, meaning that everybody got a 6, essentially like 7-8 point boost because we were allowed to get one free trade where we could trade in a Pokemon and then draft an additional Pokemon. This left some incredible Pokemon that went undrafted, now very much available and back into the pool. And to rectify the fact that it started with me selecting Umbreon and then coming back around through the snake, benefiting the top of the order, not benefiting the guy in the middle, we have now decided that we are going to go from the bottom up, so starting from the 10th, working our way back up. Once again, heavily punishing the guy in the middle. And you'll see. So to start us off, we have CJ.
Wait, I would also like to give a little context here beyond this.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
You can say that, but I think it's so much more shocking that I don't think the unevolved draft is really going to make or break a lot of people. I was a little annoyed by it, but I think the fact that the rule got declared at the start of the 3rd pick kind of makes it really suck for 1st and 2nd pick.
Right.
Because now it's reverse order.
Yeah.
To be fair, they also all could have drafted Metagross and didn't, so who knows. But anyways, yeah. So keep in mind, this is not even... Okay, we added 6 points, but how do they get Manectric? Because it's 8 points. Well, it's not drafting, it's trading. So if you trade I think it was Gaboder for 2 points, you can now you're at 58 points, and now you can get the 8-point Mon.
Yep. So... because like here's the thing, we all basically needed a boost of 2 points. So like logically, I feel like the rectifying the decision would be, let's just bump it up to 62. Like you can make like small little changes, maybe get something that's, because some of these Pokemon are going to be way better than I would rather have Mega Manectric than Light Ball Pikachu. So it's we had an overcorrection, and like now we have a super hard overcorrection, and there, like at this point we'd pretty much picked the draft dry. Like there were not a ton of good picks remaining at that high point value. Yeah. So that meant that basically the first 4 people that got to draft, or 4 to 5 people, were going to get the best stuff, and then the people at the end of the bonus round, weren't going to be left with anything worth trading up for.
And keep in mind, if we start the entire draft over at 66 points with all unevolved Mons being 1 point, I promise you, everything looks different.
It looks very different, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure people spend a lot more. It would have played out very, very differently. So CJ snags Manectric, solidifying a really good electric type. I think really balancing out CJ's draft very nicely. I think this was a great pickup for CJ. CJ was worried about it because the next 2 picks were already locked and loaded, but I think it's a really good pick for CJ.
Great pick. And before you click next slide, when Rick announced this in the Discord, the commissioner of the league, since we were no longer in call, this was a few days after the draft, everyone had 24 hours to secure the draft. And we were waiting on CJ, who was streaming all day. So during that time period, CJ was streaming. Pretty much everybody did their own research because we were all waiting on CJ. So we all kind of had the answers locked in for what we wanted if it got to us.
Yeah.
And I will say, I was being a little rat. I was going around. I knew which Mon I wanted. And Mari I was like, what do you want? And she was like, well, I want the one you want, or Beedrill. And I did not spread propaganda. However, I did tell her Avalugg has such pitifully low special defense where I think he is best maximized if you're running a screen-centric team. That is what I said. I do not regret it.
and then I might have sent the image of Mega Beedrill showing its attack and speed and saying, I do not stall, I do not set up. If I don't sweep, I do not win. She was like, haha, that's funny.
I'll pull it up here. Hey, let's see. Live editing. Thanks, Reddit. There we go. Just be yourself. All right, it's been shown. So what do we think that Mari picked, given all of that information?
I did not lie. But she did draft Mega Beedrill.
She got Mega Beedrill. Let's see. I mean, this thing might go crazy.
I think that, I mean, you know, it's so frail, but if all you need is one shot, like you take 4 coverage moves on this thing. I do not think it was a wrong choice. I do not think Avalugg even necessarily synergizes with Mari's team that well.
I think it's going to be, I just think it's going to be really hard to use in this. I'm curious to see what she's able to do with it. But I'm not necessarily a Mega Beedrill believer. I tried to use this thing in my playthrough. It would die every single time that I would come out.
You just need one kill.
You just need one kill. That's the difference. So with that said, what was the next pick? Oh, you got Avalugg. No way.
I think Avalugg rounds out my team perfectly. I really like Avalugg here. I think it is. I also make a couple more trades beyond this. The LA traders in action.
184
Absol and Sharpedo have been traded at this point, so I was at 58 points. I was actually the lowest point total in the league. So I only had to trade. I traded I think I traded Aegislash for this.
I think you traded Haunter, right? You got rid of Haunter?
Yeah, I traded Haunter because I didn't need to trade Aegislash. So I traded Haunter, so I was at 58, so then I was at 57. And then that puts me at 65. So I'm not even still not maximum point total. And that one extra point does matter in rounding out my team. So Avalugg goes great into a lot of the quad weaknesses, especially like Garchomp. It gets a lot of coverage. It also gets recover. So this can be a problem. Yeah,
paired with the right team, with the right synergy, Avalugg could be very, very difficult to remove, and I think that could be a problem. Like, Haunter was a mon that you were probably never going to bring, and now you got a core piece of your team potentially. This was my problem with the bonus round, is that the value that the first few picks got is astronomical compared to everything else.
I think there were 4 good picks left.
Yep. And we're about to see the next one. Are you ready?
Yeah.
And there he is, Scrafty. This was the one I really, really wanted, because I was unable to get a fighting type during my draft. That was the only thing I was like, I would have liked to have a fighting type. And then all of a sudden I have like all these points to work with. I was going to drop Umbreon just so I could draft Scrafty and use it, because that was like the only way that I could really make the points work. And
it's an expensive mon. I don't remember what Fur dropped for this. Do you?
Fur,
because it had to be at least a 4-point mon.
Does Fur still have? Oh, was it Sharpedo? Did Fur drop Sharpedo?
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah. So he traded me. Yeah, because also Fur was at 62 points because of that trade.
Right. So Fur had to make a big drop, and Sharpedo was 6 points, so that got down to that would have got I don't
so
know.
Fur no longer has a water type, which is important for the draft. And also I do think Scrafty is the #1 best mon remaining on this. It didn't really make sense for me as someone who had Heracross and Absol.
Right.
It could have made sense to Mari. It doesn't really make sense to CJ, but
CJ already has Crocodile, Halucha.
The only reason I considered Scrafty, full disclosure, was so you, Braden, could not grab it.
Yeah, we talked about it. I was again, like you were saying you were doing with Beedrill, I was also doing with Scrafty. I was like, you should draft Avalugg, man. Just draft Avalugg.
You were trying to do it to me?
Maybe.
Really? Really?
No. I was laying out. I was looking at your team, laying out what I thought the best move was going to be.
Yeah, I told Mari she needed Mega Beedrill.
I did come to the conclusion that Avalugg was better for your team composition.
I still think that's true.
I do believe that. Yeah. No, I was not like, if you had drafted Scrafty, I wouldn't have been mad because like I just knew. I think I even said, I was like, Scrafty is the best mon. I mean, it was the only 10-point mon available, like still. Yeah. So it should have been left on, it should have been left in the draft room. Did not get picked. Going undrafted. That's
while
fine,
CJ was still streaming, we were all waiting. Clover talked to me. We were talking about our draft and everything. Clover was like, "What do you think you're gonna draft?" And I was like, I think if I'm gonna, because Mari, if she drafted Avalugg, I was gonna take Scrafty.
Yeah.
And then I told Clover, I was like, I want Scrafty or Avalugg. And I need Avalugg more for my team, but I think Scrafty is the better Pokemon overall, the more versatile one.
Yeah.
And Clover was like, ooh, but that's the one I want. So I was like, well, if I get Avalugg, you can have him if Fur doesn't take him. So I think like even if Fur didn't take it, Clover was going to take it. So it was just unlucky.
I mean, like it was literally the only 10-point mon staring people down. I just knew there was no way it was going to drop to 5. Like that's where being in the 5th slot was.
It'd be as crazy as Metagross dropping the 3.
Yeah, right. So Clover ends up getting Aerodactyl instead. I think they dropped Eevee, I think. Yeah. So yeah, getting like a fast, flying rock type. Mega solid, I think her team, I just feel like still it's just like adding another water weakness. I just worry how she's going to deal with the water types, but I'm sure she'll figure it out. And then I just stayed. I didn't do anything. My bonus round was believing that Aromatisse is is the one to do it. So
you have 6 points to trade right now. If anyone happens to put anything of value on the wire.
Yeah. So
I mean, you can grab Aegislash, buddy.
I mean, maybe I'll if I'm a believer, I'll have to see if Aromatisse is not it. And then Pixie again able to drop Tyrant for Slowking. Definitely better than Tyrant, that's for sure.
Yeah. Don't really know what it does, but
yeah, I'd say it's like pretty similar to what you want to do with Slowbro.
Yeah.
And another Slowking, Galarian Slowking.
I don't even know if Loney's going to use this. I can't, but I guess they are interchangeable between this and Galarian Slowbro, but I think it's just mainly here for the mascot and all the good stuff was taken.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like we're at a point, we've like all the good stuff already got taken off the board, and then Barbaracle.
Pretty decent.
A decent, let's see. With Fouling, I mean, it's probably, like pretty decent. I don't know. I don't know when Smith is going to use this.
If I do remember correctly, it's physical attack upon Mega goes to 140 and 130 defense bulk, 106 special defense.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice.
It's decent bulk. You drop the water typing and you get the fighting, which I think this can kind of be used like how Gyarados Megas, where it's more of it's almost like a defensive Terra. To change your typing in certain matchups. Like, of course, if there's like a Giga Drain on the field, you don't want to still be Rock Water.
Yeah.
Where you can, of a spur of the moment, kind of decide to Mega. Yes, you get a massive stat buff as well. And also, Rock Fighting doesn't have any quad weaknesses you need to worry about.
Right.
Pretty miserable typing Rock Fighting.
Yeah,
and
honestly,
Rock
both ways. Like, Rock Water and Rock Fighting, not the best. But, hey, it's 4 points. It's better than... Probably better than Vivian.
Yeah.
And then Siren also did not see any value, and I don't blame. I would still rather have Pinsir. I would probably consider dropping Audito, but there's just nothing left. And then we go through the trades. We already talked about this one. The LA traders were getting busy, and then this was one that we have not talked about. So this was your Pyroar pick.
I am so happy with this trade. Now I have that Fire Water Grass core, of course, and it's not really with the mons you'd expect.
Yeah,
where I can run this with Pyroar, Slowbro, and then either Victreebel or Leafeon, which depending on the team, have different reasons to bring them.
Right.
And I think my team rounded out really nicely because I think Clefable comes to every single team, onto every single battle. Avalugg, Stunfisk, or I think like Avalugg, Heracross have a lot of merit. And then I have Scizor, Stunfisk, Absol that can kind of be these flexible counter picks and everything like that.
Yeah.
But all of my mons have a lot of coverage, which is kind of what I focused on more. I try to highlight mons that get a lot of coverage moves. And I think Pyroar was kind of the missing piece where now I can spam like a lot of special attacking moves that is kind of rare for this, especially a fire type, because that's also a rare commodity. I'm kind of shocked no one picked Pyroar up for 3 points, if I can be honest.
Yeah. I think it was just like people were, I don't know. People are already getting their fire types, I guess. Like I already had a fire type. Clover had one. Yeah, I think a lot of people just picked them up kind of early.
There are a lot of people who don't have fire types, though, is what I'm saying, because there's so few of them.
Yeah,
I don't think everyone could possibly have them. Mega Pyroar is 129 special attack, 126 speed, which it's not really the stats where you want them to be. It mainly gets bulkier by 20 points in each category, which I think is more important. I think it actually just adds 20 points to all of its stats now that I look at it. I think it's kind of a boring mega.
Yeah, it's such a silly way to go about it.
Wait, what? No, its speed goes from 109 to 126. And then
that's so weird.
What?
Pyroar is an enigma.
Wait, all these go up by 20. Wait, 68 to 88, 72 to 92, 109 to 129, 66 to 86, 109 to 126. Does this get 97 points in Mega? Am I insane? Am I miscounting?
Live?
Am I?
Let's see. Wait, you said in speed? Wait, are you... I think you're... What are you looking at right now? I see 126 speed.
Oh,
no, you know what? I did it wrong. Yeah,
I'm
wrong. Yeah, my stats.
Okay. That makes so much more sense. Gotcha.
I was that's my fault.
Yeah, that's fine.
Look, I had to make like 100.
So base Pyroar 106.
I had to make like 100 of these. I'm honestly shocked there weren't more mistakes.
No, you're so fine. It's just when I was comparing your stats to Megas.
Yeah,
I was like,
no.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I get it.
97?
Yeah, that would actually be really funny. They're like, yeah, let's screw this Pyroar guy.
Yeah, so Pyroar gets 20 in every stat. That's really easy to remember. Kind of strange how min-max a lot of the other stats are. I just think having... I have Hyper Voice, I have Flamethrower, I have Earth Power, I have Solar Beam, I have Dark Pulse, I have Fire Blast if I really want to.
He's a big
not like the most insane of coverage. I just think fire was something really important that I wanted, and I thought with 6 new points that not everyone used, people were likely to trade for this. So I was like, as soon as Siren said no, thank you, I was immediately like trying to lock in this Pyroar.
Yeah,
that's kind of at 65 points. I could trade the 2-point Aegislash for Pyroar, and it's chef's kiss.
Yeah. I know CJ was making fun of me for not making a trades, but like I didn't make a trade. I did not make a trade because I thought my team was perfect. I just didn't want to have like the regret of dropping something, somebody else picking it up, and then me realizing that it was actually really good. So like I wanted to see what I had before I made a move, because I do think there is a move to be made, and I just want to make sure I'm making the right one before I do such a thing.
I think in this case of your draft, I definitely went a bit too big at the beginning, which I don't even think is necessarily a bad thing, but given that my later picks were way weaker than your later picks because you kind of budgeted all throughout. So that way, if you're going to drop something, it's going to be like substantial value. Like it's going to be a budget 1 or 2 pick or this 8-6. Like you didn't draft a 1-pointer. You didn't even draft below. Well, I guess your Scolipede was 2 points, but like.
I only drafted the 2 1-pointers at the very end. Like that's, and the only reason I drafted Umbreon is because like I knew the reason I clarified the rule about the 1-pointers is because I was like, well, I want to just draft 1-pointers from here on out, but there aren't enough to do that. So it's like, but and then being able to take Umbreon. So, and I think that's why Siren and I both like did not feel the need to swap, because it's like.
And any draft I've ever been a part of, like I have done drafts. Like I think I did the Nuzlocke auction where everyone spent their money way too fast, so I gave more money out to people. Yeah. And it it was a band-aid to put on like a bigger issue, because all that does is properly punish the people who budgeted.
that were,
you know?
Yeah, that were budgeting. Exactly.
Yeah,
that's what happened here for sure. But it's like
and same thing happens here.
Yeah, and I don't think my team is like all of a sudden way worse than everybody else's. Like I still feel good about my team despite not getting to take full advantage of either rule change.
I think Fur having a really strong fire or fairy dragon steel core and then getting Scrafty is kind of like, ooh.
Yeah, Fur's team looks really, really good. We're almost at the point where I'll show them on the PowerPoint. Yeah. Fur did drop Goomy to get Swablu for the mascot Pokemon. So if you were wondering why Fur did not draft Swablu, here it is. 25 of them, in fact. Is that 25 points? I mean, Fur, you might be a little bit over. Then Maloney dropping Lopunny for Kangaskhan.
Kangaskhan, similar role.
Yeah, very similar. I just wonder, like, what Kangaskhan does without Printabond. I don't know.
I mean, at the end of the day, you still have a Mega, and it still has 125 attack and 100 defense. Like, it's
right. Yeah, just wanted like a big, bad. Like a more bulky normal. Maybe Maloney was thinking like Kangaskhan is better outside of Mega than Lopunny is. I don't know. I don't know what the full reasoning. The trade that I really like actually is dropping Charmeleon for Vanillix. I feel like Vanillix is decently solid. Like not a pick that you're gonna bring every week, but just for a little 2-pointer. I think good. I think Vanillix.
There's some good matchups for this for sure.
Yeah, like another freeze dry Mon, you know. So I think this is a good Pokemon. And then that's it. That's all of our trades. So these are the final lists of everybody's team. I guess we can go through here. Who do we think has the strongest team?
I think it's between Yumi or Fur.
Yeah, you know, what about the guy with the Metagross?
Why did I even neglect that? No, I think it is one of those four. I think those are the 4 best teams in the league. I think I have the 4th best in the league. Like, I think I'm in this upper echelon, but I also think I have the most experience piloting in ZA.
Yeah.
So I like my team. I think I'm a creative team builder. I feel good about my team. I don't even know what I would necessarily add that wasn't like, I wish I got Metagross, right?
Right. I think Fur had a really strong start and a really strong end to their draft.
I think the middle of Fur, I still think Glalie 4th is so strange, like even looking back.
Yeah. I mean, Glalie 4th, and it was 6 points too. It's not even like it was like a 2-pointer or anything.
Getting 1 point Scyther is kind of phenomenal.
1 point Scyther and then getting 10-point Scrafty is crazy work.
Yeah, I think Fur has the best team.
I think Fur probably has like the high, like the middle. There's no real like. I mean, outside of Swablu, obviously. Swablu and Emolga probably the two weak points, and then Glalie.
I think Fur has 8 great Mon.
Yeah. I think
actually something I can give myself credit. I think I have 10 usable Mons.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel like every Mon on my team, I think I could realistically bring to a match, to an actual match. And I think, looking at your team, it's 100% the same way. Like you said, Leafeon is just a really strong 1-pointer, and that's how I feel about both. That's how I feel mostly about Aromatisse, but also Gabite to an extent as well.
Yeah.
And if I were to trade, then that would still be the case, because there is a Pokemon that I have in mind that I would trade for, but I'm obviously not going to say it because I don't want anybody to snipe it.
Bro, why not?
I got to keep it a secret.
Okay, to go kind of like an overview of these teams, I think the thing with Glaceon is if that's going to be your first pick, I think we immediately have to draft counters because you get 2nd and 3rd pick back to back.
Yeah.
And I think drafting Tyranitar after Glaceon, I think it's a great budget pick, but it's rough. Delphox, great pick, I will say.
Yeah, I really like the Delphox pick. I think Delphox it's funny that like just in the vacuum, like if I just zoom in right there, boom, Tyranitar, Delphox back to back. I love those 2 picks, but then looking at the context of the whole team, it's like I don't know if they're going to be able to thrive the way that they should necessarily.
After Glaceon got drafted, Smith also revealed Glaceon was their #1 pick to me, and I think that's crazy.
If there were 2 Glaceons, we would have had 2 Glaceons picked before Metagross, and that is hilarious. Metagross could kill both of them with 1 Heavy Slam. Yeah, I think Maloney's team is probably, in my opinion, the strongest. Like, the Metagross is just so good. Dragonite, I think, is extremely solid.
Yeah.
Starmie is really good. Chestnut's going to get value like honestly, I think I'd rather play Maloney like week 2 or something before they have Mega Chestnut.
Oh, you're so right.
That such a kind of funny quirk. Yeah, that's such a weird quirk of draft.
Yeah, maybe in hindsight we probably should have banned it.
We probably should have banned it,
but
because that also it's gonna
skew.
Our call. Yeah, it's gonna skew like results in a way, because like that is just a different Pokemon you have to prep for.
When does Mega Chestnut come out? November 20. Oh, actually,
Oh, wait, it's already out.
Yeah.
You said November 22nd?
It's 26th.
Oh, 26th. Oh, well, that's...
So we're good. It wasn't available when we drafted, but it is going to be available by the time
probably
week 1 starts. So never mind.
All right, sweet. We're good. All right, well, commenters...
That's fair then.
Viewers... Let me know whatever you think the best team is from this list. I will be sure to read all of them. Anyways, thanks, Jacob, for talking about the draft for 4.5 hours with me.
No, of course. Yeah, I thought this would be knocked out in an hour and a half, and you were like, I don't think it will, and you were right.
We were just a little bit over that. Yeah. All right, anyways, bye-bye, viewers. I'm going to say goodbye. Bye-bye.
I just want to go one-liner over every team.
Oh, okay, yeah, go for it. Stay tuned. I'm not done yet.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about Siren, and
yeah,
I think it's so strange because I think to a mild degree of fur, I think Siren's early picks were good and her late picks were good, and everything in the middle is a little questionable. I just think the Champ and Mawile back to back is kind of wild.
Yeah, Siren's draft, it's like it just felt. The way that I feel like this draft works is if the low point Mons just are way better than if Machamp and Mawile are just way better than we realized. That's how I feel like this draft pops off. It felt like a lot of budgeting that didn't pay off. Like, if I budgeted and then got Audino, Noivern, Pinsir as my last 3 picks, I think I'd be pissed. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Scrafty, Avalugg, Manectric were all still on the table.
I think, that's true. Yeah, for sure.
And Scyther, apparently, you know.
Yeah.
I think Scyther's probably better value than Pinsir with the same typing, but, you know, Siren never got that privilege. I think Smith, the thing that Smith does here is drafting all the EVs and kind of like making it a conscious decision to do that. It disrupts the draft because a lot of these higher Mons are kind of being ignored. Like, you know, #1 example, Metagross, right? Where I think Excadrill is a great pick. I'm sure Loney probably would have grabbed Excadrill immediately next if Metagross didn't fall to them, but yeah.
Yeah,
I'll be so honest. I was scared that you were going to get Metagross in 5th as soon as Loney had a chance. Because I knew Pixie was going to get Gyarados no matter what.
No, yeah, we knew that there's no way Maloney was passing it up. But that's how, like, if somebody else had been in that spot, like if Maloney had been in like 7th pick or 6th, maybe. I don't know.
Dude,
Fur would have drafted it.
I think if you swap Clover or Mari with Loney, I know both of them were getting Gardevoir.
Like, so yeah.
It was so possible for you to be in 5th and get Metagross, and that terrifies me.
There's a timeline. out there.
Yeah. Loney, great team. It's a great team. Steelix was picked as a ground type. Chestnut as a mega for 4 points. Like, I think
Pikachu, Light Ball Pikachu like for 1.
His core 6, like, kind of answer nearly everything.
Yeah.
And then you can interchange Steelix out for like Vanillux or something if you want. I don't even think you need his last 3.
I think if you just chop off the last 4 of everybody's team, Maloney's like they don't even look the same. Like Maloney's looks so much stronger than everybody else's if you just chop off the last 4 and look at only the first 6.
To be fair, of this, like a lot of the trades I push to the back, so it's like
okay, yeah,
not super proportional.
Yeah, right.
Because
right,
my Sharpedo would be on there. Yeah, Loney has a. I can see him kind of only bringing his core 6 and then changing out like 1 per week.
Yeah, like Vanillix and Pikachu feel much more like counterpick options than like a Kangaskhan or Galarian Slowking. Galarian Slowking and Galarian Slowbro are just way too similar in my opinion. So
I think it's just there as a meme pick. More than anything.
For sure. I
think Galarian Slowking is the coach.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any team having Metagross is automatically contender for best team in the league.
Yeah, for sure. This is a format where just having the most power, like just the most powerful guys, is going to be the thing that could win you the league. So,
like you can only use 3 Mon a week if you really want to. Like that's possible.
Pixie? Yeah, and speaking of, if we just chop Pixie's top 3 off, then we would say, whoa, Pixie has the best team in the league.
Yeah, Gyarados is one of the strongest Mons in the game, of course, given its 20-point total. It's just so easily counterable.
Yeah.
It can Mega and lose that 4 times, but then it opens up to a whole new kind of weakness.
Right. The thing that I really like Imbor. Imbor, Salamence, Gyarados, like they all cover each other's weaknesses quite well. But
kind of feels like you only need to prepare for those.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like those, like maybe the craziest thing is Eviolite Metang is the 4th scariest Mon on this team. Like everything else, I'm not worried about at all.
I think Electros maybe, but yeah,
Electros you have to be prepared for, but it's more manageable than Eviolite Metang. I feel like you can shut down Electros's offense a lot easier than Metang can just kind of sit there and do its own thing.
Yeah, as I see it, I have 6 Mon to prepare for her 3. Yeah. And then that's how I see it. And then your team, I think you're like, we keep saying like, what if we keep cutting off Mons and Mons and Mon? I think your top 3 incredible, your top 4 incredible.
Yeah.
I don't think you drafted
really
a bad
like
Mon. I think you and I have similar team. I think your team is better on like a macro level, but I think you and I both have 10 usable Mons, and we might be the only 2 teams in the league where that's true.
Right. It's too bad you can't bring 10 Mons. If you could bring 10 Mons, we'd clean up in no time. But we can't. So it's just going to be like our skill is going to be tested with, do we bring the right 6 Pokemon every time?
Exactly. Which I rather like that. I like being a team builder.
Me too. Yeah. I don't like being stuck in just being forced to bring the 6 unless I felt like my 6 were far and away better than everybody else's 6, which I don't feel. I don't think anybody has a 6.
I think
that's
Clover
far
is like
better.
next in line for that, just because I think Clover has 9 out of 10 usable Mons.
Yeah, outside of the Eevee, yeah.
Outside the Eevee. And
Doughblade.
Clover still has points to trade Eevee for something on like the 3 points if they really want to.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the team, the only thing I worry about is it's just the matchup into water types. Like it's looking pretty grim because
I think Clover should trade Eevee for like the cheap Simipour, honestly.
Get a water type, or I don't even know what is left, but yeah, Simipour would actually be kind of heat on that team.
Is there a way? How can I see of the remaining Mons? Sharpedo is also available. Trevenant is on.
Oh, I would pick up Trevenant. I think getting Trevenant would be nice. Yeah.
You could even grab 2 points. I think you grab Simipour or Trevenant. I think that'd be really good onto that team.
I agree.
And just like that, Clover has 10 usable Mons. Like that going to the club.
Right. Yeah. No, she could definitely, or they could definitely get there easily.
Yeah. Fur, Fur has 4 of the best Mons in the draft, with Scrafty and the fire or the fairy dragon
getting Scrafty in the bonus round. Yeah, my three first picks and my bonus round pick were my top 4 Pokemon. That's crazy.
I expect Fur to bring Chomp, Floette, Aggron, Scrafty to every single match in the whole league. And then they have 2 flex picks.
I agree. Yeah, no, Scrafty last pick is insane. Yeah, and then your team, I think a lot of like flexibility with I think like the first 3 I think always come. There might be some weeks where maybe Heracross or Scizor is like a toss-up. Maybe you don't bring both. Maybe you bring one over the other. I'm not 100% sure. Avalugg probably comes most weeks, I would think.
Yeah, Clefable's the star of the show for sure. Like any first pick should be.
Yeah.
There was a little bit where I was debating like, oh, do I really need Victory Bell and Leafeon? And as I decided, I think my team is so strong on average, where even if there might be a better pick here, I don't really want to release those to the wire. I don't want anyone else to pick them up, is how I feel.
Yeah, there's that, and it's like if you really feel like you need, like, then you could. You could always adjust on the fly if you absolutely need to.
I just don't think there's anything really better, especially for the points that I got them for.
The only thing I could see is if like you realize that your fire type weakness is so crippling that you do need to get another water type, like picking up
honestly.
You can pick up Simipour yourself or something.
I mean, I don't even think that. Like, I don't have. Like, I don't know. I think between Slowbro, because look, it doesn't really matter, in my opinion, that I have a fire weakness when I have so many good enough answers to it. Between Slowbro, Stunfisk, Pyroar, and honestly, even like Absol and Clefable and what they can do. Like, I have a lot of weaknesses to fire, but I think I can play around it well enough. I think it's just like the thing I want to be conscious of is being forced to switch. Because I don't want to be scared. Because I don't want suddenly, like, you send out Chandelure and then you force a switch out of me, you know?
Yeah. Because that's the scary thing about the Chandelure matchup specifically is, like, if I just read the switch and just launch a Shadow Ball directly into Slowbro does not want to eat that coming in.
Yeah, no, I know. That's something that I think about. So I've actually thought about how to answer to your Chandelure, and I think I have the answer. Yeah. Not worth talking about now, but I do think I have the answer for it.
Oh, what is it? Let me plan for that.
Yeah, bro, I don't know. You're not ready for my Eviolite Avalugg. It'll work.
I'm picking up Bergmite.
Yeah. Yeah, I like my team a lot. I think it's pretty good. I think there are teams that are better. I think my team with yours is in close contention. I think yours is slightly better. I like my cores a lot. I think yours is more rounded, but I really like my team now.
Yeah, no, I
agree. I wish I had Steelix over Scizor? Kinda, but I'm fine.
No, I think Scizor is still good. I think Scizor matches up well into like a lot of the fairy types.
I agree.
So yeah, I think it's still in a good spot.
I like the niche Scizor feels, but I really like my team. Just whenever I realized I was forced to draft Clefable, I almost drafted Meganium first, but I didn't want Clefable to fall to someone else.
Yeah.
And I just realized if I'm getting Clefable, I need to play an annoying team that stays alive. So
I think you did a good job of that. Like you have like your whole team is full of fully evolved Mons, so that's good. That's a good sign.
If Amon doesn't have fire, Scizor is a pretty decent wall. And I'm probably running a fire resist berry anyways. And what's nice, it doesn't matter. I know I'm going to talk any more about my team. Mari.
Super solid, I think.
The strength of Mari's team is entirely determined on how much work she wants to put into redesigning it every single week.
That's a good point. Because I do think there is, like, half of her team could go either way with like what sets they want to be physical this week. Do they want to be a support mon this week? Do they want to be a special attacker this week? Like it really could change from week to week.
If I can offer some advice to Mari, if she's watching this, you do not have to use the same exact Lucario every single week. If I were you, I would just build a physical and special version of like your first 3 draft picks, and just so you don't have to completely start from scratch every single week, I would just preemptively make a physical Lucario and a special Lucario, and then just change their moves as you wish. But
yeah,
I think that's much easier than having to make a Lucario physical and special and physical and special and back to back to back to back.
Right. Just having to re-EV the same one. That would be so annoying.
Yeah, I think you should just do that.
Mints. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Especially because it's not like it's hard to get. Like you can go get like Alpha Riolu or Alpha Lucario or whatever. It's pretty
I think it's a great team. Nothing that I'm like immediately like scared of.
Yeah, I guess like Ampharos would probably be the one thing, just because I feel like neither of us have one of the like premier ground types, so it's probably the most threatening for us. I'm kind of banking on like Meganium just being a really powerful ground resist. Like that was kind of my thought process, or it's not ground but electric resist. So we'll see what happens. Also, that's where Gabite might come, but like Gabite doesn't match up well because like it could, it has dragon type coverage, so I don't know. It's hard.
I think CJ's team, like we keep saying, we said it with Loney, but like if you look at the first 6 drafts, CJ's team is pretty like competitively viable, like pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
I think when you even say 7, including Manectric, very strong team CJ has. Dedenne and Kakuna probably never showing up to a fight. Go-Goat has some slight niche chance too. I think it's unlikely, but not impossible.
I could see Go-Goat for sure. Like it completes the CJ's Firewater Grass core, even if it is just a 1-pointer. Like I said, it's got a lot of stats. Maybe CJ can figure out how to use them.
I just think CJ's first 6 draft picks are like incredible. I think he did such a good job with this team.
CJ's team looks
I've done a lot of drafts with CJ, and I think this is the best draft he's ever done.
I agree. I think this is CJ's finest work.
I think the fact that he has some random shitters in there is kind of negligible given how Draft League works, where it's not like he's forced to use every single one every week.
Yeah. If CJ wants to just cut it off at that first 6 and bring those 6 every week, they certainly can.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping you from drafting 6 incredible mons and having 4 1-pointers if you really want to.
Right. I think some people are trying that. I think if the mons were there, I think some people would have.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's it. We did it. 5 hours of draft review is done.
And now we gotta play the league. So stay tuned. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss when we upload the sets here.
Let me know who you think is going to win and who you think has the best team. All right, that's gonna do it for me. Bye-bye. See you, gamers.